These people are creating a terrible problem in our cities. They can't or won't hold a job, they flout the law constantly and neglect their children, they drink too much, and their moral standards would shame an alley cat. For some reason or other, they absolutely refuse to accommodate themselves to any kind of decent, civilized life. This was said in 1956 in Indianapolis, not about blacks or other minorities, but about poor whites from the South. Nor was Indianapolis unique in this respect. A 1951 survey in Detroit found that white Southerners living there were considered undesirable by 21% of those surveyed, compared to 13% who ranked blacks the same way. In the late 1940s, a Chicago employer said frankly, "I told the guard at the plant gate to tell the hillbillies that there were no openings." When poor whites from the South moved into northern cities to work in war plants during the Second World War, occasionally a white Southerner would find that a flat or a furnished room had just been rented when the landlord heard his Southern accent. More is involved here than a mere parallel between blacks and Southern whites. What is involved is a common subculture that goes back for centuries, which has encompassed everything from ways of talking to attitudes toward education, violence, and sex, and which originated not in the South, but in those parts of the British Isles from which white Southerners came. That culture long ago died out where it originated in Britain, while surviving in the American South. Then it largely died out among both white and black Southerners, while still surviving today in the poorest and worst of the urban black ghettos. It is not uncommon for a culture to survive longer where it is transplanted and to retain characteristics lost in its place of origin. The French spoken in Quebec and the Spanish spoken in Mexico contain words and phrases that have long since become archaic in France and Spain. Regional German dialects persisted among Germans living in the United States after those dialects had begun to die out in Germany itself. A scholar specializing in the history of the South has likewise noted among white Southerners archaic word forms, while another scholar has pointed out the continued use in that region of terms that were familiar at the time of the first Queen Elizabeth. The card game whist is today played almost exclusively by blacks, especially low-income blacks, though in the 18th century it was played by the British upper classes and has since then evolved into bridge. The history of the evolution of this game is indicative of a much broader pattern of cultural evolution in much more weighty things. Southern whites not only spoke the English language in very different ways from whites in other regions. Their churches, their roads, their homes, their music, their education, their food, and their sex lives were all sharply different from those of other whites. The history of this redneck or cracker culture is more than a curiosity. It has contemporary significance because of its influence on the economic and social evolution of vast numbers of people, millions of blacks and whites, and its continuing influence on the lives and deaths of a residual population in America's black ghettos, which has still not completely escaped from that culture. From early in American history, foreign visitors and domestic travelers alike were struck by cultural contrasts between the white population of the South and that of the rest of the country in general, and of New England in particular. In the early 19th century, Alexis de Tocqueville contrasted white Southerners with white Northerners in his classic Democracy in America, and Frederick Law Olmsted did the same later in his books about his travels through the antebellum South, notably Cotton Kingdom. De Tocqueville set a pattern when he concluded that almost all the differences which may be noticed between the Americans in the southern and in the northern states have originated in slavery. Olmsted likewise attributed the differences between white Southerners and white Northerners to the existence of slavery in the South. So did widely read antebellum Southern writer Hinton Helper, who declared that slavery, and nothing but slavery, has retarded the progress and prosperity of our portion of the Union. Just as they explained regional differences between whites by slavery, so many others in a later era would explain differences between blacks and whites nationwide by slavery. Plausible as these explanations may seem in both cases, they will not stand up under a closer scrutiny of history. It is perhaps understandable that the great overwhelming moral curse of slavery has presented a tempting causal explanation of the peculiar subculture of Southern whites, as well as that of blacks. Yet this same subculture had existed among Southern whites and their ancestors in those parts of the British Isles from which they came, long before they had ever seen a black slave. The nature of this subculture, among people who were called rednecks and crackers in Britain before they ever saw America, needs to be explored before turning to the question of its current status among ghetto blacks and how developments in the larger society have affected its evolution. Emigration from Britain, like other migrations around the world, was not random in either its origins or its destinations. Most of the Britons who migrated to colonial Massachusetts, for example, came from within a 60-mile radius of the town of Haverhill in East Anglia. The Virginia aristocracy came from different localities in southern and western England. Most of the common white people of the South came from the northern borderlands of England. For centuries, a no-man's land between Scotland and England, as well as from the Scottish Highlands and from Ulster County, Ireland. All these fringe areas were turbulent, if not lawless, regions, where none of the contending forces was able to establish full control and create a stable order. Whether called a Celtic fringe or North Britons, these were people from outside the cultural heartland of England, as their behavior on both sides of the Atlantic showed. Before the era of modern transportation and communication, sharp regional differences were both common and persistent. In some of the counties of colonial Virginia, from nearly 3/4 to 4/5 of the people came from northern Britain, and similar proportions were found in some of the counties of Kentucky and Tennessee, as well as in parts of both the Carolinas. Although they predominated in many parts of the South, such people also had some northern enclaves in colonial America, notably western Pennsylvania, where Ulster Scots settled. What is at least equally important as where particular people settled is when they emigrated from the borderlands, Ulster, and the Scottish Highlands. Scotland in particular progressed enormously in the 18th century. The level from which it began may be indicated by the fact that a visitor to late 18th century Edinburgh found it noteworthy that its residents no longer threw sewage from their chamber pots out their windows into the street, something that passers-by had long had to be alert for to avoid being splattered. Such crude and unsanitary living had long been characteristic of earlier times, when rural Scots lived in the same primitive shelters with their animals, and vermin abounded. A similar lack of concern with cleanliness was found among others in the borderlands of Britain, and among their descendants on the other side of the Atlantic in the antebellum South. For example, a 19th century politician built up a political machine in the poor white districts of Mississippi by such practices as this. He did not resort to any conventional tactics of kissing dirty babies, but he pleased mothers and fathers in log cabins by taking their children upon his lap and searching for red bugs, lice, and other vermin. Back in the British Isles, the life of the Scottish people was transformed dramatically from the masses to the elites as they advanced from being one of the least educated to one of the most educated peoples in Europe. However, what is significant here is that much of the migration to the American South occurred before these sweeping social transformations. This timing was crucial, as Professor Grady McWhiney has pointed out in his book, Cracker Culture. Had the South been peopled by 19th century Scots, Welshmen, and Ulstermen, the course of Southern history would doubtless have been radically different. 19th century Scottish and Scotch-Irish immigrants did in fact fit quite comfortably into Northern American society. Significantly, the Irish, who retained their Celtic ways, did not. But only a trickle of the flood of 19th century immigrants came into the South. The ancestors of the vast majority of Southerners arrived in America before the Anglicization of Scotland, Wales, and Ulster had advanced very far. In earlier centuries, Scotland was a poor and backward country, like Wales and Ireland, and like the turbulent northern borderlands of England, where the Scots and the English fought wars and committed atrocities against each other for centuries. Local feuding clans and freebooting marauders kept this region in an uproar, even when there were no military hostilities between the English and Scottish kingdoms. Ulster County had a different kind of turbulence, as the English and Scottish settlers there encountered the hostility and terrorist activities of the conquered, dispossessed, and embittered indigenous Irish population. These were the parts of Britain from which most people migrated to the American South. before the political and cultural unification of the British Isles or the standardization of the English language. The rednecks of these regions were what one social historian has called some of the most disorderly inhabitants of a deeply disordered land. In this world of impotent laws, daily dangers, and lives that could be snuffed out at any moment, the snatching at whatever fleeting pleasures presented themselves was at least understandable. Certainly prudence and long-range planning of one's life had no such payoff in this chaotic world as in more settled and orderly societies under the protection of effective laws. Books, businesses, technology, and science were not the kinds of things likely to be promoted or admired in the world of the rednecks and crackers. Manliness and the forceful projection of that manliness to others, and advertising of one's willingness to fight and even to put one's life on the line, were at least plausible.
Yo, what's up, everybody? NPC, formerly known as NPC the Game. Gabriel's Trap House Gains coming at you from District 13, Taiwan, bro. And sis, good to have you today. We have a special broadcast today. We got a legend in the building, Orthodox guy, and today we're gonna be talking about how blacks and whites shaped each other, Southern, that is, in particular. We're going to go into the origins of Black American culture and white American culture, for that matter, and the origins of Ebonics. We're going to be discussing some of the thoughts of Thomas Sowell, who had a lot of different interesting perspectives on the origin of Black American culture, in particular, and language. And you may not agree with everything he says, however, his insights will definitely force you to think differently about history and identity and culture. But here's the main question, that's been on my mind. I thought Orthodox guy would be the perfect person to build with on this question. What if a lot of what we call Black American culture didn't start with Africans, but was inherited from whites in the South? And poor whites in general. And what if knowing this actually could help us come together as blacks and white folks and not divide us? So let's break it down. What's going on, Orthodox guy? How's it going, brother?
What's up, bro? Sidon, how you doing? It's going well. How about yourself?
I'm doing very well. I'm glad you're here with us. Appreciate you.
Glad to be here.
Yeah. Damn, I mean, because I'm like, no one better have some. Oh God, I'm so excited. I'm tripping over my words more than usual. what a perfect person to have here, than Orthodox guy. He's from the South. He reps it to the fullest. He has a great intellectual mind, and definitely, I think you're the epitome of this culture, this white and black culture in the South, bro. That intrigues us.
Well, I made the joke on my pregame stream. I said I'm a day walker. I'm a man between two worlds.
Day walker. Holy shit! Yeah, that's why you're able to go everywhere, huh? Yeah.
Well, even though here's the thing, it is even hard for me now to do that with the planned subversion and the planned dividing of our society that we're dealing with.
Right. It is. It's a distraction, would you say?
Oh, absolutely, because I've had family turn on me, like people that the family I was adopted into, like distant relatives, turn on me, and I'm just like, okay, I love y'all, but y'all can fuck off. I'm not gonna change the way I think. I'm not gonna change the way I mind. And if you think that I'm so racist, and so dogmatic in racism, what do you think the words and the threats and the things that you just said are going to do to that mentality?
Yeah. It's weird because just you coming around here in that panel work caused a lot of us, because I mean, whether you like it or not, race is a big thing here in the panelverse, especially. Like you kind of caused us to look at it differently and challenged our views on it, because on one end, you definitely do have your philosophies that you hold true and rep to the fullest. However, the way it's played out is different than most of us were raised and printed on. We're like, oh, you shouldn't be like, like, because normally someone who says they're a fascist, a racist, how you say it, a racist, you wouldn't think they'd be talking and building, having their core community members fucking non-white, but that's the case with you. It's interesting.
The thing is, we as a society, and that song you played was talking about intellectualism. I think it was off from Andre 3000. Was talking about called men culture in the beginning, like how it's masculine to fight and be dominant. And while I agree, I think it's also masculine to be very pragmatic and intelligent and understand that while you have a racial uniform, so to speak, your tribe and those people, it expands based on people that are good for you and that want to educate you and want to help you in your life. You can't turn those people away. You would be a fucking fool and an idiot to do so. And you can't sit there. Yourself. Well, you can't sit there, and when you have those people of other races and other groups, you can't sit there and go, well, you can't be a member of my tribe, but teach me. No, they become an elder within your tribe. They become an elder because your tribe is who you associate with. And as long as you are loyal to me, you're a member of my tribe.
Yeah. Exactly. And this is what we're doing. That's what I mean. We call it community, tribes, even on a negative and a cult. I'll keep it as tribes. So tribes are our communities. These are our communities, man. These digitally. Shout out to Shift. You said let's party. Wow, with the fucking $49.99. Appreciate you, brother. Very generous, man. He's ready. He's ready to get it on.
No strip clubs like titty bars. Big boys when it's snowing. Fat niggas got reels out till like nut bones when you smoking. On vacation we don't ride dolphins. Fat niggas ride orcas. This summer we in Mexico, Costa Rica, Bora Bora. It's a fat nigga summer. No shirt, watermelon, snow bunny.
It's okay when she says it. No, I'm just playing.
I mean, you're a day walker, so you can say it at night. How about that? Holy shit. Fuck that. We're gonna we're vibing today. We gotta get the boat kid. Yo. No, but it's interesting because actually that was shout out to everyone in the chat. I saw Jack Telcott in the house. Blessings. What do you say in the intro? The Jack Telcott? The last thing, or the one that your first intro? Season 1 outro guy?
You choose what you allow.
You choose what you allow. That's true. So true. And Mandy, what's up? Markella, #1 mod. What's up? Shout out to my brother. Everybody in the house, bruh. I saw Lindsay even in there. Wow, good to see you.
She came on my panel on the pregame and had some very good takes. Though I disagreed with some of what she was saying, she had some very good takes, some very good questions, and she contributed very positively to the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. Lauren in the house. Well, yeah, she usually does have really good takes. Yeah, that's the sign of a good taker, I'll say. Give and takes is like you can say something that sticks with you, but even if you don't agree with it. Yeah. Like I heard you say earlier, you said you were pre-gaming, and that was cool how you're going with your community with the Thomas O'Only said the things about the small hats. You're like, I
just skip right over that. I'm like, no.
Right over that, yeah.
Here's the thing, right? There are outliers even of outliers. And like I'm not gonna say it over here, but you heard what I said, and
I heard you
stand by it.
What's up, Chuck?
I stand by it.
Oh shit. That was great. I like how you handled that. What's going on, Chuck? Yeah, that's the thing that because that was actually Sama Soel I was playing, supposedly from his book, I guess. It wasn't clear on the video when he said about the southern southern way of machismo, basically being macho, wanting to fight. That was that, and I fused it in with the Outkast song. So yeah, so that was Sama Soel's words, I guess, saying that. And I think when it comes down to that video I showed you about like the origins of black culture from Southerners and the Ebonics, the main point I got from it was the fact that he's trying to share, in his opinion, that a lot of the, and this sounds kind of weird because he's a Northerner, he's from New York. He's trying to say like a lot of the negative things that we, and some positive that we attribute to black nigga culture. I'll say it, you know, it comes from the poor whites from the South, that the blacks learn from the poor whites in the South, that those guys from those Southern whites who came from England, Northern England and Ireland, brought to the South.
And I agree for the most part. But within the black subculture, there is tribalism that is reminiscent from their tribal times in Africa. That's something like genetic memory, in my opinion.
Oh, you think so? There's some unlocking there.
Well, yeah. If you watched Bob, if you ever watched Bob's shit, right?
Bob the Pilot.
No, yeah, Bob the Pilot. We were on there a day or two ago. And I do apologize. I will say this: I didn't get to watch the long one, so that's part of the reason I pre-gamed with the two short ones. And if we
it's okay. Yeah, that's the one. That's the main one. The one I like the most, actually.
I was gonna say, if we can actually go over that. Yeah, I was like, we can go over that on stream. That I think that would be great. And I should have asked you before the show started. But I was trying to pre-game and get ready and get as much over that I could.
You still got a good grade on the test, even though you're crabbing.
Appreciate it. That's how I did. That's how I did it. That's how I did it in school.
Yeah, me too. I know. That's why we're bros. Yeah.
And I do gotta say, cramming has made me maintain and remember more than trying to learn it the old school way of repetition.
Yeah. You're just bombarding your head with it. Yeah.
But Bob and I was talking, and it wasn't just me and Bob. There was a whole panel of us, and I saw it firsthand, the tribalism. And Bob was talking about the tribalism, like in historical black colleges and majority black frat houses, and then how he was talking about how when you first started as a freshman and like at the beginning of the year, it was your frat, then it devolved to dorms, and then it devolved to floor, and by the time you graduated or the year was over, even it was just you and your roommate, if that.
Yeah. That's what it was. Yeah. My buddy Ryan, who I went to Long Beach State with freshman year, he went to Crenshaw High School, the famous Crenshaw High School from Boys in the Hood. He called those black fraternities, those Greeks, high class gangbanging.
I mean, yeah.
He was a Crip too. It's funny enough. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. What really is the difference? And you even get that in white culture, like with the 1920s gangsters. Because make no mistake, white people with black people, it's extreme tribalism. With white people, it's a more moderate tribalism, but it is tribalism nonetheless.
Right, and I think that tribalism, gangsterism, is at the core of I'll just keep it
humanity. I'd say humanity.
Humanity, yeah, for sure. But even in American culture, that's what makes us American in terms of media, like pop media, for sure. What were we raised on? Cowboys and Indians, which became the gangster movies. Jimmy Cagney, which became Clint Eastwood. You know, The Man with No Name, which became Boys in the Hood and The Wire and all this shit. Gangster rap.
So,
you know,
I was blessed while I was a white nationalist. I had someone who, and I'm not going to mention it. I had someone who didn't really turn away from white nationalism, but got out of the culture, and they developed their YouTube channel to mob stuff. And I found out that a lot of black gangsters like look up to mobsters. Like I've talked to John Gotti's daughter, like Angel Gotti.
Yeah.
And like,
yeah,
she has a whole YouTube channel. I can send it to you if you're interested.
No, I've heard of her, and I grew up watching the show growing up, Gotti, about his grandchildren, which was interesting. You know why? Because on one end, you're right. Literally, people call themselves Gotti, like Irv Gotti, so-and-so Gotti, like rappers, right? But then you see even John Gotti's heir apparents, his grandsons, they still love that, but you can tell they were influenced by black culture as well, hip hop culture. It's very fascinating, huh? It's like a mosh pot.
There's a saying, and I promise there is no innuendo here. because you can apply it to all
So, yeah.
people, right?
So,
And
Mitch,
the old saying, and it applies to every person out there, right? Because you can look at their most earliest development, and that's we shape our tools and our tools shape us. Another human can be a tool in the society. So,
mhm.
and the Bible says, as iron sharpens, actually, the better example would be in the Bible, as iron sharpens iron, man sharpens man, right? So we get
Right.
influences from different cultures, especially when we live in a multi-ethnic, multicultural society like the US.
Yeah. It just fuses together. Even in the South, that's one of the most interesting things I read from that book called the A People's History by Howard Zinn, which at the time when it came out was like kind of like conspiracy theory almost, except he was a real professor writing about history. And the thing that stood out in that book with when he came to the South, and he was saying poor white, contrary to what we're taught in schools, poor whites in the South and blacks actually used to hang out together and party sometimes on the weekends and shit. Like, and I was surprised because coming from the West, from California, you don't hear that narrative.
No,
You know
not
what I
at
mean?
all.
Yeah.
The only thing that people typically get right about the Old South is there was not a lot of race mixing, like actual children being born out of race mixing. There was always get-togethers. People tend to naturally segregate. Like in the
Yeah.
small town I live in every town up until you get to Atlanta, Macon, and Columbus, like every town in Georgia that I've ever been to, there's a black side and a white side, and then maybe a Hispanic side if the population is big enough.
Yeah, I
But
was told that in
you have
Arkansas,
some
guy I know
Asian,
did the same thing.
you have some Asian and Mexican dots throughout the communities, unless the population reaches a certain size, and then they tend to self-segregate as well.
Right. Did you see the movie? Always go back to movies. Sin.
No, I have not.
It's a new one, and it's Michael B. Jordan, and and it's during the 20s, during when they used to have those juke joints and stuff like that. And it's just interesting enough, is exactly what you said on the town. One side of the shopping is for blacks, the other side is for whites, and then interestingly enough, the Asians have a store on both sides.
Well, growing up, right, my bus driver was a black preacher, and he was the, and I don't say this out of disrespect. He was the Uncle Ruckus of my town, except for he was not a self-hating black man. He was a pro-black, pro-everybody, kind of like myself, and he informed a lot of my beliefs that you can love your own without hating others.
Yeah.
And we were talking, and I was brainwashed in school, white liberal, because of the brainwashing, and we were talking, and like and like the subject came up of segregation and Jim Crow, and he's like, well, while I was a victim of that, I don't see myself as a victim because there was black businesses that I go to. I didn't have to go to white businesses. I could spend my money in the black community. There were more black homeowners in that time, more black fathers in the home, more successful black businesses and communities at that time. So it's kind of like a trade-off, is what he had always told me.
I think it is a trade-off. I think both of us as whites and blacks and Asian, whatever, Americans, we kind of lose, especially second, third generation and older. We lose our cultural identity, our roots.
And that was done on purpose. That was done on purpose, not to get conspiratorial, but that was done to destroy our political power and us being able to vote and hold on to our money in our own communities. It really destroyed our political power from our community and our economic power as well.
All
so
of
now
us,
that's what gave way to the corporation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Speaking of corporation, I've heard people use, when they talk about fascism, they say it's a combination of corporation and government. What
that
would you
leads
say
to
that?
I would say yes and no. One thing before we go on, can you bring up Lindsay's comment, theory of origins? My autism is peaking.
Let me see. There we go. Theory of origins. We are either from Africa or Asia.
Wrong. The theory of origin has been disproven because there are sites of equal age found in Greece, which I mean is Europe, found in Africa, found in Asia. We do not know what we are. We are Homo sapiens sapiens. Every person on this panel, every person on this planet, and that is varying admixtures of the different hominids from Homo sapien, not Homo erectus, but Ethiopian and the short Dravidian ones. I think they're called like the ones from Southeast Asia that are like really short in the jungles.
Oh yeah. And then, yeah, that's funny you say that. We have those in Taiwan here.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are a admixture of those things as Homo sapiens sapien, and depending on what ethnic group or racial group or what continent your ancestors are from, you have different admixtures in your DNA. So the theory of origins has been mostly disproved.
Yeah, it has. But even Mitch is saying it's a theory, right? Controversial.
But answer your question, not to obfuscate. Yes and no. It depends on what type of fascist you are. If you're a Mussolinian fascist who believes that the state reigns supreme and that we all exist to serve the state, everything within the state, nothing without, yes, because everything serves the state, even the corporations. The corporations are put in place under Mussolinian fascism to cut down on social discohesion, exactly kind of like in the U.S. You destroy the political power of different groups within your nation, because Mussolini was a fascist that did not believe in race. He believed that everybody was Roman if you were under, because he wanted to reestablish, like his goal,
the empire
was to reestablish the Roman Empire. Yeah, he wanted to take over the territory that Rome lost. That's not a conspiracy theory. That is actually a fact, and you can see based on wherever Italy had military campaigns during World War II, you can see that was done. For those reasons.
That makes sense.
And if you read the Doctrine of Fascism, which is Mussolini's book, it says that. But I am more of a National Socialist type fascist. I believe that the state exists to serve the people. So no, corporations are actually an antithesis to my type of fascism. I believe in small business. I believe in the right for people to own property. I think that people within society should own and maintain things within the nation, that we should not look outward for answers, whether it be scientific, cultural, or resource, unless we, of course, have to take territory because we lack resource, or we have to trade for it because we lack it.
Yeah. Like, hey, man, you're selling it good, bro. Because most of us, we think of, when we think of that, we think of the Nazi party only. But that makes, you're making some sense, sir.
Well, National Socialism, an unknown, a fact that is not well known because of the propaganda, is I'm an authoritarian because I'm a fascist, right? But what the Nazis became in the I think it was 1938, when Hitler gave that speech of one Führer, one leader, right? One man, one leader, or one nation, one leader. That transformed the belief of Nazi Germany from being National Socialism to being Führerism, which was a totalitarian state where the state oppressed its own people. We can argue the extent that the German people were happy under this system.
Yeah,
but that transformed.
Nevertheless, it was still Führer worship.
Yeah, Führerism. Yeah, and it was literally a totalitarian. It went from being an authoritarian system where power derives from the state and one's own power to you literally only have power because the guy that everybody worships deems you have power.
Everything flows through him. It goes down, right? Yeah.
And I don't agree with that. That's why if you've ever heard me actually talk about H-Man, I say he was a fucking.
I remember I brought that up before. And you're like, nah, actually, bro, that's a diss to us, real nationalist fascists. That's kids play. That's grade school shit.
Like 90%, if you talk to a real National Socialist or a real fascist, 90% of anything they say about H-Man is said in jest or a joke to piss people off and be edgy.
Right. I'm sure you guys have jokes about it. You were saying some of the most fun you had was joking around with those boys, huh?
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. But when people take things seriously and they get really autistic and then they hate for hate's sake, it's like, get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah.
You become no better than the people you hate.
Yeah, but you gotta understand it's weird for people that have been programmed about to look at these charged words and ideology. You know what I mean? Without really studying it. So it's good that you're kind of breaking it down. That we're having these discussions. Like,
Well,
no,
we
this
have
is
to.
something that right, exactly. This is something that Shadow Buddha, and I appreciate you being here, bro, and having sharing with the
Appreciate the
community and
offer.
stuff.
I
Yeah,
appreciate the offer, man. The
yeah, man.
conversation is worth millions to me. You know?
Yeah, I know, and right, especially when like some like people seem like they don't want us. Certain people don't want us to be friends when fuck it's like, hell no, bro. This is like kindred spirit in a lot of ways. You and me. uh, so Shadow Buddha got me. We've been talking about this article for like the last 3 months. It's a really short thing. I want to get your views on it, Ortho guy, in the chat. So it says, do Americans have an identity crisis when it comes to race and ethnicity? So it says, say goodbye to Italian American and German Americans. Say hello to Vietnamese Americans, Salvador Americans, and a bunch of the other hyphenated Americans. The way people identify themselves in the United States is changing, and the way the federal census classifies them by race or an ethnicity isn't painting a clear portrait of America, according to new research. Now, this is an old article from 2009. University of Washington demographers who analyzed 2000 census data contend that because of the way the census was structured, many Hispanics and Latinos were eventually lumped into a category called some other race. So many were placed in categories that it was the third largest group behind whites and blacks in the census. This led to mistaken reports last year that whites, as opposed to non-Hispanics, whites were projected to be minority in the U.S. by 2050. Actually, whites including Hispanic whites, are expected to compromise upwards of 70% of the population in 2005. It's not very long, so let me just bear with me real quick. So the truth is, many people probably can't actually accurately report the origins of their ancestry, said Anthony Perez, lead author of the new study and a University of Washington postdoctoral fellow in sociology and the University's Center for Studies in Demographic and Ecology. His co-author, Charles Hinchman, professor of sociology and former president of the Population Association of America. The research appears in March of the Journal of Population and Development Review. They said, we have a fair degree of knowledge about where our parents and grandparents came from, said Perez. But with every generation, the number of our ancestors doubles, and it's difficult to know the ethnic and racial details of all of them. Many people might have more ethnic or racial groups in their background than they imagine. Most Americans, except for recent immigrants, probably descend from multiple geographic, ethnic, and racial origins. The United States was multi-ethnic and multiracial from the start, the researchers contend. With the exception of indigenous people, everyone came from somewhere else. There were immigrants, said Perez. Frontier societies absorbed many indigenous people. We also have a long history of interracial unions between Americans of European and African descent. It's not just Barack Obama, but most of us are a bunch of mutts from different cultures and background. All of this leads to what is called American nationism, or blending away of the specific ancestries that people brought with them. Typically, Americanization begins with immigrants coming to the U.S., settling in neighborhoods with their compatriots and retaining their ethnic roots. But within a generation, they or their children learn English, intermarry with Americans from different backgrounds, and their ancestral ties begin to fade. With several more generations, most Americans begin to lose track of their increasingly complex family trees. This blending has dramatically transformed Native Americans and Hawaiian Pacific Islanders, most of whom acknowledge multiracial heritage. At the same time, very few whites and blacks acknowledge common ancestries on the surveys. So, I mean, real quick, what do you think? Do you think this is a problem for Americans?
I think. Go ahead, my bad. What was the question?
Oh, go ahead. That we don't know our deep, our origins in terms of.
I think this is pure propaganda.
Mhm.
my opinion,
Yeah.
because as you said, this is from 2009. It's now 2025. And one
Uh-huh.
thing that we have noticed in regards to Indian and Asian and Hispanic migration is by the third generation, those people are typically within enclaves of their racial or national makeup. They wave the
Right.
flags of their they wave the flag of their ancestors' country over their own. They don't identify as American. They identify with their ancestral roots. The average black, the average American that are from the American founding stock of black slaves and white settlers typically know if they have Native American genes or Native
Mhm.
American admixture. And it is popular. I will say it is popular within both black and whites who are from the founding stock to claim to have Native American ancestry, even if they don't. Like I say, like
Yeah.
you've had to heard me say, every white woman's a Cherokee princess,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's
Or the $5 Indian. That term came from that.
it
Too.
yeah, and it's rather annoying because it's just propaganda to push certain narratives and certain beliefs. Make no mistake, American culture is a European culture. Without the European founding stock having a predominant place in American demographics, this ceases to be America. But without the black population having a predominant place, it also ceases to be America. Those are the two
Yeah.
founding groups of America.
Yeah.
Without
And
those
this is what
groups, you
we're
can't
getting
have
at right
American
here.
culture.
Right. This is what we're getting at here, which is interesting how, and in particularly the whites, according to the Sowell theory, the whites from Northern England and Ireland and parts of Ireland and Scotland, Highlands, are the ones that actually influence this quote unquote black subculture, which in effect, not just the black but American culture in general, but we're talking about the black subculture, right? African American, which in effect it's like a world culture now. I see people
Well,
acting like quote
anything from
unquote
America.
black guys from fucking Detroit here in
Well,
Taiwan.
anything from America, right? Anything from
Anything, yeah,
America
you're right. You're
is
right.
is culture. You're gonna have a subculture of that varying degree with other nations because it's popularized through our culture and
Yeah.
our media.
Right. But even though that's you see it as propaganda, you may see it as propaganda. Would you say though there is something to be said about Americans losing touch with our, you know, uh,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah,
If you
cultural
cut
roots?
if you cut the roots of a society, you're able to mold and take it, and that's what the propaganda is there to do. It's there to spray the the weed killer or the root killer on the tree so that they can rip it up and mold it
Yeah.
and turn it into lumber and do what they will with it.
Yeah. And I guess the only thing you can do is to fully invest in the American culture. What makes us American? Like, that's something me being a quote unquote foreigner, as they say here in Taiwan, expat. Like I've really been looking into what it means to be an American for me, and
We
dude,
we
a lot of it's
cannot
pop culture.
well that for me part, that's what I take issue with, right? Because you
Uh-huh.
cannot have a unifying culture if every person describes it as something slightly different.
Right,
That's the
right.
problem
You're
with
right.
Protestant
Yeah,
Christianity. Everybody interpreting the Bible for themselves.
that could be my personality too. I mean, under the astrology lit as a Scorpio, I try to run everything, even when I'm trying to build with people and connect with people. I kind of run everything through me anyway. So that could be
Well,
me. But there's
we all
probably other
do
people
that.
who say the same thing, right?
Well, we all do that, but what we have to understand is that there is a unifying aspect that what is American culture is bigger than our own interpretation of it.
Yeah.
Right. And there is that individualism, that rugged individuality that is a part of American culture that is a benefit when done properly. Because
Hmm.
as the type of fascist I am, right, I have the mentality that your society is only as strong as its weakest link.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess you were talking about that. You were getting to that yesterday. That was interesting. Exchange you had with that Moxie lady.
Oh,
I think.
I wanted to call her the B word and be
Yeah.
disrespectful because I don't like when upper class people, and it doesn't matter if she was doing it to a black person or a Hispanic person. I despise when upper class people project their disdain for the lower classes onto individuals, it aggravates the shit out of me. If you
Yeah.
want to get me animated, that's the quickest way to do it. I've
Yeah, so
had to
like,
deal with it from white people, from rich white people in the South.
yeah, I haven't seen you fired up like that in a minute. It was kind of I liked it actually, but yeah, you handle it with grace still. So, Lawrence said, like, what is American cultural roots? America's cultural roots.
American cultural roots are steeped in Christianity, rugged individualism, English common law, German work efficiency or German efficiency, and
It's the Quakers.
historical black culture.
Love it.
That
There
that
you go, Laura.
that is just the facts.
Right.
There's also historical Irish and Scottish culture as well in the Appalachian Mountains and in certain settlement regions. But when blacks were imported as slaves, they brought their African culture, and their conversion to Christianity was a huge part of their historical culture. And they brought that with them and influenced the areas where they inhabited, even during slavery and afterward.
Yeah. Yeah, Mitch is. I'll get back to Shadow Buddhist real quick, but Mitch was saying American culture is searching for identity. I think this is because there's no actual culture and more of a place for any culture to come and maintain their identity. Yeah, because I actually I have really been thinking about that off and on for the last 9 years of living here. Yeah, what is it actually? But Orthodox summed it up pretty good right there.
Well, see, here's the problem with that, right? While I don't disagree, because that's the outcome. The reason that people go say Americans or white people, right? The reason white people, like white liberals, claim that white people don't have culture, I want to be like, bitch, it's because you're looking at it. You have a hard time, like in the West, as of right now, we have a hard time, regardless if it's Europe or the settlement nations like America, Australia, or Canada, or New Zealand, or South Africa. We have a hard time doing introspection, looking within. We don't see our culture because we live it, we breathe it. To you, your cultural traditions you've been taught that your cultural conditions are stupid, or your religion is dumb, or it's something from the past that we need to move forward. So you don't think you have culture, but you do.
Yeah, right. We do have culture. Yeah, culture is the program that we've been operating on.
But Mitch is also right, because we allow foreign groups, like when we fought the Vietnamese, right? Our whole mission was not to take over Vietnam or have a satellite state in Vietnam. It was to ensure that the capitalist South was not taken over by the communist North. And we failed at that. We didn't fail. Technically, we won Vietnam with the Treaty of Paris. We were supposed to match their defensive needs bullet for bullet, equipment for equipment, right? If a helicopter got shot down, within a week, it was supposed to be replaced. If a bullet was fired, within a day, it was supposed to be replaced. And communist leaning people, leftists in America, didn't like that because they're traitorous scum. and they did away with those programs, and eventually the South Vietnamese fell. And when they fell, we allowed them to come into America. Now, Asians tend to assimilate better than any other group, but even still, they did not fully assimilate, and they created their own enclaves or enclaves.
I grew up in San Jose, California, aka Silicon Valley, and I think this is like the most Vietnamese immigrants came there. So much so that on the east side of San Jose, it started with, you've seen it before, probably where you live too. It starts a lot of times with one little store, one little mini grocery store on a strip mall. Then it becomes like the jewelry store that the Vietnamese person owns.
And they virtually take over, and
they take over the whole thing.
Exactly. Yeah, they take over economically, and that's why I get mad at capitalists, because like, well, this is good, it's economic growth. I'm like, no, it's not, because the historical groups in America that aren't getting the benefits of the government being, because there's a lot of was a lot of things done to make immigration for wealthy people, like get them to come over here, and then for them to quote unquote start businesses. And what they really did is bought up businesses and then expanded into different places. And now they have virtual monopolies on most convenience stores, most grocery stores, most motels in smaller areas. And there is no way to compete with them, because they were given an advantage by our government.
Right. I've heard that one.
So,
That's why when somebody was talking about on one of the shows, they were talking about our the Asians are the most racist and stuff like that. Well, and maybe it was your chat, and I said like, well, in my experience, it's like in general, it's the American Asian, whereas like here, people are pretty chill to me,
well,
and
it's because
other folk
you're in
who are
their
black.
you're in their country. They are
They're not
they are
desperate, huh?
they are the massive
There you
majority.
go.
They aren't
Yeah,
having to fight for everything
yeah,
they have and
yeah,
maintain it. And they're not
yeah.
having to take
So
part in the racial politics because their governments don't allow immigrants to come over who are already wealthy, and then they don't, and if they do, they don't give them special treatment that ensures that they're able to monopolize
yeah,
in lower income areas.
they don't do that here. Yeah, you're right. Damn, bro, you should have a show or something.
I try not to talk about
Nothing
race.
with
When a
that.
white man talks about race and racial issues and inequality on the internet, people tend to get very unhappy with the
They
outcome.
do. Yeah, they do. But then again, it's like if you're a fucking man of knowledge and woman of knowledge, it's like you're gonna take all you can, all the knowledge you can, no matter who the messenger is. Even though it is important who the messenger is too. That's another level of the game too. But if you can't get over it, this man, you're kind of lost. And well, more power to you. I mean, this game ain't made for everybody. You know, not everyone's made to do this. What was I gonna say? There's so much good comments. Let me show you. Let's watch some of this video real quick. Um, I think it's fucking fascinating, but it's kind of irritating in the fact that it doesn't say it's actually from one of his books so well, but I assume they're reading from. The video is called "The Origin of Black American Culture and Ebonics," Thomas Sowell.
That almost all the differences which may be noticed between the Americans in the southern and
We'll
in the
pause
northern
anytime you like,
states
Ortho.
have originated in slavery.
Oh,
Olmsted
this is
likewise
my this stuff like this is my
the
jam,
white
so we probably
northerners
won't be
of the
pausing.
existence of
Yeah, I can play the whole thing too. Like, we'll let it
Yeah,
play
I'll probably
all the way
just be
to the
listening.
13. It's fine,
Lindsay
bro.
mentioned
Go
my
ahead.
knowledge of history is damn near encyclopedic. If I'm interested in a subject and I have access to that knowledge, I'm autistic and I have a very good memory that has only been damaged through extreme struggle and depression,
Mhm.
and that's going away. So like that memory is coming, that ability to memorize is coming back quickly. Like when I was in school,
Yeah.
I had to copy the encyclopedia and the dictionary a lot because I was in ISS a lot because I was
Yeah.
one of these poor rednecks that Thomas Sowell is talking about.
He says he keeps quoting from Redneck Cracker. You have to say white person. He says the cracker and the redneck. I'm like, God damn. We black rednecks. Yeah, come on, man.
Well, no,
Um,
I mentioned something on my show before we go back to this video. I mentioned something on my
okay.
show, right? I mentioned the divergence between the negative aspects of redneck culture, which you can see how it evolved into ghettoism in urban areas, and then like still
Uh-huh.
like white trash in rural areas, and
Yes.
then the middle class blacks and whites who are like poor or middle class and they're rural. They
Uh-huh.
tend to stick to family values, have
Well,
a
yeah.
wife, and be members of their community, and
He,
they typically have rural jobs. Like I know
yeah,
black ranchers.
the rural, that's a very important part of it. Being stewards of the land, salt of the earth
Yeah.
people. Because he even mentions that, like, one of the themes he keeps coming up is the fact that, yes, he believes that the ghetto culture stemmed from the whites from the Highlands of Scotland and in Ireland and Northern England. And he brought it to America. However, he also gives a lot of evidence of the fact that by the time those whites immigrated to America, the American South, already from their original country, those places in Scotland and Northern England, they were already refining themselves and cleaning themselves up and becoming intellectualized. You know what I mean? So
Well,
he's quick to say that, like, even though it started there, those places in England, those places changed. While some of the things did not change in America, in the South. However, I'll just say this too. He said also too, by the time the blacks absorbed that culture from the southern whites, they moved to the urban areas, and that's where you get some of the ghetto culture. He said now typically in the South, people are very educated and very, like you said, just what you're saying. Like they're not really ghetto. And I see it in you as an example, and even Sasquatch
Well,
and Chuck.
it's because we've embraced masculinity to its purest form. Not only are we willing to fight for our honor, but we're willing to debate when there is no need for violence. And I think that is the true epitome of man, distinguishing when there is a need for violence
Yeah.
and willing when you can communicate and organize and work even beyond your group. That is absolutely necessary. That's why I don't like most white nationalists, because they are idiots who are the type of redneck that Thomas Sowell was talking about, the negative kind.
Yeah.
They hate for the hate's sake. They instead of hating themselves for their position, they hate outwardly, and they don't introspect in themselves. And this is something that I've said. I don't know if I said it to you or if you've heard me say it, but I used to talk extensively about in Asia and Europe throughout the medieval ages and up to colonialization, crime and this redneck style culture back then was punishable by death. I'm saying like theft, murder, rape, all these things. And you do have to understand that sub-Saharan Africa did not have these social revolutions, these social changes and developments that the rest of the world had. So when you had a slave population brought from tribal Africa, and that, make no mistake, every place has had this same tribalism that was going on in Africa. They just were going through it
fresh
longer.
for them.
Yeah, they were
And
going
also
through
it
it
was fresh.
longer.
Yeah.
And they were going through it longer, and they were in the middle of that development. And at every step, the African American has been interrupted between these social developments at every step.
And check it out, dude. Like, you already have that tribalism, and then that's been around for a long time, and they're still in the middle of it. You said, and then you add the Southern culture, the Scottish, Eastern European good things and bad things to that. You become
you're gonna have bad outcomes because you're transporting a people into a semi-industrialized society. Right. And then a couple hundred years, they haven't had time to adjust. It's only been like 1 or 2 generations. Comes the Industrial Revolution, which took everybody's culture and flipped it on its head. And so black people are going to lag behind because they have every time they've tried to have these social development, either because it was beneficial to the upper class or because it was beneficial for the government, it got shut the fuck down as something barbaric and something that shouldn't be done when everybody else has gone through it and it's part of social development.
Facts. And speaking of that, we didn't forget your comment, Buddha. It says blurring of memories over generations. Stigma of race missing, the long history of segregation and political polarization probably contributed to amnesia of a shared ancestry among many whites and blacks. Yeah, all those things contribute to it.
Yeah, especially whites and blacks in the U.S.
Yeah.
Remember, segregation was forced on white people at gunpoint. Desegregation was forced on white people at gunpoint.
Oh, we don't hear that. That's true, huh? Because there probably were like plenty of whites to be like, "Fuck that, that's my homie."
there were though, because like I talked to my grandfather. Before when he had retired, and my grandmother died. There were him and his neighbor. It was a black. I'll never forget. I can't remember the guy's. I remember his name, but I'm not going to say it. And I know it was Doc something.
Thanks, Lindsay.
And he was a jazz musician by trade. And him and my grandfather would drink beer and joke around and chill. And they would say some of the most racist, egregious shit to each other and just laugh it off. And I asked him one day, I'm like, why do y'all do that? And my grandfather and him told me, like, back in our day, while people were truly racist, there was an era of respect among men. Like all this people getting killed over racism, by and large, didn't happen unless somebody was threatening someone's family.
I see.
And he's like, we had respect back in our day where younger people don't have it. And I've noticed that. I've noticed that it seems more and more young people don't respect each other. They don't respect society. And that causes a bunch of problems. And that's not a black thing. That's not a white thing. That's an everyone thing.
It is. And then it goes back to what Lindsay, this is because we're both from California, Buddhists too. He says one of the good things about California, we weren't a slave state. Take that. Yeah, we weren't, which is interesting because, even though it wasn't a slave state, there's definitely racism there and stuff like that. But then again, it's like, sounds weird. Are we missing out? Were we missing it? What do you think that makes us miss out on? Or
It just
first of all,
made
what's
you
the positive
godless.
thing?
It just made you godless communists, is all. So
Oh
take
my
that.
She said take that. You, and she got the shades, the California superstar shades.
No,
But it should be. We're allowed to bring their slaves here. They were all.
So the thing about California is it had just become a state during when the Civil War happened. It was not
Right in 1850 or something like that, right? 50 or
Yeah,
something like that.
I think I was gonna say like 10 to 12 years before the Civil War, maybe 15. I can't remember.
I want to say 50. I want to say 50.
Let's see real quick. Let me see. Let me see real quick. Because I know it was not that long.
No, it wasn't. I think it's 50 or 55. Let's see. 1850. I was right. September 9th. We're coming up on it. September
the
9th,
Civil War started
1850.
in 1850. The Civil War started in 1869, I think.
Okay. So they were doing the gold rush thing in 49, obviously. 1849.
Yeah.
In San Francisco and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Civil War started in 1861. So like 11 years it was a state. That is not a long time. That is not enough time for a state to, especially in a turbulent time where a civil war is about to pop off and people knew it was going to pop off for years before it happened. So like that is not enough time to get accustomed and get assimilated within the national zeitgeist. They were aside from the being a population that they could draw some soldiers from, like California could not have done much during the Civil War. Like it was also isolated between Indian territories and territories as well.
Yeah, right. And all of that Spanish influence too. The Spain influence, yeah.
And like when they were a territory, slavery by and large was determined by popular opinion. And it being an agricultural place, they were kind of like, we're not a slave state, but
we'll take the poor workers here, put them on in the orchards. Yeah.
That's the thing. In America, even when slavery ended, there were provisions to keep certain types of slavery, such as prison slavery,
right?
And low wage, like minimum wage wasn't established. Yeah, minimum wage wasn't established. Workers' rights weren't established. So at that point, well, once slavery was abolished, anybody under a certain income level basically became a slave, working for shit wages, working for garbage things.
That's why it's interesting how, like, where I grew up, Silicon Valley, San Jose, California, that's literally where the Googles and the Microsoft and Apple all started right there. Now, before the computers came, the number one cash crop was our orchards, apples, peaches, plums, and in San Jose, California, there was like 2 miles of fertile topsoil that was rich if you dig all the way down. And my grandma used to work in the damn, what she said, Del Monte peach factory shit, like when she was a little teenager. And so like, and I know they weren't paying them shit, bro. So you're right, it wasn't necessarily slavery, but yeah, man, Of Mice and Men, stories like that tells you about that, how the Okies came from the Dust Bowl and stuff. They came to they moved more west to find jobs because they couldn't make money and take care of their families. So it's wild.
Getting back on topic, how we influence. Like, I never understood why it became a stereotype for Black folks to eat watermelon and fried chicken, because in the South, that is a staple. If you can't cook fried chicken, you're looked at subhuman. That is if you're subhuman. And everybody loves watermelon to the point there's people that make livings off of just selling watermelon throughout the summer on the side of the road. Yeah.
I don't like it per se, like as much as I used to as a kid, but maybe part of that was a stigma, like that Dave Chappelle thing, that joke where he says like, nah, like he said, I ain't gonna eat chicken, but he's saying he loves it. It's like, come on.
Well, I mean, like the only reason you know for a fact I'm not a black man is purple drink isn't my favorite. I like orange. Orange drink is my favorite.
We still don't know what the orange is exactly. We think it might be an orange or a tangerine, but we're not sure.
It's something orange in color.
Something orange. Tang. Now, if you were just a white man and you just like Tang.
No, if I was pure,
drink.
if I was a pure white man not influenced by black culture, I would only drink unsweetened tea.
Shit. What, man? Shit, that shit's funny. Sweet tea. Okay, let's go.
Maybe some milk thrown in the hot tea.
No, I started laughing because you talk about because Landry always talks about how he drinks unsweetened tea.
Well, that was not a shot at Landry. I didn't even know that.
That's why I was laughing.
I did not even know that.
Yeah, because obviously I don't know what the fuck Kev is, but I remember when he came last time I heard him talk to him, like maybe like 3 weeks ago. He's like he drinks unsweetened tea. You know what Kev does to Kev?
He drinks unsweet tea.
And especially coming from the South, bro. That's sweet tea, right? Isn't that a thing? That's
oh yeah, no, sweet tea is a staple in the South. Sweet tea, fried chicken, watermelon,
dude,
black coffee with sugar.
You would love Taiwan. One of these days, you need to come out here because that's like the number one drink is the sweet tea. Their sweet tea, iced sweet tea tastes so good. Then they have something called G pie, which is like fried chicken fillet.
That sounds good as fuck.
Yeah.
Well, that just goes to show you that like American culture has influenced a lot of people. Maybe that's an independent thing. Maybe that's an independent thing too. We don't know because Asians have a culture with tea.
They do, yeah, for sure. The tea leaves and all that. That's where the Euros got their tea from. I think they're an East Indian tea company. And all that, yeah.
And while it's an uncommonly known fact that fried chicken was invented, quote unquote, by Scottish immigrants in America,
yeah, I'm about to say that.
You can't. I will not accept that Asians were not frying chickens because if you don't know, the chicken comes from Southeast Asia, like Vietnam, Cambodia.
Mm-hmm. He's right.
Like it's a jungle bird. That's why they roost the way they do.
Yeah. What were the chickens? If you want to go even further, the chicken was nothing bigger than the chicken survived after the meteor hit Mexico when the dinosaurs died. Allegedly, you've heard that theory. Now I'm going all over the place. Yeah.
I just like the meme videos where it's like all the animals are looking at their prehistoric like dinosaur counterparts or their evolutionary things. And it's like, I lost my armor, I lost this, and it's all these big ass animals and the chicken's looking at the T-Rex. Remember who you are.
Yeah.
People think chickens are cowards, but they will a rooster will try to fuck you up. I say try.
Oh yeah.
But it will. It might not succeed.
You got the damn cockfighting.
Well, the spurs, dude. The spur, a chicken.
The talons.
With an uncut spur will fuck you up. And even then, if you have the metal things, but if you are one of those egregious people that chicken fight, and you see a chicken with a metal on its feet, I don't like animal fighters.
No, I don't either. Dog, all that shit. Yeah.
I think they're egregious. Yeah. And but like if you ever see a chicken walking around in somebody's yard with like metal on its feet, that's just stay away from them because that's what they do, and that chicken will fucking shred you to pieces. That rooster will shred you to pieces.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the dew claw, like how Tyson and my dog, they got that one thumb claw, right? That's kind of like their dew. They call it the dew claw. That's like their version of it, huh?
Well, chickens aren't actually descended from T-Rexes as people think. It's actually Velociraptor.
Oh, it's even worse. Those guys are even more vicious.
Well, that's why on their legs they have that vestigial thumb claw on the back.
Yeah.
That's actually the curved claw that Velociraptors would cut into their prey with on their foot. That's why it is very dangerous, especially when it's armored up. Like,
yeah, Mexicans do that shit, the cockfighting and all that. Yeah.
Well, that's the white rednecks, Mexicans. Also, white rednecks and black folks fight pit bulls and dogs. Like I find those people egregious, and they should be removed from the gene pool.
Thank you. I agree, bro. Nothing lower.
Tocqueville set a pattern when he concluded that almost all the differences which may be noticed between the Americans in the southern and in the northern states have originated in slavery. Olmsted likewise attributed the differences between white Southerners and white Northerners to the existence of slavery in the South. So did widely read antebellum Southern writer Hinton Helper, who declared that slavery, and nothing but slavery, has retarded the progress and prosperity of our portion of the Union.
Yeah, and also too, that's all we think about when you think of the South. People think, oh, slavery, when there's so much other things that went on. When people think about Black people, they used to anyway. They think slavery is the first thing, and then that does retard getting to know somebody's culture.
Not even the cultural aspect, right? Look at the education and economic aspect. To me, that's a bigger portion, right?
Yeah.
Because not only do you enslave an entire population, right? And we can talk about the types of slavery all day long. And in the US, it's really the only time in history it was specifically race based, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would be the transatlantic slave trade, not just the US, but in the New World. That's the only time it was really race based. In history, if you were a criminal or you lost a war and you were a captured soldier, you were a slave, plain and simple. And as it developed, they knew back then that slavery, if you kept them only in the fields, would be an issue. So a lot of slaves were actually skilled laborers, like barbers, doctors, scholars.
Mm-hmm.
So the slavery that we practice in the US did impede, I'm not gonna say retard, but impede our economic progress in the South. And there was a lot of people that were pro-Confederacy, anti-slavery. General Lee, for instance, wrote about anti-slavery and the problems that slave caused. He still owned slaves because that was a symbol of economic power. But
it's no different than the founding fathers, quote unquote founding fathers, huh? They had slaves too, and they wrote against it.
But that's the thing. It's an economic thing. It's one of those dualities in humanity, right? Without money, you can't. Without money is a part of power. Without money, you are virtually powerless. So,
this is why we'll say that's a nice segue real quick into the Grifto state, bro. You gotta, donations are always welcome, guys. Don't forget the donations are always welcome.
This is a $500 plate dinner. Good night.
Oh, 500. Oh, okay. All right, no problem. Here, put us down for 4, in case we want seconds.
I love that.
You would like that one. So yeah, let's get back on this because we can talk about it, but I think you're gonna love this one.
Just as they explained regional differences between whites by slavery, so many others in a later era would explain differences between blacks and whites nationwide by slavery. Plausible as these explanations may seem in both cases, they will not stand up under a closer scrutiny of history. It is perhaps understandable that the great overwhelming moral curse of slavery has presented a tempting causal explanation of the peculiar subculture of Southern whites, as well as that of blacks. Yet this same subculture had existed among Southern whites and their ancestors in those parts of the British Isles from which they came, long before they had ever seen a black slave. The nature of this subculture, among people who were called rednecks and crackers in Britain before they ever saw America, needs to be explored before turning to the question of its current status among ghetto blacks.
So that was a term in Europe, those terms? Redneck and cracker? You know that?
I know redneck is, and it comes from various places. Like a lot of revolutionaries against the monarchy would tie red bandanas around their neck, and a lot of Scottish people when they were working in the fields would tie red bandanas around their neck, keep the sun off their neck.
Yeah. In the Rebel Cowboys, there was a gang. One of the gangs, they would have a red scarlet sash they would wear too, during the cowboy era. And that's one of the characteristics Thomas will talk about is the fact that against resisting the system and authority, it's a characteristic of the quote unquote the redneck too, which is kind of cool, right? Especially if that system is fucking you up.
And how developments in the larger society have affected its evolution. Emigration from Britain, like other migrations around the world, was not random in either its origins or its destinations. Most of the Britons who migrated to colonial Massachusetts, for example, came from within a 60-mile radius of the town of Haverhill in East Anglia. The Virginia aristocracy came from different localities in southern and western England. Most of the common white people of the South came from the northern borderlands of England. For centuries, a no-man's land between Scotland and England, as well as from the Scottish Highlands and from Ulster County, Ireland. All these fringe areas were turbulent, if not lawless, regions, where none of the contending forces was able to establish full control and create a stable order. Whether called a Celtic Fringe or North Britons, these were people from outside the cultural heartland of England, as their behavior on both sides of the Atlantic showed. Before the
Other behavior, okay. Oh, wow, whoa. Ortho guy, thank you so much, bro, with the $20, man. And he's a member, too. Support those who support you. Entertaining and rise the tide. Rising tide rises all ships. I love it. Thank you, brother. Very generous, bro. Very cool. Very cool. We're gonna get this for one of his favorites. This is for Ortho guy and his community.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Thank you, Ortho. I love it. That's how you do it.
Ike also said check coffee.
Yeah. I'm about to look right now. I had to get that open. Appreciate that, Ortho guy. That's how we do it, bro. In Chicago, my homie Chicago taught me the name of that. It's called a goose. You got to have a goose with your homie. It's like, for example, if you were a barber and I was a mechanic, like you cut my hair, no charge. I'll change your oil, no charge. We just pass it back and forth with our donations. I love it.
And that's how you do, man. A rising tide raises all ships.
Right. Absolutely. Let me get Mr. Ike. Appreciate that, Ike. Yeah, Ike's a good one, bro. He be dropping knowledge, bro. On one end, I feel like I learn a lot from Ike, but then again, I go, damn, I got some work to do. I got some work to do.
Oh God, dude! Like I love talking to Ike. High, sober. Or Ike is one of my favorite people to talk to, and like I'm so glad he hopped up on the pregame, and we were able to talk about Thomas Sowell. That shit was so fucking. That shit was lit.
Yeah, that's great. He lives in Nigeria. He's not in America, right?
No, Ike is an American. He lives in America.
Oh, he lives in America. Okay,
he's from Nigeria. He is a engineer living in America.
Cool. Oh, great. Whoa! Oh no way! Ike, come on, bro. Fuck, man. Jesus, I got the chill. Ike. I say Ike Love, baby, with the $250 buy me a coffee. Holy fucking crap! Oh God, I'm about to lose it right now. Jesus, Ortho. See what you did, Ortho? Your people. People. Thank you so much, Ike. I gotta take a screenshot of this so I can post it. Thank you so much, Ike. You didn't have to do that. I was very generous, brother. Appreciate you.
Plug walk. I don't even understand how the fuck my plug talk. Pick him up in a space coupe. I don't let my plug walk. Skirt. Pull up in a space. New freak had to cut my other little bitch off. 50K, you could come and book a cracker for a plug walk. Big ol' Bentley, it's a spaceship. Call me on my phone, I don't say shit. I make money when I talk. I'm a boss, take a loss.
Thank you. I appreciate you, bro. We can get that up on the screen. Dang, people you be rolling with, Ortho guy. That is ridiculous.
I take no credit for anything. They are just good people, and I try to surround myself with good people. It's something I've always tried to do. And God has blessed me to have really great people come to my channel and drop wisdom and support. And I am very thankful to them and God.
Yeah, man, that's
him, D3, Chuck, and Gorilla Biscuits. Like a lot of good people come through. Flo comes through. He mentored me in YouTube. Sasquatch comes through with his knowledge and good conversations. And if you were ever blessed to get a panel with Ike, Flo, and Sasquatch, and D3 in chat or on panel, the conversations that come from that are chef's kiss, fucking perfect.
perfect. Yeah, very highly experienced intellectual people. Breeds for great conversation, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah. And you and somebody like me, I like to be the dumbest guy in the room. I like to, that way I can absorb as much as possible.
Look at this, Ike. Thank you, Ike. With the 50 coffees, bro. The 50. He says no need to ignore. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. It's a really good conversation. Yeah, I appreciate you though. I forgot about that. That's Ike. He's very fucking humble too. He's like, you have to say it. Yeah.
I feel so bad whenever I stop the show to do acknowledgement and I read, oh, no need to acknowledge. I'm like, fuck. Because like he's like, don't stop the show. I like the conversation. And that is the mark of good character and a humble, great person.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Very humble. Okay, let's get it going. We don't want to keep Lizzie. Oh shit, Lizzie with the 10. Can we have a shot at friendship instead of gossip? Yeah. You mean me? Oh, for me? Oh no, Lindsay. I've always have love for you, man. Speaking of good conversation, for sure. Now, the last time you were up here, I was like, whoa, that was wild. But when I look back at it, I could have done a better job as a host and your friend. I said that as your friend to make sure that people don't be ganging up on you like that. So I apologize for that. But yeah, thank you so much for the donation, Lindsay. I really miss having conversations with Lindsay. Hopefully we can do that again.
I think Lauren posted a video. She said, have you ever seen the clip of Ike at the comedy show? I think you should play that because
no.
Perfect.
Okay, we got it. We get it. Thank you, Lindsay. What we got?
I mean, when it comes to business and anything that's successful, a friend of mine the other day told me, he said, I don't know what it was, but someone was around and said, yeah, because money can't buy happiness. And he turned around and he said, no, money does buy happiness. You just got to give it away. That made all the sense in the world to me because it's the truth.
It's Atlanta Falcons right there. Okay. Cheers, Lindsay. Thank you so much. So, okay, Ike, is Ike okay with this? So he's okay with that? Play that?
Yeah. I mean, he's given me permission to play it on my show.
Okay.
And it's very funny. I don't think he minds.
Okay, let's see.
If he does, let's give him a chance to say something in chat. I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think he does. It's funny, very funny. But while we wait for Ike's confirmation in chat, yeah, he said go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. Go ahead. Okay, let's see. Let's go. That Andrew Schultz? Okay, here's Ike.
Yeah.
Are you albino? Oh shit. Are you sure you're albino, bro? Are you white or black? You're black? Oh shit, bro. This is lit. Say the N-word and prove it. Prove it? What do you say the N-word and prove it?
No, it's because Ike has he has high standards. He's like a fucking G. He's like, hey. But for the bit, I see the bit. Yeah.
Bro, that's hilarious because this Mexican right next to you said the N-word 1,000 times in his life.
That's true.
Like, come on, bro, say that shit. You got it. That's funny. So do you feel uncomfortable saying the N-word because people don't notice that you're black?
What version of the N-word?
What?
Ooh, what version?
Jesus Christ, bro.
The hard R.
Oh, yeah, no. This interaction is gold,
heavy,
bro.
Dude. You're black.
What version of the N-word?
What? Jesus Christ, bro. Woo! That got heavy, dude. That one was heavy, right?
Hey, keeping it real.
I know you're black, but you seem very Caucasian when you said that. Bro, the way he hit that R right there, dude. There was a little whip sound at the end. Are you albino?
That was fucking funny, bro.
You know,
Obviously, he looks black
Ike is
in the
hilarious.
features. Yeah, that shit was funny. Yeah, like, look at Ike just chilling.
Just chilling, enjoying the comedy show, being a G.
Fucking amazing. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. That was good. Okay. Look at Lizzie talking about Taco Bell again. She was talking about it yesterday too. Dave is eating Taco Bell for dinner. I'm going to eat some chili on me. Yeah, I think Hank like moved his chair or something on a live, and he's like like that. Lizzie's like, "Oh, you've been eating Taco Bell." He's like, "Excuse me." Yeah. All right, so that's funny. So yeah, we're lucky to have this community.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Awesome. Shout out the Aquarius is in the house.
Modern transportation and communication, sharp regional differences were both common and persistent. In some of the counties of colonial Virginia, from nearly 3/4 to 4/5 of the people came from northern Britain, and similar proportions were found in some of the counties of Kentucky and Tennessee, as well as in parts of both the Carolinas. Although they predominated in many parts of the South, such people also had some northern enclaves in colonial America, notably western Pennsylvania, where Ulster Scots settled. What is at least equally important as where particular people settled is when they emigrated from the borderlands, Ulster, and the Scottish Highlands. Scotland in particular progressed enormously in the 18th century. The level from which it began may be indicated by the fact that a visitor to late 18th century Edinburgh found it noteworthy that its residents no longer threw sewage from their chamber pots out their windows into the street, something that passers-by had long had to be alert for to avoid being splattered. Such crude and unsanitary living had long been characteristic of earlier times, when rural Scots lived in the same primitive shelters with their animals, and vermin abounded. A similar lack of concern with cleanliness was found among others in the borderlands of Britain, and among their descendants on the other side of the Atlantic in the antebellum South. For example, a 19th century politician built up a political machine in the poor white districts of Mississippi by such practices as this. He did not resort to any conventional tactics of kissing dirty babies, but he pleased mothers and fathers in log cabins by taking their children upon his lap and searching for red bugs, lice, and other vermin.
So you're saying they were dirty, I guess, huh?
In the British Isles, the life of the Scottish people was transformed dramatically from the masses to the elites as they advanced from being one of the least educated to one of the most educated peoples in Europe. However, what is significant here is that much of the migration to the American South occurred before these sweeping social transformations. This timing was crucial, as Professor Grady McWhiney has pointed out in his book, Cracker Culture. Had the South been peopled by 19th century Scots, Welshmen, and Ulstermen, the course of Southern history would doubtless have been radically different. 19th century Scottish and Scotch-Irish immigrants did in fact fit quite comfortably into Northern American society. Significantly, the Irish, who retained their Celtic ways, did not. But only a trickle of the flood of 19th century immigrants came into the South. The ancestors of the vast majority of Southerners arrived in America before the Anglicization of Scotland, Wales, and Ulster had advanced very far. In earlier centuries, Scotland was a poor and backward
country. That's why the South was germified.
Germified?
Shout out to New Brunswick.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, like anything from Pennsylvania down was strongly influenced by Germany, and then like the Midwest, because there was a large because like Germans were the largest minority in America for hundreds of years actually, because everyone always considered Anglos to be Irish, Welsh, English, and Scottish. They were lumped up into one group, even though there was cultural differences. So like Germans immigrated from like Pennsylvania to the South. They also immigrated largely in the North. And then in the 1800s, they had their own type of civil war type thing where proto-communists tried to take over. And anybody who was not proto-commie pretty much left. So you had a bunch of people settling in the South and mainly the Midwest. That's why Texas the Texas lowlands have a lot of German, like speak a lot of German. They even still have German newspapers.
Really? Now, culturally, with the Scots and the Northern Englanders, how are they different than Germany in general? German guys.
So the Protestant, quote unquote, Protestant work ethic is actually a German ideal.
Right.
So no matter what the work is, it needs to be done, even if it's low paying. That's kind of a germification. You see that in the South and the Midwest a lot. So I mean that's pretty much the only difference at the time between those cultures. That and the language. Because English actually is an offshoot of of Germanic language.
It is a big German influence on that, among other ones, but one of the biggest is German influence. Yeah. But what is this though? The way as he goes along with this book, it seems like he's trying to think like in general, like the Germans are more organized. They're not as promiscuous, but the Southerns are like they're more like a days like laissez-faire. Fun to chill.
That was also because of ringworm. And when you get ringworm in your feet and you get those parasites that were in the southern dirt, it causes you to be lethargic and lazy, and and plus the heat as well. You just can't be out there in the blistering heat like you could up north.
Yeah, that's true. Like here in Taiwan, you definitely can't be in the heat like that.
Ireland. And like the turbulent northern borderlands of England, where the Scots and the English fought wars and committed atrocities against each other for centuries. Local feuding clans and freebooting marauders kept this region in an uproar, even when there were no military hostilities between the English and Scottish kingdoms. Ulster County had a different kind of turbulence, as the English and Scottish settlers there encountered the hostility and terrorist activities of the conquered, dispossessed, and embittered indigenous Irish population. These were the parts of Britain from which most people migrated to the American South, before the political and cultural unification of the British Isles or the standardization of the English language.
Does he talk about the potato famine?
I haven't got to that part yet. No, I haven't got to the part yet. How would you think that leads into it?
Well, he mentioned the embittered people, right? Social Darwinism was a huge thing. I believe in the 19th century this was. And social Darwinism was a huge thing. And that led to our belief in capitalism. Like Germans even were influenced by this social Darwinism and capitalism, like this ruthless efficiency, this ruthless this pull yourself up by pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like they believed if you had nothing and you come from nothing, you will be nothing. And the only way to be something is to contribute to society, even if it kills you. And that's why the British wouldn't import more food. The potato famine was completely avoidable. All they had to do was ship more food to Ireland, and that would have ended it completely. But because they couldn't afford it, it was a poorer part of the country. They're like, no, fuck them. So social Darwinism.
You see, that would have been really good for him to at least lead into that tidbit of that, like why are they migrating to the South? What caused them to migrate from the South?
And that's why they were bitter and angry too, and they brought that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Of these regions,
aka Australians. Shout out to Reed Mudcrab. They're bitter when they went to Australia. All these origin stories are interesting.
Were what one social historian has called some of the most disorderly inhabitants of a deeply disordered land. In this world of impotent...
And what you just said would explain a lot of that behavior. Not to make excuses or anything, but it is what it is, huh? There's a reason for people's behavior.
Pre-social development, right? Pre-modern social development. The way that colonization happened, and you only hear it from the African perspective. You don't hear it from the European perspective, where there were tribal lands and less sophisticated peoples that were conquered by larger nations. You literally exploited those lands for resources and sent it back to your capital. That was the way colonialism worked since the beginning of time. Whenever those Greek city-states would send colonies to other lands, the vast majority would be resource extraction, and then you would bring back finished goods.
It's the same thing in the soft colonization of Africa with China. They're doing
Yeah.
the same thing, but getting the resources or literally manufacturing products and shipping them back to Asia or wherever.
Laws, daily dangers, and lives that could be snuffed out at any moment, the snatching at whatever fleeting pleasures presented themselves was at least understandable. Certainly prudence and long-range planning of one's life had no such payoff in this chaotic world as in more settled and orderly societies under the protection of effective laws. Books, businesses, technology, and science were not the kinds of things likely to be promoted or admired in the world of the rednecks and crackers. Manliness and the forceful projection of that manliness to others, and advertising of one's willingness to fight and even to put one's life on the line, were at least plausible
Also, real
means of
quick,
gaining whatever.
This is straight gangster culture. Fucking
yeah, well, no, in Scotland,
It's crazy.
that is still prolific. Watch Count Dankula. If you've never heard of Count Dankula, watch Count Dankula. The way he talks and the way he talks about how Scottish people handle problems even nowadays, and the closer you get to Scotland, the more rowdy the Englishman becomes. Right? So the closer you get to Scotland, I think Ireland's more or less done away with that culture, unless you're talking about the IRA and the border between Northern Ireland and the rest of Ireland. Like you see that this is still like the willingness to fight, that machismo is still prolific.
It's still there.
In
It's still there.
Scotland.
Look at this.
On this channel, we usually deal with the past. But today, we're going to discuss something that's rather strange and is still ongoing. You see, my buddy Sargon of Akkad released a video asking why so many Indian people fall victim to accidents involving trains, and why they're so cocksure and blasé about the prospect of getting hit by such...
I'll tell you this, he seemed very intense.
Yeah. Well, no, some subjects in some of his videos, he'll just outright say, if that happened in Scotland, you just get your arse beat. Like, he'd be like,
It's like fucking, that's like hood
punched
shit,
in the
bro.
face. He'd be like,
That's hood
he'd be like,
shit,
they need to be
yeah.
punched in the face.
I love it, like Scotland, bro. Like, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I would say Train Spotting was one of the first looks we've got as Americans into like that, salt of the earth, Scottish culture. And it's like fucking, it's hood. Like it's the same story all around the world, man. It's
well, struggle maketh the man. Like there's a sweet spot where struggle makes you better, and then anything beyond that will make you like a brainless thug culturally.
Yeah, because you talked about like all the good like friends you had, like especially that your best friend, like you're really really close and stuff and all that. But I've rarely heard you tell the stories about the fuck ups. You probably have some story. There's some fuck ups, in your town and people around there.
I got one. The reason I learned that you can't. The reason you learned you can't help everybody. Is there was this guy. He's a fuck up. His mom gave him up. Relatively late in life because of a man that she got with. Like she left his dad over some stupid shit. I'm not going to put that out there why, but he was about 10, 12. His mom gave him up. She was just a horrible mother. She gave him up for adoption, wouldn't let the dad have him, just did it out of spite because the guy that she was with didn't like him, and he lived a rough life. And for a long time, I pitied him and felt bad. But like I said, sometimes too much struggle makes you into a piece of shit. And this guy became a piece of shit. And he couldn't fight. He was a whiner. He was a little bitch, and he was a scumbag. Well, I walked into my bathroom because nobody was supposed to be in there, and he was screwing a chick that was passed out. So I pulled him off of her and beat the ever-living fuck out of him. I beat him so fucking badly that my mom literally tore me off of him and elbowed me because I was trying to scramble back because nobody knew why I was beating the fuck out of him.
Yeah.
Like the whole house got woken up.
He's basically raping her.
Yeah, and like her being drunk, she woke up and was like, "Stop!" I'm like, I pushed her away. Like I was pissed, and I beat this man so badly because that was actually my best friend's girlfriend at the time.
Holy shit!
And my best friend had warned me that this dude's just a piece of shit. Don't help him. Don't feel bad for him. And I'm like, bro, you literally took my kindness as a weakness. So I'm going to show you that I'm not weak. And I'm going to get every ounce of pleasure that I can from having to eat crow later on I'm just gonna make you feel me have to eat crow because
right, like all that I told you so. Every kick to the face, every punch to the fucking skull was like I told you so. Yeah.
I beat this man so badly, and you know his reaction was it was to avoid me, but it wasn't to avoid me online. He sent me text messages talking shit, running his mouth, and then I ran into him like 2 days later, and his face was still just like he had just gotten his ass beat. And I laughed, and I went to approach him. He ran the fuck away, jumped in the car, and scooted the fuck off. I just learned that some people just deserve every bad thing that's ever happened to them.
Yeah. They didn't know how to transmute the fucked upness of their life, the struggle. They let it overcome them and become that's the only thing they identify with. Yeah. Fuck, man. That's brutal.
And I don't regret beating this man that bad. What I regret is not being able to beat him more.
When you do stuff like that, though, do you feel like you gotta watch your back too?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Because I am a product of all of this machismo culture, this European machismo culture. If I die, I fucking die. This same person was talking about, I just want to end myself. And I got so fucking tired of it. At the time, I had a Springfield XD 40 caliber pistol. That was my everyday carry. I took it out of the holster, put it on the table. Like, you feel that way? I'm tired of hearing you talk about it.
Holy shit.
I walked out the door, and he come out there bringing it crying. Like, why'd you do that? Why don't you care? I said, because you talk about this every day. No matter what we do to help you better yourself, you won't keep a job. You won't do the bare necessities. You won't do these things. You're a drain on society and the people around you. So maybe, just maybe, that might be the best option for you.
This is the ortho guy we don't hear that much, bro. That's wild, bro. You're tired of that shit, huh?
There's a big ass mixed dude in my neighborhood that's a family friend, and he always used to hang out with my aunt and uncle up the road, and I would go over there, and the same chick, right? She's a troublemaker. She's basically the county bicycle. And she goes to like she literally was dating a dude's son, and then fucked the dad, and then went to dating the dad.
Oh my god!
So I have no respect. I have no respect for this chick. But my cousin, who's in prison now for like serving a 20-year sentence, not going to talk about what he did. He's also POS, but he has a daughter that my aunt was raising, and she's the mom. And this dude was there. Right, her new boyfriend was there from out of town, and he was just drunk. And he's the type of drunk that when he's drunk, he tries to start shit. And he was talking shit to my little brother and my other little cousin, and both of these were males, so I didn't care. Well, he called my little female cousin a whore, and this is a 12-year-old girl. I snapped. I jumped on him and beat the ever living shit out of him, just like the other dude, except for it was much where I tried to kill this guy, and. Like, you don't fuck with kids, especially little girls. You don't talk to little girls that way. And like, I beat this guy so bad that, and it was even worse because my family jumped in and tried to pull me off of him. And like, you had 4 people trying to pull me off, and I'm just like, no. And like, they get to me where I can't even. They got my hands where I can't even throw a punch. So I take my thumbs and I jam them in his eyes. And then my little cousin, he's a midget. He was about 15 at the time. I see his little hand snake through to my left arm, and he pushes my left arm back into his eye. I'm like, and I literally like, yes. Like, I look at him and say, yes.
Wait, we want you to
he was
push
pushing my
harder?
hand. He gave me the strength in my left arm to push back into the guy's eye socket.
I'm about to say, look at little bro. Like, he's being the bigger person, helping his uncle / cousin.
He's pushing my arm even. But no, that's my little ride or die, bro. I got another story I'll tell after this one involving him. So they finally they push him away, and they managed to get my left arm back under control. So I quickly grab this guy's windpipe, and I squeeze as hard as I can. He's like, and they're like, "You're gonna kill him. You're gonna kill him." I'm like, that's the fucking point. and like, they're pulling, and as they're pulling, his windpipe is coming further and further. And I'm like, yes, this is what I want. And like,
you're about to pop that shit, huh?
Well, finally, the big ass mixed dude comes in. He's like
The
6'5",
light-skinned,
400, 450 pounds. He grabs me and just grabs my wrist and like puts his thumb in, and he yanked, and we both hit the floor. And then he scoops me up and quickly runs with me outside. He's like, calm down. And I'm like, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
And then this dumb motherfucker spent the night at my aunt's house. Woke up that morning. I woke up to my uncle shoving a pistol in this guy's face because he threatened to go in there and slit my throat while I was sleeping. And because he did that, and my little female cousin was crying, he got another ass beating the next morning.
Damn.
And we were sitting on the couch after my aunt had bitched at us about being unruly, and we're sitting there, and it was quiet. He looked at me and goes, I don't like you very much. And I'm like, I wouldn't speak to me if I was you. And he's like, my mom's in the hospital. I'm like, I don't care. Ooh, so what?
This is real drama. This is not like the Paddleverse seems like nothing compared to that shit.
Well, like a year after that, right? A year after that, there was a meth head that had been threatening my little cousin, my little brother, for so long that he would swerve off the road. He was like a rich spoiled kid. He drove a dually truck. He would swerve off the road, act like he was gonna hit them. And I eventually, he was walking on the road, so I confronted him. He laughed at me and laughed in my face. I'm like, you realize I will hurt you. And he tried to laugh it off and try to talk shit. And I just turned around. And by the time, like, my best friend at the time who lived with me come out and talk, like, he will hurt you. Like, he will. Like, let's take a walk. So he took him around the block talking to him. Didn't see much of him again. But whatever he told him led this guy to think it would be a good idea to shoot at me while I was cleaning my rifle after shooting at my aunt's house. So,
were you on your porch or something?
Yes. He shot at me 3 times. I grabbed a magazine, loaded that shit up, and I almost took his head off. But I put 2 in his engine block and 1 in his shoulder. And he sped fuck off. Bro. And the police came. Well, the police came. I almost went to jail. And it wasn't for that, because he was a convicted felon with a firearm who had been threatening his girlfriend. And when that went down, my little cousin grabbed my Mosin, and we were both hemmed up. And like all the people had guns. Like my other little cousin had a single shot 12 gauge. He ran up and blew out the window of the car. And then my little cousin that pushed my arm forward couldn't, like, the Mosin we had shot that day, and I didn't clean the Cosmoline off, so it had jammed up. And I hear him fidgeting, like, fuck. He pulled out the bayonet and was about to charge that fucking car.
Jesus.
I'm just like, Jesus, God. Christ almighty. So, like, no, I have a plethora of little shooters out here.
This is crazy, Ortho guy. What the hell, dog?
Oh.
Holy shit. I would love to get the perspective of somebody from your circle about what, like, how would you describe Ortho? Because
my cousin's baby mama witnessed the fight, and that's how she introduces me to everyone. She's told everybody that fight. She's a psychopath and loves violence, and like she tells everybody about it. Like, she tells everybody about it. Like this girl has fought other girls. Like there's plenty of fight videos. I'm surprised people haven't seen them. Like where she's just beating the fuck out of this one blonde dopehead bitch, and another guy pulls up that's like a family friend, and he's like, he got an even more southern accent than me. He goes, "Damn, bitch, you're getting your ass beat," and the bitch getting her ass beat. He's like, "No, I'm not." As she's getting punched in the face.
It's like David Wade accent, Kentucky accent of us. Like, damn, bitch, you're getting your ass beat.
and the chick getting her ass beat is like, "No, I ain't." As she's getting punched in the face, you hear the fist going meek off her fucking skull.
That's so fucking
crazy.
The ego's ridiculous. Even getting pummeled. She's like, "No, I ain't." Holy shit, man. That's what I'm telling you, man. Like, fucking the South is. That's why I love being from California, but I think I have like I got maybe another life. I was from there because they say that Northern California at one time it was very comparable to the South, the culture, and I can see that because it was very agriculture. For example,
Southerners
a lot of salt from the earth people.
Southerners immigrated after the Civil War. Kind of like a boot shape, where they went west all the way to California and then up
north.
They kind of skipped the Midwest mostly, They did go to Idaho and Montana, and they went to Oregon and Washington. And they even continued up into Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of bloodlines that run deep throughout there.
This is America, bro. This is the real America. Let's go. Let's keep going on this. This is great. This stuff.
Measure of security was possible.
Thank you for sharing
in
that,
a
brother.
lawless region and a violent time. The kinds of attitudes and cultural values produced by centuries of living under such
The
conditions
Orthodox guy in his last life
did not disappear very quickly, even when social evolution in North America slowly.
Bro, I'm not
and
even
almost
that violent for where I live.
created a new
That's the
and
sad
different
part.
world.
You're tame. You're the tame one.
Yeah, no.
Different
Well, no. If you don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you. Right? Like that's the whole thing. If you don't fuck with me, I won't fuck with you. If you fuck with me or mine,
exactly.
you're dead. You're dead.
Exactly.
Like that's all I can say.
Yeah.
Prospects.
Patterns among whites in the American South.
What the rednecks or crackers brought with them across the ocean
I'm gonna be
was a
listening
whole
to my phone. I gotta step
constellation of
away for
attitudes,
about 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
values, and behavior patterns that might have made sense in the world in which they had lived for centuries, but which would prove to be counterproductive in the world to which they were going, and counterproductive to the blacks who would live in their midst for centuries before emerging into freedom and migrating to the great urban centers of the United States, taking with them similar values. The cultural values and social patterns prevalent among Southern whites included an aversion to work, proneness to violence, neglect of education, sexual promiscuity, improvidence, drunkenness, lack of entrepreneurship, reckless searches for excitement, lively music and dance, and a style of religious oratory marked by strident rhetoric, unbridled emotions, and flamboyant imagery. This oratorical style carried over into the political oratory of the region in both the Jim Crow era and the Civil Rights era, and has continued on into our own times among black politicians, preachers, and activists. Touchy pride, vanity, and boastful self-dramatization were also part of this redneck culture among people from regions of Britain where the civilization was the least developed. They boast and lack self-restraint, Olmsted said, after observing their descendants in the American antebellum South. While Professor Grady McWhiney's Cracker Culture is perhaps the most thorough historical study of the values and behavioral patterns of white Southerners, many other scholarly studies have turned up very similar patterns, even when they differed in some ways as to the causes. Professor David Hackett Fisher's Albion Seed, for example, challenges the Celtic connection thesis put forth by Professor McWhiney, but shows many of the same cultural patterns among the same people, both in Britain and in the American South.
Back on says, David Wayne says, I'm playing this loud at Walmart. 11 people looked up Cracker. Holy shit, it's just funny. Holy funny.
Centuries have likewise described similar behavior, including the Indianapolis residents' comments on white Southern migrants to that city, which sounds so much like what many have said about ghetto blacks. None of this is meant to claim that these patterns have remained rigidly unchanged over aspects of this subculture. However, what is remarkable is how pervasive and how close the similarities have been. Centuries before Black Pride became a fashionable phrase, there was Cracker Pride, and it was very particular achievement or set of behavioral standards or moral principles adhered to. It was instead a touchiness about anything that might be even remotely construed as a personal slight, much less an insult. Could not understand what they best illustrated by an episode reported in Professor McWhiney's Cracker Culture. When an Englishman, tired of waiting for a Southerner to start working on a house he had contracted to build, hired...
By the way, more than welcome to hear your thoughts about this subject. you know, how black and white Southerners shaped each other. And in general, any of the things we've been talking about, you're welcome to come up, encouraged to come up.
Another man to do the way Professor McWhiney's cracker culture. When an Englishman, tired of waiting for a Southerner to start working on a house he had contracted to build, hired another man to do the job, the enraged Southerner, who considered himself dishonored, vowed, "Tomorrow morn I will come with men and 20 rifles, and I will have your life, or you shall have mine." In the vernacular of our later times, he had been dissed, and he was not going to stand for it, regardless of the consequences for himself or others. The history of the antebellum South is full of episodes showing the same pattern, whether expressed in the highly formalized duels of the aristocracy or in the no-holds-barred style of fighting called rough and tumble among the common folk, a style that included biting off ears and gouging out eyes. It was not simply that particular isolated individuals did such things. Social approval was given to these practices, as illustrated by this episode in the antebellum South. A crowd gathered and arranged itself in an impromptu ring. The contestants were asked if they wished to fight fair or rough and tumble. When they chose rough and tumble, a roar of approval rose from the multitude. This particular fight ended with the loser's nose bitten off, his ears torn off, and both his eyes gouged out, after which the victor himself, maimed and bleeding, was chaired round the grounds to the cheers of the crowd. This rough and tumble style of fighting was also popular in the Southern Highlands of Scotland.
Shadow Buddha with the comment, he says, Gabriel, they did the Mike Tyson methods. Damn, you're right. We gonna fight it out. And like, I mean, Ortho's stories are a testament to that. Now they're saying this comes from the Scottish Highlands.
Where grabbing an opponent's testicles and attempting to castrate him by hand was also an accepted practice.
Grabbing somebody's testicles and telling them you're going to cut them off, that was an accepted practice? Damn. That's like Django, that one scene where he's tied up and the guy grabs his nutsack and it's about to, cut it off. Then Samuel L. Jackson walks in and he doesn't do it.
On the grounds, to the cheers of the crowd. This rough and tumble style of fighting was also popular in the Southern Highlands of Scotland, where grabbing an opponent's testicles and attempting to castrate him by hand was also an accepted practice. Scottish Highlanders were, in centuries past, part of the Celtic fringe, or North Britons, outside the orbit of English culture, not only as it existed in England, but also in the Scottish lowlands. The Highlanders lagged far behind the Lowlanders in education and economic progress.
Ike, you're welcome to come up, man. I don't think we ever spoke on my panel before.
As well as in the speaking of the English language, for Gaelic was still widely spoken by Highlanders in the 19th century, not only in Scotland itself, but also in North Carolina and in Australia, where immigrants from the Scottish Highlands were unable to communicate with English-speaking people, including Lowland Scots who had also immigrated. In the Hebrides Islands off Scotland, Gaelic had still not completely died out in the middle of the 20th century. What is important in the pride and violence patterns among rednecks and crackers was not that particular people did particular things at particular times and places, nor is it necessary to attempt to quantify such behavior. What is crucial is that violence growing out of such pride had social approval. As Professor McWhiney pointed out, men often killed and went free in the South, just as in earlier times they had in Ireland and Scotland. As one observer in the South noted, enemies would meet, exchange insults, and one would shoot the other down, professing that he had acted in self-defense because he believed the victim was armed. When such a story was told in court, in a community where it is not a strange thing for men to carry about their persons deadly weapons, each member of the jury feels that he would have done the same thing under similar circumstances, so that in condemning him, they would but condemn themselves.
Well, it seems like the whole Wild West mentality that migrated even that way.
The actions of Southern courts often amazed outsiders, Professor McWhiney said. But what may be even more revealing of widespread attitudes were the cases that never even went to trial. As another study of white Southerners put it, to many rural Southerners, Rather than a set of legal statutes, justice remained a matter of societal norms allowing for respect of property rights, individual honor, and a maximum of personal independence. Any violation of this pattern amounted to a breach of justice, requiring a specific response from the injured party. Upon learning that a youthful neighbor had approached his wife in an overly friendly manner, Robert Leard of Tangipahoa, Louisiana, promptly tracked the young man down and killed him. Under the Piney Woods Code of Justice, anything less would have invited shame and ridicule upon the Leard family. Intensity of personal pride was connected by Olmsted with the fiend-like street fights of the South. He mentioned an episode of public murder with impunity. A gentleman of veracity, now living in the South, told me that among his friends he had once numbered 2 young men who were themselves intimate friends, till one of them, taking offense at some foolish words uttered by the other, challenges him. A large crowd assembled to see the duel, which took place on a piece of prairie ground. The combatants came armed with rifles, and at the first interchange of shots, the challenged man fell disabled by a ball in the thigh. The other, throwing down his rifle, walked toward him, and kneeling by his side, drew a bowie knife and deliberately butchered him. The crowd of bystanders not only permitted this, but the execrable assassin still lives in the community, has since married, and, as far as my informant could judge, his social position has been rather advanced than otherwise, from thus dealing with his enemy. Again, what is important here is not the isolated incident itself, but the set of social attitudes which allowed such incidents to take place publicly with impunity. The killer knowing in advance that what he was doing had community approval. Moreover, such attitudes went back for centuries on both sides of the Atlantic, at least among the particular people concerned. During the era when dueling became a pattern among upper-class Americans, between the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, it was particularly prevalent in the South. As a social history of the United States noted, of Southern statesmen who rose to prominence after 1790, hardly one can be mentioned who was not involved in a duel. Editors of Southern newspapers became involved in duels so often that cartoonists depicted them with a pen in one hand and a dueling pistol in the other. Most duels arose not over substantive issues, but over words considered insulting. At lower social levels, Southern feuds such as that—
That's right. Like, what you say about my mama?
Between the Hatfields and the McCoys, which began in a dispute over a pig and ultimately claimed more than 20 lives, became legendary. It has been estimated that, while at least 3/4 of the settlers in colonial New England originated in the lowland southeastern half of Britain, a similarly large proportion of the population of the South originated in the Scottish Highlands, Ireland, Wales, or the northern and western uplands of England.
That's our origin in a lot of ways. Nature versus nurture. The nurture, our environment shaped. Shadow Buddha says, I wonder what the elite Southerners' early culture was versus the rural early culture. That's a very good question. A very good question. One would assume that maybe it's more of the positive attributes of those Northern English and the Scottish Highlanders, the positive attributes, maybe mixed with the some of the German influences that Ortho was talking about. Because I remember reading some of Stowell's work, and he was saying that a lot of the businesses that were successful during this time in the South either were the Southerners, they partnered up with Northerners, right, in terms of their business, or it was straight Northerners that came down to the South that establishes businesses there. Because one of the themes he keeps bringing up so well is the lack of entrepreneurship that he saw on a lot of the poor Southerners versus what he saw in the North. Mark Kelly says, I think the Hatfield and McCoys carried their grudge to their graves. I think they did too. I think Caucasian Sasquatch said he has relation to them.
Those arriving from Ireland in colonial times would have been from Ulster County, where Scots and Englishmen settled, since substantial immigration of the indigenous Irish did not begin until near the middle of the 19th century. Radically different cultures could develop and persist during this era, before transportation and communication developed to the point of promoting widespread interactions among people in different regions. In colonial America, the people of the English borderlands and of the Celtic fringe were seen by contemporaries as culturally quite distinct, and were socially unwelcome. Mob action prevented a shipload of Ulster Scots from landing in Boston in 1719,
Yes,
and the Quaker leaders of eastern Pennsylvania encouraged Ulster Scots to settle out in western Pennsylvania, where they acted as a buffer to the Indians, as well as being a constant source of friction and conflict with the Indians.
A buffer? They encouraged them? Put a little space between the Native Americans?
It was not just in the North that crackers and rednecks were considered to be undesirables. Southern plantation owners with poor whites living on adjoining land.
Okay, this is your to answer your question, maybe Shadow Buddha. The plantation owners would be the upper class Southerners.
Desirables. Southern plantation owners with poor whites living on adjoining land would often offer to buy their land for more than it was worth in order to be rid of such neighbors.
Get rid of the undesirables. Hey, what's going on, Ike? Welcome. How's it going, man?
Not bad, not bad, not bad. Thanks for having me on. First time here. Just chilling on a Saturday or it's Friday, I guess. Well, it's
Friday night for you. Yeah,
it's Friday. It's Friday night. Is it Friday night for you as well?
No, it's Saturday 11 a.m.
You're in Taiwan, huh?
Yeah.
Gotcha. No, it's I'm sorry. Go ahead.
By the way, even though you say you don't want to be, you want to keep it quiet, but I really appreciate it. That was generous, and that'll help out a lot, man. Appreciate you.
Oh, good. Now you can. I'm not gonna make jokes about.
What is he you're gonna buy my ticket, my exit? No, I've been to know if you're gonna go this route, like my exit strategy. I need an exit ticket, emergency ticket, in case anything pops out here in Taiwan.
It just might pretty soon, huh?
I mean, technically, it can happen anytime, but I think we're good. We're pretty good, bro. It's just a way of life at this point, having that over our head.
Yeah, a lot of the things being mentioned in the video that you're playing reminds one of, honor culture. I mean, it's not reminds one. It is pointing to that, right? That particular category called honor culture, and honor culture is like they tend to also to be like a high trust one, though. In other words, this kind of honor culture and the behavior that comes out of it, it comes from a place where typically there's homogeneity amongst the population, right? So, because then you care about duty and loyalty and reputation, right? Because if you're just like a whole bunch of different people mixed up together in some urban environment, then honor doesn't mean anything. There's no need to, get in a duel over your reputation or shit like that, because who gives a fuck? Let the state handle it, or let whatever kind of handle it, right? So there's a confluence of factors, obviously, that lead to this. And I think that the environmental aspect, it will vary from dense urban locales to places where they're a little bit more rural or suburban. Because the more urban you get, the more mixed it gets, the less of a high trust society it is, and the less of people outsource these kinds of regulation of duty to the third party, like the government, for example, in those situations, right? But just thoughts that were passing through my mind as we were playing this. That's all.
No, that's a good thought, and I'll add this to it. You're
I'm
right.
back.
He's back. We got Ike. We got Ike back too.
Yeah, I heard him, and I agree. There is a level of honor culture still in the South, and even it has been bastardized and ghettoized and been made completely, instead of really about honor, it's more ego culture at this point.
Yeah, and speaking on that, and how Ike was just explaining about the environment, and it sounded like at first you were talking about the extremes, situations, environments. Like one extreme is like in the rural South, where you're kind of isolated, but then he also brought up the urban, where it is dense. But in both those extremes. I would say there's times where the homogeneous group can be very isolated, even in an urban spot, because you can be living in New York City, right? But if you're in
Mhm.
Harlem on 128th Street in St. Nicholas,
Mhm.
and you only fuck with your people, as they say, right? That's when, even though it's a mixed, city and all that, that's when that whole honor culture I can see in that little subsector of it, right? It
Yeah.
really holds priority. Or if you're in a rural area, and the little people you do fuck with share similar cultural beliefs too. So yeah,
So that's a perfect example of which is that ghetto thing, right?
Mhm.
Which, by the way, it just reminds me there was someone who was they did not understand the origin of ghetto. They thought it was like an American word meant for black people or some shit like that. It's like, no, it's I mean, the ghetto term has been around since forever, and the Jews were ghettoized
There you
in
go.
Poland, for example, right? So it's like it
Yep.
just means
Right.
putting people in a particular corner. That's all it means.
Mhm.
It doesn't even it's not even necessarily a bad thing. It's just a situation that you're describing.
Right. Right. Exactly. And this is interesting. Shadow Buddha had a comment about, like, I wonder, and Orthos here perfect too. He says, I wonder what the elite Southerners' early culture was versus the world early culture. And then right when Ike got on here, we were playing this, and I think it goes along with it. This part about what the plantation owners thought, which would be considered elite Southern culture, I assume.
It was not just in the North that crackers and rednecks were considered to be undesirables. Southern plantation owners with poor whites living on adjoining land would often offer to buy their land for more than it was worth in order to be rid of such neighbors. Because
So even they looked down upon them. It's social economic stuff going on, huh?
Well,
Right there.
that's why that's one of the reasons that me and Be Brave got into it when he was saying that stupid shit on Chaotic Truth
Oh yeah.
about
Yeah.
rich whites wanting to do away or would want to tribe up with poor whites. I'm like, no, rich people by and large want to stay away
Nah,
from poor people in general.
exactly. And then when there are non-whites in those cultures, they'll still commune with them too, as long as you got that money and the status like them too. No,
Yeah.
You know
granted,
what? I'm
what's
sorry.
up?
Finish because something just came to mind. Because I've heard this brave thing many times. But I heard it when he said it, and then I've heard Orthodox guy repeated it several times. Something just came to mind. But you go ahead and finish, and I'll say
Okay,
what just kind of came to mind. Yeah.
I'll just say, like, the only time I would think that maybe it would be color or ethnicity would be like in the upper. We're talking about now. This is beyond my pay grade, like conspiratorial type of shit, like, eyes wide shut type of party.
Hi,
But
Lawrence.
anyway,
But no,
but go ahead, Ike.
before
Go ahead,
Ike
Ike.
goes, right? Be Brave had to move the goalpost from regular everyday to a Civil War type situation, and then again move it even further into fantasy to an apocalyptic situation. And I'm like,
Mhm.
I even told when I went on a show a few days ago, I was like, dude, even in an apocalypse, what makes you think that I, as a poor white, would want to serve or protect rich whites that have looked down on me my entire life?
That's true, and vice versa. What's up, Chuck? What's up, my neighbor? I'll steal it from you.
What's up, my
What's
neighbor?
what's up, Chuck? Yeah.
I know
Go ahead.
you was talking about the plantation. Uh,
The elites,
my
yeah.
yeah, my great great was offered some land on a plantation or from a plantation. Kind of like
Mm,
sharecropping, but they
right.
wasn't smart enough to figure out what they got into, and basically each year they worked the land, they was getting further and further behind. The
Wow.
way, yeah,
Yeah.
so they
They
was
couldn't work it
never
off,
going.
huh?
Yeah, they was never going to own the land. So the
That was the whole
plantation,
system of sharecropping. That was the whole point
yeah,
of it, actually.
That sounds like
they
medieval
got
feudalism.
That's exactly what it was because the South, the American South was the last bastion of feudalism in the world.
Right.
or
And
they were
that was pre antebellum and antebellum period.
education was not big down here.
Right. Yeah. That's what he was saying, that Thomas Sowell was saying. But they were little offshoots though, where it was like Virginia, certain like the universities and stuff like that, but that wasn't the norm, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The universities were the norm, but that was for the elites and the generals
Elites,
and the
okay.
wealthy. Yeah. So
Like
the
you got debutantes and all that.
Yeah, just like in feudal Europe, right? During the Renaissance,
Thanks,
you still had feudalism, but the elites and people from the bigger cities were more educated in the rural areas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to hear what Ike was saying or what his thought was.
It was just a simple thought based on so based on a particular kind of empirical thing we see, and this has to do now with Be Brave and his white people are just gonna embrace, the upper class whites will just embrace lower class white before others. And I'm like, just a little thought experiment based on experience. Okay, all the for some reason upper class whites need they need new people for services or whatever, right? And there's all these lower class whites around. I see all the upper class whites literally importing Filipinos, Chinese, Mexicans, even Africans to work for them in domestic service before they deal with the hillbilly, like 100%. And
Yeah,
go ahead.
but Ike, if there's a civil war, wait, even that too. But if there's an apocalypse, that's what I was dealing with Be Brave.
Exactly. It was like just keep on pushing. Like, well, if we ended up in hell together, then it's like, bro, like everything shows you. Well, and this is not, this is not definitive in terms of making a prediction one way or the other. Not that it matters, anyways. But I think that for some psychological reasons, which I think we can imagine, they'd rather deal with if there's going to be someone who's subordinate to them. They don't want it to be someone that's within their own race. I think that there's some social dynamics that play into that I don't want to speculate too much about. But I think there's a reason why we see that happening, right? We see that they rather go get some brown person from somewhere rather than get some hillbilly. It's just so.
Can you please speculate a little bit just for fun? Why the reason might be? I'm curious now.
Before I get to the psychological aspects, I'll just mention one aspect of there is a notion, right, that if you are if you are cut from the same cloth as the upper class, in other words, so you're white, let's say, that you have certain kinds of opportunities and so on, right? And if you are not at my level, there's something wrong with you. Meanwhile, you know what? Maybe that Mexican family down the street, they haven't had their chance, right? In other words, if I'm going to bring someone into my house, I'd rather bring someone from a community that does not have the same kinds of opportunities because as a matter of fact, I can see them as actually more worthy of being close to me than another fucking loser of my own race. Because what the fuck excuse does Billy Bob have, right? But whatever from Venezuela, she's a freaking badass. She's been working all her whole life, blah, blah, blah. And this is a great and she will appreciate it more, by the way, right? So this is one aspect. And then there's another aspect too where it feels less dangerous, and that it dovetails on this whole appreciation aspect, right? So Venezuelan person will appreciate it more. It's less dangerous. I feel safer around this Venezuelan person than the hillbilly who might decide to do some kind of crazy uprising at some point, right? But I think that the first aspect that I mentioned it is very true that let me take, for example, it's not a real example, it's just kind of continuing the thought experiment that when this is now as an immigrant, okay? As an immigrant, I'm being let me open up the curtains a little bit. The thing is, like, if let's say there's someone they're working a particular kind of job out here in the United States, a job that maybe they're a bus boy or something like that, right? And I'm like, would I consider this person worthy? I'm saying all kinds of things which are kind of like socially unacceptable, but I'm just doing it because of the thought experiment, because this is a thing that actually does exist, right? I would look at a busboy, just like pound for pound, right? That in Africa, for example, right, versus a particular differently than I would look at a busboy over here, right? given certain similar situations, right? Because I understand that there's so many ways to end up just being stuck socioeconomically in certain kinds of societies. But if you're in America and you're stuck being a busboy, I'm like, what's wrong with you, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is a big thing, like amongst like immigrants that are like the low down immigrant. I give some leeway to because I understand where they're coming from. I understand the lack of opportunities and whatnot. And I also understand, by the way, that immigrant mentality will be such that he's not trying to, if I bring him over here in the United States, he's not going to be a busboy for long. Okay.
Exactly.
He's going to be a busboy and then he's going to get Uber. Next thing you know, he has his own Ubers. Next thing he's got a fucking, that's the immigrant kind of hustle mentality. So I think that because of these things, the whole be braves point is kind of, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And I think that stems from him. What I've seen about him, he never wants to give quote unquote white people the L. He thinks that like they can never. I literally heard him say like they can never do, they can never do bad and all this. It's like we get it, bro. You don't want to put him down, but let's be realistic a little bit, man. Come on, man. Like
it also comes from him wanting to be part of the upper class.
And
how he thinks he would act if he were part of the upper class.
That's pretty gross, then, because I mean I've dealt with the quote unquote upper class in various jobs I have, and for the most part, bro, the CEOs I met are very unassuming, very
he's
cool.
About 10 years older than I am, I think, at least.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, he's 70 something.
Yeah, that's what he says. Here's another thing, right? And I think this is something that we tend to know, like in terms of like racism. We know that the lower down the socioeconomic ladder you are, the more viscerally racist people tend to be, and the more clash or perhaps economic competition there might be amongst lower class people of different races. And the more you can scapegoat one race versus the other, saying, hey, they're taking your jobs or whatever the hell it may be, right?
Yeah.
So now upper class people now, and again, these are generalizations, right? They're very classist and hierarchical, but it's not really about race, though. And then somebody may say, "Oh, well, how come they all have the same race?" Say, well, because people don't mix. This is a different thing. You know what I mean? So if a white family has the money in this generation, a few generations down, they're probably still going to be white. But it doesn't mean that it was purely about race, right? So they're gonna even be more disgusted with a white that they think has opportunity, because what they're disgusted about is what I may call low levelness, just being low level, not being able to fucking get pull yourself up by a bootstrap and do the thing that I did in order to make my millions, whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
And not being sharp, not being about it, not being all those other kinds of things, right? So the imagination that Be Brave has regarding, they just, after all, they're white, in other words, the white person thinking, smoking his pipe with his smoking jacket by his huge fireplace, let Be Brave and those cohorts come in, after all, they're white. It's like, no, it's not. They'd rather go find some other lower class people of a different race that they can understand are real hustlers and have the same exact spirit that their grandfather had when he came in some ship into the United States and built this wealth for them.
Well, that's the fucked up thing. That's the fucked up thing, right? Because you can be white and have that same hustling spirit, and they more or less see you, if they take you under their wing or let you into their palace, they see you as a threat and competition as well. And you see this with people like Be Brave and boomers in general. They didn't teach the next generation.
You're an outlier, Chuck.
You are an outlier. But the boomers, by and large, did not teach the next generation the skills necessary to survive, nor did they teach the skills necessary to do the work. And they pulled up the ladder at every chance. And then when you talk to Be Brave about this, he has the same disdain for whites beneath him that the rich whites have, and he will not acknowledge that. And me and him have talked about that a lot.
I was watching Be Brave one day, and he was discussing, would you rather have poor blacks as neighbors or poor whites? And he was just waiting for somebody to take the bait.
Yeah.
And no matter who took the bait, He said, "You're stupid. You know you want poor whites. You want your own kind around you. You don't want them damn blacks anywhere near you." And I about fell out my chair listening to him
Well,
talk.
he will not accept logic or reason. He will move the goalpost to get his point across. And the thing is, by and large, if you're middle class or poor, yeah, you want to stick to your own. People don't tend to mix. But he will not accept when I tell him places like my area is full of meth heads that will rob you, will come into your house and take your shit. He's like, no, the blacks are shooting up the inner cities and
Oh,
da da
bullshit.
da 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 da.
What is
Like
he?
he's like, and white people. He's like, white people don't do that. I'm like, I've been one of the ones to shoot up the rural town. I'm speaking from
First
experience.
ghetto drug place when we moved in there when I was born was upper middle class neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I was in my early teens, it was turning into a ghetto, but it was all white people. Poor white trash was taking over.
Yeah.
And
By the way, I told
Go ahead,
those
Chuck.
stories. I told those stories earlier to say this. That big mixed dude, right? He knows my beliefs. Me and him's almost got in a fight about it when
I remember he was
before
the
he knew.
N-word guy. I remember hearing
Yeah,
your stories about him
yeah.
before.
you talking about the
And
400-pound guy?
Yeah,
yeah,
that
the
guy.
6'5",
Oh
like almost
shit!
400 pounds. Me and him's almost come to blows over it. And and this was very first when I first started like coming back to where I was from. And I moved back to the neighborhood, and like anyway, after all this shit happened, me and him was smoking a blunt, and we were laughing, having a good time because you got to be the worst white nationalist Nazi I've ever met in my life. I'm like, why is that? He said, because I've only ever see you be violence to whites. Like I know you'll fight blacks. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
But I've
but
never seen you fight anybody with white people. And I just hit the blunt. Like you got to clean
that
your own
makes
jeans
sense, though.
before you start trying to scrub other people's.
Exactly. I had my black nationalist people I used to hang with. They were the same way. They're like, people go, why don't you ever talk about the things that white people do? He's like, no, we got to clean house first. We got to clean.
I was the last white. I was the last white family that lived in the neighborhood that I moved from, and I never really had much problems because I got along with most everybody, and I had enough friends around the area that we looked out for each other.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest problem we ever had was the lady next door was a little off. She'd get whacked out on something, and she would bring a pistol over wanting to shoot my wife.
Holy shit!
She wanted that Chuck D, bro. She wanted that CD.
I guess you give it to them once and they want more. They're not satisfied.
Once, huh?
See, I don't believe
Chuck,
in the
did she live
female
by herself?
orgasm, but they've always come back for seconds. That's kind of crazy.
Can't get enough.
Yeah, she was by herself. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But she was crazy.
Yeah, she wanted the Chuck. She wanted Chuck. Yeah. Now I want to show you guys this one. I think it's the hour mark right here on this video. It's very fascinating. Get your guys' opinion on this.
Included leaning far over the desk with his arms stretched forward.
No, you're okay. Go ahead. Okay.
Gesticulating violently, yelling at the highest key, and catching his breath with an effort. Similar scenes were less cultivation of the plain style. These addresses tended to be closely argued statements of great density, in which Puritans reasoned as relentlessly with their Maker as they did with one another. This intellectual approach to religion, over a broomstick, a custom among the reasons given by contemporaries for low church attendance among Southerners, was that they often got drunk on Saturday night and were in no condition to go to church on Sunday morning.
Yeah, that was the end of the religion part real quick. That's not what I wanted to show you, but they were talking about the difference between the Western Pennsylvania Quaker Germans and the Southern whites, like the Baptists versus, I guess, whatever the Quaker religion is, how they were more conservative, the German Quakers, rather than in the South. The folks from Scotland and northern England were more about the fellowship and whatnot.
Well, we got
they was just talking about people getting drunk and unable to attend church.
Mm-hmm.
My grandfather and his buddy went out drinking all night. They showed up to church, and that was back then. The preacher would greet everybody as they came in.
Right at the
Preacher got
door,
up.
huh?
Yeah, preacher got up to the podium. He says, "I'm not going to do the sermon that I was going to do. It appears we have a couple of sinners amongst us. They reek of alcohol." And when he pointed out my grandpa stood up, pulled out a 32, and tried to pop him. He got arrested for
Dude,
attempted murder.
oh my god! See, that's even a more extreme example of what Thomas is talking about right there. That's
And
wild.
that would have been the
That
early
is wild.
1900s. Yeah, that was the
I
early
mean,
1900s when
I
that
mean,
happened.
to be fair, he did step on my man's toes.
I mean, come on, bro. He pointed a fucking Glock at the preacher, bro. Come
I mean, to be fair, where I go to church at, the preacher would have just upped the tool back.
on. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Fair enough.
There
Now,
would have
this is
been
the
no
one.
charge for attempted murder.
It's like a zero sum experience situation. Like we're good. We're good.
And then you want to know when as the man was lying down bleeding out, he would have told the sermon about where Jesus said, "If you don't own a sword, sell your coin purse and buy one."
Well, he done good until he actually pointed at my grandpa. Grandpa said that crossed the line.
That's a cool ass grandpa, man. That's savage. Yeah.
Oh, he was savage.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
One
there's
about
something to be said, right, about that savagery. Because I appreciate education, I appreciate knowledge and wisdom. But knowledge and wisdom without the ferocity to enforce ideology and belief and morals is useless. It's kind of why I doubled down on Moxie when she was like the show your face thing. Anonymity is a tool, it is a weapon. We have seen time and time again people who like with the Shiloh Hendrix thing. If that had been anonymous, she wouldn't be facing charges now. We have seen time and time again where conservatives and Republicans and then even people on the more extreme right have been harangued and harassed because they show their face. Because they do these things. And the ignorance of somebody to want to have a shitty got you on shit like that, it shows that we live in a society of culture of critique. I hate cultures of critique because all you do is you go, actually, I believe this and I believe that, but with no fucking action or willingness to do anything about it, doesn't fucking matter what you believe.
exactly. You become what maybe Ike and you because if you read Soul, he talks about this in his later writing about how we're basically being run our governments by pencil pushing lawyers that are neocons that want to start all these wars. They've never been in a fight, probably most of them. They don't know about violence. You know what I mean? And this is something that I guess, according to the Southerners are tapped into it. People in urban environments are tapped into it. So but these lawyers that are running shit don't know fuck shit about anything.
Average, middle, and upper class are so removed from violence that they don't even realize their food in the grocery store comes from killing an animal.
Right. Exactly.
My man.
For the culture.
My granddad was a bad dude though, because my dad joined World War II when he just barely was 16. He just turned 16, lied about his age, and he sent all of his money home for his dad to put in the bank for him for when he got home. And when he got home from the war, there wasn't a dime to be had.
Oh shit!
My grandpa spent every last dime of it, and my dad hated his dad till the day he died. And I never did figure out why until later on. Dad told me it's because he used to beat the shit out of his mom.
Oh,
yeah, he'd get drunk and just beat the living, clean the house with her. He would say, and she'd be laid up for weeks at a time.
My grandfather had that issue with his father, him and his brother, but they had a healthy respect for their father, and they did something. And my grandmother hated the Klan because the Klan was about trying to police your own, and they would beat the fuck. She would notice they'd beat the fuck out of everybody else, but they were scared of my grandfather because he was a game warden, and he was a vet, World War II vet, and a bad motherfucker. Well, once his sons got to be 20, 21, I might get in trouble with my family telling this story if anybody finds out. When they're about 20, 21, they were on a hunting trip and they beat the ever living shit out of their dad. It was about 2 days after he beat my great grandmother. And they
Holy
beat the
crap.
fuck out of him so bad that he never picked up a bottle again.
Damn.
The only reason, and my great uncle literally has told all the men in our family, the only reason that they didn't kill him was because that was their father.
Mm-hmm.
My granddad died on a shitter with a bottle of whiskey. That's no lie.
Elvis
Straight up
died.
truth.
Holy shit.
Once my great grandfather put the bottle down, he became a loving husband and a good person, and that's why I absolutely support the policing of your own. I've even stated we need organizations like the Klan and Black Panthers to police our neighborhoods, and police our own.
Yeah. My grandpa on my mom's side, he was Scotch Irish, and he married my grandma. He was older than her. Her second marriage, she was Mexican American, and he tried to play that shit too, like trying to get. I don't know if he was handsy or whatever, but talked a lot of shit, and she wasn't having it. And she kind of put him in his place, and ended up getting
Was that
divorced.
in what state was that in?
In California. See, it was
Oh,
different.
really?
See, this
Wow.
is in Northern California, and I remember my grandpa, bro. Like they had a weird relationship because even when they were divorced after many years, they actually lived together. But that's another story. But he used to wear this shirt and hat that said like "proud to be a redneck." But then he would have his little mixed grandson with him in his Cadillac. This shit was funny. There was so much juxtaposition. That's why like I don't like maybe that's why like I never had a problem with Orthodox guy because he may say what he says, but I see his heart. And I know you can't
He's got a
measure
good
that,
heart.
yeah, exactly. They remind me of my grandpa.
There is blackness and evil that y'all are looking past. Just as a
I take that
forewarning.
But I'm saying though, it's like all these like identifications we put on each other and stuff. But in the end, it's what you do. You know, how you act and shit.
What's that old saying about something about character of a man?
Content of the character. You know what, OG, just to say that I agree a lot with what you mentioned regarding this kind of juxtaposition between, shall we say, intelligence and honor or integrity, especially when it comes to dealing with the violence that may or may not be necessary, right? And you guys said it all already, right? The video did talk about the upper and lower classes, for example, whether it's a dueling of the upper class or the rough and tumble fight of the lower class, whatever. But as you also know, the notion, even if you look at Plato's Republic, like the creation of those freaking philosopher king people were supposed to come out of the guardians, which is the warrior class. So it's a warrior, prince, philosopher, right? And we know most Roman emperors died from violence and whatnot, and we understood even from just like regular lords who had the land and people worked on, they were supposed to fight. Even up to like the Kennedys and the Bushes, you were expected to go in the military. It's part of being in the upper echelon, right? That's just it. So hence, it was always understood that the way to raise a prince is to give him both the intellect, the self-esteem, but also the challenges. Yeah, you're going to learn how to shoot that archery on horseback, be a good sword fighter, and all these other things, or shoot or whatever, whatever the hell it is, right? But recently, there's been this kind of crazy thing. It manifested all the way down to like, and I know you probably know people like this. There's a smart guy that fucking just ignores the body. Like, oh, I don't know what it is. Maybe they don't go to the gym. Maybe they're not this, whatever. But they just kind of like ignore physical reality and think that somehow it makes them superior. First of all, you can't ignore physical reality, including your physicality, and think that you're still smart. Even literally being able to think correctly, thinking it's outside of your body, and you think you could just neglect that. That's remarkably stupid even to begin with. But anyways, just saying I agree 100% with what you're saying. These things should be integrated. It makes perfect sense to that, you test the mind, you test the body, you test whatever of the particular good stock that you're selected to be your warrior king ubermensch ruler, which is Orthodox guy, as we all agree.
Absolutely, it's Orthodox and not
Absolutely
breakfast.
not. Absolutely
Yeah.
not. I may be a white nationalist, but I would put someone like you in charge. I'm gonna be dead ass honest with you. I
Okay,
have a
fine.
lot of
You could be,
improvement.
you
I have
could
a
be
lot of
his,
improvement to make.
his dark arts teacher. Ike's dark arts teacher.
Well, I have a lot of improvement to make before I can even want to. I have to master myself before I can even want to lead anyone else.
Yeah,
That's
but
why
but
that's why I've kind of taken away from politics myself.
but Orthodox guy, with even you saying that, humbling yourself, like we take you any day over breakfast tacos crew.
Fair enough, but the thing is, just because we would make that choice doesn't mean that I'm in a position to let rest on my laurels. I have to improve myself, and I have to make changes
Right.
within myself and improve myself before I feel like I am even worthy of having somebody say that.
I remember that saying now.
What
The
is it?
true character of a man is what he does when nobody's watching.
Mm,
Mm.
yeah, that's a fact. Yeah.
Much of the cultural pattern of Southern rednecks became the cultural heritage of Southern blacks, more so than survivals of African cultures with which they had not been in contact for centuries. Even in colonial times, most blacks on American soil had been born on American soil. Moreover, such cultural traits followed blacks out of the southern countrysides and into the urban ghettos, north and south, where many settled. The very way of talking, later to be christened Black English, closely followed dialects brought over from those parts of Britain from which many white Southerners came, though these speech patterns died out in Britain while surviving in the American South, as such speech patterns would later die out among most Southern whites and among middle-class blacks, while surviving in the poorer black ghettos around the country. For example, where a Northerner said, "I am," "you are," "she isn't," "it doesn't," and "I haven't," a Virginian, even of high rank, preferred to say, "I be," "you be," "she ain't," "it don't," and "I hain't." These Virginia speechways were not invented in America. They derived from a family or regional dialects that had been spoken throughout the South and West of England during the 17th century. From these same regions of England came such words as yaller for yellow, axe for ask, acrost for across, y'all for you,
You can't
bile
blame the
for
blacks for
boil,
acts, huh?
dough.
Yeah. Let me
Y-
ask you a
y'all,
question.
y'all watch what y'all doing.
Yeah. You can't. You only can blame us for that, for propagating it, making it super famous. That's about it. That's about it. We weren't the originators, though.
For door, dis for this,
This,
and that for
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Many of these usages have long since died out in England, though the word chitlins for hog entrails continued to be used in some localities in England, even in the 20th century.
Chuck, have you ever tried that, or Ike? Chitlins.
Chitlins? Oh my
Yeah.
God, they stink when you're cooking them. They stink so damn bad. Whew.
That's why you're cleaning and cooking them. I haven't had it. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind trying it though. Like I'm not a.
You just
I'm
gotta cook the shit out of it.
squeamish when it comes to. I'm sorry. What?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
He said cook the shit. He said cook the shit out of him. You got to cook the shit
Literally.
out of him. Literally, yeah, yeah. No, even here in Taiwan, I mean, they fry everything on the street food. They literally have the chicken asshole you can buy fried. So it's not like it's like black or Southern culture are the only ones that eat from the rooter to the tutor. I mean, everyone throughout the world does that. Mexicans do that shit too. So.
Waste not, want not.
Right. That's why it was out of necessity, right?
Mm-hmm.
That stuff. Yeah.
As such usage remained common among Black Americans. But no such words came from
So they're
Africa,
nasty.
nor did the holiday Kwanzaa, which originated in Los Angeles. The slaves' custom of
Kwanzaa, that was made by Dr. Karenga, who was allegedly working for the CIA when he was a
Really?
professor at
Dr.
UCLA.
Karanga was made up by Dr. Karanga.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear the name. I mean, the name doesn't even sound right or real.
No,
Like,
dude, when I was going to Long Beach State as a freshman, he was the chair of the Black Studies department, and I remember he came into our class and he was like, Michael Jordan. He was talking. This is when Space Jam came out, and he was wearing a African shirt, and he was like, Michael Jordan, and he had a high voice. He's like, Michael Jordan played Mammy to a little white rabbit. in the movie Space Jam. It's like, oh damn. I mean, I never thought of it like that, but I guess you can see it like that. But anyway, he worked for the CIA and shit, and he was involved in getting some Black Panthers sent to jail allegedly. So yeah, there's like a lot of funny stuff going on, huh? When you look at it, a lot of funniness going on. Yeah.
Marking their marriages by jumping over a broomstick, a custom resurrected at a posh wedding among blacks in 20th century New York as a mark of racial identity, was in fact a pagan custom in Europe in centuries past and survived for a time among Southern whites.
Oh, so that's a pig. So that wasn't the African thing, jumping over the broom. I thought that was always like a Black Southern thing. Yeah.
It was. They picked it up, but it was huge down here.
Yeah. But the way they try to market it in recent years, when I like in the last 20 years, when I saw it, it was like more of a homage to Africa or something.
You know what? Regarding that, and also I heard. Sorry for just jumping in like that. I heard Mr. OG talking about the African versus FBA or Black American or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think that part of it, a lot of it. So, but first of all, I just thought that was interesting, right? That OG, just from OG's perspective, because he was saying, "Oh, I was fucking surprised that we saw Africans and African Americans going at each other, probably on Chaotic Truth's channel or some shit."
Oh yeah.
But a big part of one of the sources of friction have to do with things like what you're mentioning, for example, right? A lot of fake Africanization, right, was done, right? That I think took away the identity of certain people in a manner in which if they said, "Hey, you are fucking with my identity in ways that I don't like," they would have a case. In other words, some of the animosity from the African American side makes sense in the sense that there was a lot of fake fucking, like for example, the Kwanzaa or the jumping over the room marketing.
No Africa fucking holiday. That's a damn
and everything else.
American
Like,
holiday.
Okay, shout out to Orthodox guys as well, talking about the iron man sharpeneth man, living together and coming up within this context. White America, Black America, America. Okay.
In general,
it's America. So stop with the. If you could, yes, sure, they came from Africa, and what is real. But stop making up fake shit and stop taking away from the fact that these are really Americans, right? And because people say, "Oh, how about the animosity?" Like, we know that really what defines you is not really. I'm not saying defines you, but what really gets at you or at your core and that is motivating you and causing you to act in ways that you would consider to be important and at your core, your enemy will bring that out from you more than, just like a neutral situation, right? So saying that black and whites were in this antagonistic relationship, right? Literal master-slave relationship, and saying therefore they're separate. It's like, no, that makes them close as fuck. Those are the closest motherfuckers ever. It's not.
Yeah, when you know you have an enemy and a quote unquote enemy or adversary, you get to see your true attributes come out. But if you're this neutral, lukewarm person going through life that never stands on anything or goes against anything, pushes back on anything, you don't bring out what's really underneath all the fucking fake facade persona. So Chuck, I don't know if you're aware of that. Like there's been this big, almost like a civil war, and like in black and social media among Black Americans, of folks that how would you explain it? Like that want to let everyone know the fact that their family has been in America for generations, and that if you're Black and you haven't been here for generations, if you're like a newly immigrated
You're talking
to America,
about what do they call themselves? The originals or something like that.
What's it called, Ike? You were just saying it, like foundational Black American.
Oh, the foundational Black American.
And by the way, Taylor, Flow State, Powder Dusty is a foundational Black American. We need to. We just okay. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, that's the funny thing is like he is, but my dad's not. My dad's from Swaziland, and his family's from Mali. West Africa. So I'm literally a first generation African American. I was born here in America. So you know what I mean? So a lot of those people, and I've gotten it before, when they find out that, some of them they kind of look at me sideways.
Yep.
So it's like, which is stupid because it's like, first of all, we're all Americans, and if you want to go with the color shift, we're black. He black, she black. You know, so what? I think it's all fucking stupid. But I can understand what you're saying, Ike, in terms of like you don't want to be misrepresented either, right?
Yeah.
When they do
Okay. And let's unearth some there's also legitimately like a psychological. In other words, why the fuck would you want to be African? It's not like they just conquered the world yesterday or some shit like that, or like and then so because you want to. So the point is, and what I just said, right, is something that each person has to ask themselves and then work through it. But most people are going to be like, if I can drop this fucking African shit, because after all, I'm American in the way which we just described, even though we're in an antagonistic relationship with the dominant society and whatnot, then my first impulse is to fucking drop the African shit, right? So there is that aspect. There is the, okay, well, which particular badges are worth picking up here? And it's not like there's any, what the fuck? Why would I want to pick up the African one? Right? So why? So the people that then kind of hoist that shit upon them, especially when it comes, let's say from, I don't know, let's say you want to say it's the left or some kind of, the Dr. Karangas of the world, or is it Karenga? Whatever. I'm sorry. Is it Karenga or Karanga? Karenga. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Is he an actual African, or is he one of these guys that changed his name?
He changed his name, bro. His name's like Clyde Jenkins or some shit like that.
So that whole thing of like, oh, it's like just it's a little
so fake, bro.
Because what's real is real. Reality is reality. And you are who you are. You don't have to start doing backflips because Orthodox guy, the grandfather, fucking whipped you.
I know.
Flo used to get a lady to come on his program. I ain't seen her in quite a while, but she claims she was an Aboriginal.
Oh yeah, that's a big one, right, Ike?
Yeah, she would argue with if someone said they was African American, she would tear them up one side and down the other.
Yeah, so you guys already have been exposed to all that. So that Aboriginal stuff, that is a direct psychological. You could call it like a break with reality, and it's a direct psychological fucking rejection of the Africans. It's like literally up to the level where you just completely say, you know what, never was in Africa. no one ever just. So that's the funniest one. They have all kinds of wild stories, man.
That's a big one, bro. People, not only that,
this lady was.
Africa.
Yeah, this lady was killer on folk. Whew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then like not only that, they're trying to talk about cultural appropriation, like the Native American people. Now, don't get me wrong. Maybe I need to look into it even more. I wasn't there, but maybe they were one and the same. But we don't know that until we get the receipts. You're kind of like throwing all the Native American culture in the garbage, or trying to co-opt it and shit.
She even said they were here before the Indians.
Yes, and the thing is, English was also their language. You go that far because different people have different ways of describing, explaining different things. Yeah, one of the things you got to explain is the language thing. So, and then they say, that English is the fucking.
She didn't call it language. She called it verbiage.
Yeah,
very clear.
This is their verbiage, and they invented a lot of technological stuff too, both here and in England. Now it depends on the people go further and further with this. But one point I was just going to make about that, kind of going further with it, is if you keep it fairly narrow, and you say that I have certain, there was obviously mixing, you might say, with Africans and African American, or African Americans and Native Americans, right? And you could say that, especially there's some writings, right, that would lead one to say, okay, maybe there were some dark skinned people here, or some things that were legitimately written that could be misread that way, even if you have a different interpretation of it. But you're like, okay, cool, I see why you misread that, but it's not really that they're black. There's this tribe that painted themselves black, which was an actual thing, by the way. But So they have some legitimacy though, and just kind of saying, you know what, we were kind of part of the whole thing, and right now it's not really, I'm mainly Native American or whatever, right?
Mhm.
Or you can say that they came together in the freezing of the Barren Straits, whatever, when people did that whole crossing, or that they got a boat and all these other kinds of things. But the more they start expanding, God, even up to the level of like when you go really kind of prehistoric and talk about certain kind of ancient possible crossings, I'm willing to kind of just give you some of that there, because it's like, all kinds of fucking shit happened. I wasn't there. The plausible stories that are told and I get, you seem to be making sense, you know. But then, yeah, they go full break of reality, and it's just like, no, we were here, we was always here. We are the only Native Americans. As a matter of fact, white people are, and we are this. And it's just like they go nuts with it, and it's funny. Anyways.
It is. It's like I mean, I've done the story, the show on the Yakub story and stuff like that, and it's like, if it's true or not, regardless if it's like we're here now, man. Like that doesn't, like, people are just trying to flex on everybody, bro. Like, I'm superior.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that what it is, Chuck? Isn't that's what people have always done and always will do, and doesn't matter which thing they're doing it with.
Whatever you say, I got to one up you.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it my whole life.
Yeah.
I'm one up better than you.
I heard Chuck doesn't flush the toilet. He just scares the shit out of it.
I tell you this you see our backdrop with the Confederate Old Glory on there. I remember Chuck's, when you used to ride around with your avatar, it had the Tennessee. Like, I'm sure people were freaked out by it sometimes, huh?
They were. Well, that's the reason I did it. It says Tennessee for Trump, if I remember right.
Oh, even more double down, huh?
Yeah, but I started using that before the election just to piss people off, to have something to talk about.
Yeah.
And without looking at it, they just assumed. And I said, well, you need to look at that flag a little closer. It's not what you think it is.
Yeah, because all this whole time I always thought it was Confederate. It's not. It's not. It's an American flag, and then the Tennessee flag.
Tennessee state flag. Right.
Yeah. See, that's my programming, and that's
crazy.
wild, bro. This whole time I always thought that was like a fucking.
Everybody did. They just assumed it was the Civil War flag.
Yeah. Damn. I don't know.
Yeah, everybody has their own biases and ignorances.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this is why, like, Ike's point of view is very interesting. Everyone's point of view is great, but Ike, especially when we're talking about race and stuff, because you have all these people on Black Twitter, for example, which this means is Black social media, always talking about, like, they want to go back to Africa, to Ghana, and all this shit, because they think it's going to be like a utopian society and all this stuff. So, because coming from Africa, like, when what would you say to those people, bro, that think it's going to be like all gravy just because it's a homogeneous?
Oh boy.
Yeah. So, well, let's take a step back. Just so, have you heard anybody say, or let's say, Orthodox guy, do you know about this stuff in terms of like people A, wanting, and then B, now going back and C, grifters on YouTube having podcasts saying, I have land to sell you in Africa and or whatever, and buy my course or whatever, and blah blah blah.
Yep.
I am actually quite familiar with it.
Okay, cool. All right.
How much land did you buy? Oh, gee.
None. There was this ghetto dude who, when I was a white nationalist, that we would talk to.
Jay Prince?
Like, some of the this is well before I was ever part of this panelverse. This dude would always like talk hot shit like he was somebody, and he'd be like, I got land. And he was kind of like antagonistic and a grifter. Like most of the people in the nationalist circles that I talked to, whether it was white nationalist, black nationalist, Hispanic, Asian, so forth, they were pretty chill people to talk to, but you always had ignorant, stupid fucks and grifters on all of it. And like, he was one of the biggest grifters. Like, I got land. He has like an acre in, I think, Ghana. He was talking about how he had so much land in Africa and he was going to move back, and he had like an acre. in Ghana.
So
And couldn't afford to even go there or do anything with it.
to answer your question, sir, is it NPC? Is that what you go by? I'm sorry,
Gabriel
Gabriel.
is his first name, I think.
So is
Gabe or
NPC the name of
Gabriel.
the channel, or why does OG call him NPC? Because that's what I thought his moniker was.
It was when I first met him.
hold
He's
on.
since changed the channel.
I was on
to
mute.
Gabriel's
Sorry.
Trap House.
You got it. Yeah. That was it. Like I had it for Gabriel NPC for the last year. I just changed it a couple weeks ago to Gabriel's Trap House Gains. More fitness focus. And
Okay.
Yeah, so you can call me Gabriel. That's my name. Nice to meet you. Formally.
Likewise. Now, to answer the question, let's take it in a couple of layers. One layer is just like the practical business layer. In other words, I don't know what you've done, anybody, maybe your job, maybe some kind of a business, or even run a household, or just fucking try to stay alive and afford eggs and beef these days, right? But you know that if you're not successful in terms of doing things in a structured environment, such as the West, such as the United States, where okay, there's a regulation for everything, there's a insurance and a license for everything, and you follow this particular path, and you A, B, C, D. If you're able to, let's say, if you can't succeed in terms of doing a business there, I'm not saying making a business or succeeding as a business person is easy. I'm saying, but the best place to try to fucking succeed in business-wise is the fucking United States. That's what people come here to fucking do, right? It's the whole fucking point of this shit. If you don't have a fucking business in the United States, well, you want to go to Africa. So a lot of what the things that these people want to do is they want to go, Africa and the business land, and I'm gonna have this business. And what the fuck are you talking about, business? You better have a fucking business going already than have proven yourself and be able to maybe expand or invest, therefore, which is a completely different conversation than most of these people are having, right? They think they're just going to go out there and somehow make money, be a consultant and whatever. That's one of the big issues. And you'd be surprised.
Because they're so awesome. Because they're so awesome. People are going to pay them.
People are very delusional, right? And you'd be surprised how delusional they are when it comes to this particular aspect, for one, right? And then there's this other aspect, which, is probably the aspect from which the whole question arose, which is the social aspect, the whole cultural aspect, the whole what the fuck are they expecting aspect. So they go there and they're expecting not to find an ongoing thing already happening, right? And they forgot that maybe they may like or not like this ongoing thing that's already happening, meaning the societal norms, the order, the systems, the pace, the current technological and bureaucratic setup of the government and whatnot, all these things, right? And then the social kind of cultural, learn the language, learn the ways of the people, blah, blah, blah. The same kind of thing that you would think if you were moving to Japan or something, right? Because if you were like because why would you just assume that? So they go there and they find things like, for example, haggling culture is still very much part of like Africa or the Middle East, right? You go into some store and how much is the lamp? They give you a number, you give them a number, right? And you guys meet somewhere in between. So but an American will look at that as being cheated if they did not know that they could haggle. So I see NPC coming through, right? I'm a hungry, dusty little Ghanaian out here with a little shop that sells whatevers, and I see Gabriel coming through. I'm like, oh shit! I'm gonna tell him $100, and he might just pay $100 for this shit that I typically sell for $16, right? And Gabriel pays, and Gabriel thinks like he's rich, because then they come back and like, oh, these guys they always charge me more, and it's like, no, fucking pay attention. Okay, follow someone around and see the prices they pay and see the whatever, and then you never have to fucking. You only look if you pay them, they'll take it. That's what's like.
You damn right.
You give me $100 for this stuff, fine, I'll take it. You were supposed to haggle, you just didn't know. And yes, I will increase or decrease my starting price based on who I see. Like if I'm a fucking car salesman in a lot, I see Chuck, with his fucking handful of freaking bands, I'm gonna start a higher price.
Bands to make them dance. Chuck.
Well, just some thoughts about that, just on the practical business side of things, and then also on the cultural side of things, the things that understand. And then when it comes to the systems, they forget that United States and a certain kind of. In other words, here's the main thing: there's the Wild West. In other words, frontier. Most recent of which was the Wild West. That's why I still kind of refer to it that way. Right now, maybe the Wild West is underground, underwater or outer space. Right. In other words, in the Wild West, there's a lot of opportunity, but you gotta be a tip top shape, to fucking get it. In other words, if you consider looking back towards the established as parts of the United States, right, where with the systems already going, if you can't even prove yourself there, you don't even have then why do you think it's out here in the Wild West where there are no systems, where you have to be your own security, your own lawyer, your own understander of how to move and learn? You gotta be like a little special units operating force, right?
Right.
And if you can do that, which is not a big deal, right? It's just walking and chewing gum, and that most of these people can't do, right? But you'd be surprised at the percentage that can't do that, right? But if you can do that, then the opportunity in the Wild West is kind of like almost uncapped growth, because it's undeveloped territory, because there's low-hanging fruit in undeveloped territory by that definition, right? It's a place where you can still make money off of commodities such as sugar, cement, rice, or whatever. It's a place where you can make money off of things that are at that level by simply doing some simple value-added level things to it,
Joe Cool says he's been backstage for an
my
hour.
bad.
Oh,
No, he
shit.
hasn't. He's not even on here.
An hour?
I don't even see his Joe Cool. I don't even see your thing here. What? Try that again, bro. I do not see you. I've been checking this bitch the whole time. I didn't see you. If you were, I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what the fuck's up with that. Try it again, man.
It's all right. You can be honest with him. You just don't let black folk up here.
I don't like people who terrorize the police. Did they leave a message? No. Hey, you guys, do you see a message from Joe Cool back there?
I don't see one.
I don't see
do
it.
not.
Are you banned or
I
something?
don't either.
I don't know why you would be. What the hell? No, you're not
Shadow
banned. You're
realm.
not. What the fuck?
I think Joe's been smoking too much Yakubi oil.
Yeah, try Yakubi oil. He's on the Yakub strand. What the hell? Joe Cool, try that again, man. Because no, I would have put you up in a second. This would have been perfect for this.
He's probably on somebody else's show and don't even realize it.
That's what he says right now. He says, I'm watching Cops and the real. Oh, he's watching Cops. Real Cops. Okay. Yeah, well, try that again, Joe, because I did not see you on there. Yeah. Man. We're not supposed to have conversations like this, guys.
All right, MPC. It has been wonderful, but I have a friend that's supposed to be coming over. I have to bounce.
Only if she has a big booty, we'll let you go. No, I was kidding.
Unfortunately, it is a he, and it is my best homie.
Okay.
Oh, now we know what you're doing. Okay.
Chuck.
I'm smoking weed and I'm gonna smoke
This
some
late at
weed.
night, yeah.
I'm gonna smoke some weed and play some fucking split screen old school video games is what I'm gonna be doing.
Yeah. GoldenEye? Yeah.
Nah,
no, but
Halo.
yeah, for sure.
Halo.
Okay, even
He
better.
gonna be playing Brown Eye.
Oh, Chuck, I'll let Chuck say.
Chuck, why do you make everything so gay?
We're gonna get into that. Chuck's origin story. Chuck, when did you first have this humor where you have to bring up the gay shit, huh, Chuck?
Came from the military.
Oh,
came from,
I might even say Scotland, the Highlands.
Nope, came from the
Is
military.
everybody in the military just gay?
Look, I think I've experienced something similar because I went to boarding school, right? You get a bunch of dudes together in a segregated environment, right? You know, it's not about being gay, but it's like that's the go-to joke, right?
That's
it's just
true, yeah.
You got it.
I went to an all boys high school, Jesuit school. It wasn't boarding, and one of the things, at least with my friends, we try to not talk about the gay shit because we're so sick of hearing other haters from other school talk about gay shit. But
you guys are constantly being called gay.
Yeah, from other schools because they were hating.
Hey, you go to that all boys school? Gay?
The boys.
I will say the name, but the name doesn't help. The name of the school doesn't help. So, there were songs and fucking poems about it, our school, but we beat up on them in sports though. Yeah.
Weeping Brown Eye School, Jesuit school.
It's not about me; it's about Orthodox. Let's make fun of him. Come on, we're making fun of Orthodox guy. All right, Orthodox. I appreciate you coming through, brother. That was fucking amazing.
No problem,
It was
man.
great.
And I'm sorry I couldn't stay for the entire show.
It's okay.
Yeah, we got to
It's
do
okay.
this again, man. We got to do this again.
Well, definitely. I have my no, we can still talk, guys. I was gonna play the outro show. Well, as Orthodox leave, I'll play the outro. One of my favorite songs growing up. But no, Ike, doesn't that sound like rap music? Kinda. You still there, Ike? Maybe.
Yeah.
That country music sounds like rap, kind of. Huh? It's all like, I don't know. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, well, that's what kind of music are you into? Would you say?
I think my favorite is hip hop. I also like R&B for sure, reggae, dancehall. But like that music, what I just played right now, it's kind of like that's the type of music I was raised with. My mom would play a lot of old country. They call it outlaw country. Where they're basically talking gangster shit, type of shit. So, but yeah, I like psychedelic rock, Led Zeppelin. You know.
Okay, good. Do you play any or do anything musically at all?
Nah, I
On
just
the creative
listen.
side? Gotcha. Okay.
Listen and dance. Yeah, that's something I wish I would have done. But I remember you were saying that you're a lead singer of a reggae band. So have you always been playing instruments and singing?
Not always, and I
Yeah.
still don't really play an instrument. I mean, I mess around with a keyboard, piano, but that's
Yeah.
but really for me, it's writing the songs, singing the songs, performing the songs. Which, by the way, hip hop was so hip hop, dancehall, reggae. I've written many different styles, right?
Yeah.
But you know, this was not the reason for the line of my questioning. Was me talking about myself. It was to because you asked about like the music, right? In terms of like the similarity, and
Yeah.
I just want to. Typically, maybe it's like a habit of making music, but I wanted to kind of broaden or up level the conversation, as I've heard some fucking podcast losers say. So up level the conversation to like just styles of music, genres of music, and whatnot, right? So, but a lot of this type of country, or like Johnny Cash, for example, too, that tend to have like
He's
they have
definitely outlaw country.
they have the hard driving rhythm, right? Whether it's slow or forget the tempo, but there's a train like rhythmic aspect to how they kind of move along. And then there turns out to obviously be an emphasis on the spoken word rather than melody. For sometimes, right? They do that there. So you got these two things together. Obviously, then if you're someone that appreciates music, you're going to see the similarity between the two vibes, right?
I see.
Doing something similar rhythmically and also with regards to spoken word and whatnot, right? And then there's the question of the subject matter, which again is appropriate given the conversation that we had about the hillbilly culture, right? The honor culture, right? So those themes are also going to come across.
He literally said it in that song. Well put, man. Like when he was talking about, like, I had a friend in New York City, and he was talking about, like, how they corresponded and stuff. And when he found out that his friend was killed violently, he was like, he wants to blow the guy's head off now. That did it. So that's honor culture right? That's honor culture right there. You fuck with my fam.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I used to. Did you grow up in Southern California?
Northern California.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, like San Francisco Bay Area, Oakland, San Jose. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of one of my spots. I'm currently in the Bay Area right now. Is what I'm saying. Is what I'm telling you.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah.
Flew in from Oregon. A couple of, but Southern California, I've lived there for a while too, right?
Yeah, I went
And
to
you
college
know,
there for 1 year at Long Beach State.
which college did you go over there?
Long Beach State.
Gotcha. Um,
Yeah.
oh, so that's your only contact with Southern California was just 1 year of Long Beach State.
Oh no, but then I'd go back though because like a lot
Gotcha.
of my best friends I met like in South Central and around.
What did you think about what was your attitude towards the difference between Southern California and Northern California?
A lot faster in Southern California. Faster in terms of literally the traffic. Driving when I got back.
Yeah. Traffic is faster. The pace
faster.
of life is a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll say this, man. Like, in terms of the people I've met that were from the hood, like Watts and South Central, they were some of the most accepting, cool. Definitely, you don't want to, but like they're so like warm, kind of like this fucking Southern culture type shit. Like to me, more so than some of the people up from back home in San Jose. Maybe that's like more of a social like economic thing more than anything. But I remember because it seemed like growing up in San Jose, where I grew up, Silicon Valley, that because I didn't move to Oakland until I was a young man when I got married. But growing up in San Jose, it was like you're in the middle, like it's suburb, but then there's parts that are still hood. So you got a lot of these kids that are kind of like fronting a little bit, Whereas the real deal, when we went down to because I went with my best friend from high school, we were roommates in Long Beach. When me and Brian and I we went down to L.A. Long Beach, the real street dudes were some of the coolest people we ever met. And they embraced us and stuff, even though we were from Northern California. Because even though we're from the same state, it's very different. Yeah.
Do you have like? I mean, generally speaking, I don't take this because I've lived in all kinds of different kinds of neighborhoods and associated with many different kinds of people. And I know what you're saying about the gang guys and that embrace that you're talking about. And I wanted to kind of check something to see here because that's why I'm asking you. Like, what kind of neighborhood did you grow up? Was there gang activity where you grew up?
Peripherally, there was.
Only okay.
See, I grew up in like a kind of lower middle class, but lower. So, and then like as my friend group expanded, I was introduced to more of the gangs and stuff. But literally in my neighborhood, it wasn't crazy. It wasn't until, like I said, when I moved in my 20s to Oakland, where like my whole world was like, it's like this is a real life fucking GTA shit. But like growing up, no, like it was. Yeah, I was, and also too, my mom always, even though we didn't have much money, she always made it a point that I went to the Jesuit prep school and stuff like that. So
gotcha. But you seem like the kind that can probably know how to maneuver in good faith and keep the peace going, regardless of the crowd, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, and that's a key aspect there because what I found is because I used to hang out with a lot of Floreno types,
Oh yeah.
Southern,
The Southerners are the straight Southern blue gangsters, Mexican gangsters. Yeah.
Yeah. Those guys, along with other just general hood types. By hang out, I mean there's for several reasons. Number one, going to community college, I lived in certain kind of neighborhoods. I think I lived in between Fontana and Rialto and whatnot. And I was kind of also comfortable with that kind of thing. Just if I take it a step back, because I like let's just call them people that they may have a criminal tendency, right? I'm talking about a group. I'm talking about a particular group of people, right? Okay, so in that group, yes, you're gonna have some horrible people that you don't want to fucking deal with, fucking psychopaths and whatever. It's like, nah, I'm not talking about that. But I'm
Rich
talking about
or
people
poor or whatever. Doesn't matter, huh? Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I'm talking about people who have the balls to kind of paint outside the lines and are willing to take the consequences. In other words, it's almost similar to this honor culture shit that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But that's kind of always been like my crew. Like, so in high school, this boarding high school I was telling you about, like I hung out with what you may call like the bad boys. So which will make me one of the bad boys, I guess. I was kind of like
by association, huh?
Yeah, that type of bad boy. Because I was, and it was because there are different kinds of bad boys. I mean, I would pride myself like, hey, the people I hung out with, these were legit, you know, lone wolf bad guys. Not this fucking trying to play hierarchy games or do bullshit. You know what I mean? The people who just
Those are real
yeah.
Sigmas you're fucking with.
Yes, yeah, let me put it that way. I don't want to go internet language cringe on it. Like, it's
I mean, tongue-in-cheek,
fucking I guy came over and says, all this Sigma shit. Anyways,
dude, you're coming from a guy that like his son is 7 and he plays a video game called Steal Your Brain Rot. So we're okay. I'm okay with fucking around with all those internet memes terms and shit.
Okay,
that's literally the number one game right now. It's crazy. Another story though.
I like that crowd, right? For that reason, painting outside the lines, but being able to also, yeah. It's like I was saying earlier on. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but that's it, dude. You're exact. That's. Oh, you can be going if you need to keep landing, but it sparks something that's very important. What I was
Go ahead
I'll
and
just
go ahead and
say,
say.
fuck
Go ahead and
it,
say.
because what you said, bro. It's like it's like this video I saw years ago that when I was really trying, because I've been here for 9 years in Taiwan, and I did content like my first channel I hear was Blaxican in Taiwan, where I would vlog on the streets and stuff, tell you about Taiwan, my being quote unquote black Mexican dude, like in Taiwan, how it is. And I would watch other people, other like quote unquote black expats in Asia to see what their content was, just to get a feel for what's going on. And I remember watching this one video where this guy was talking about he was black dude in Japan, and he said I could relate to it, and I still can relate to it. And it goes on what you're saying. He says it wasn't until I was living in Japan for about four or 5 years is when I actually started making friends. It's because like there's different types of people there. You got the people who are oblivious to anything outside of their school. They're all robots with their school. He didn't use the term robot. All they do is school, university. And then there's people that are like, just all about work. And then there's people who are just stupid. But he said it wasn't until he started to experience the nightlife on his 4th or 5th year living there, meeting girls at clubs, I guess it sounds like, or bars, is when he started to make his friends. See, the friends of those girls were Yakuza, the Japanese gangsters, and he at the time he said they never necessarily said they were part of the Yakuza, but he knows, you can kind of tell, right? And he said the same reason he started to find an affinity for these guys was the same reason, kind of like what you're saying, that they're the guys that are willing to like color outside the lines and not conform to society so much. And they were in doing so, they were a lot looser and fun, and actually thought outside the box and open minded, but also didn't take bullshit as well. So, and that's part of the reason I haven't really found that many friends out here in Taiwan. But that's on me because I haven't really been searching either. I guess so you said it perfectly, bro. And I think that's what I was been doing my whole life. That's why, like in high school, even though we went to that night high school, all my friends were from the east side or from the south side. You know what I'm saying? So, which is like more of the the hood areas of my city.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hear what you're saying. So that the creativity is one thing I just wanted to say regarding that, to land the plane, right?
Yeah.
Because coloring outside the lines, pushing the boundaries, being an outlier of a particular sort, right? Psychologically, cognitively, and so on. Obviously, there's an intersection between this and what you may call criminality, right?
Right.
Because it's just it depends on what kind of art you're doing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What is the art? In which way are you really bending the rules and creating whatever? But and obviously, I don't even have to get into like any of the ethics or anything like that, because it's not about that. But if you're a creative person, in other words, it's about looking at yourself correctly. If you're a creative person, if you're somebody that is who is kind of a little bit outside the box, so to speak.
Yeah, I was a film guy. I would film all the homies. Yeah. That's another way I was able to get in where I fit in. Yeah.
What kind of cameras were you working with back in the day?
Dude, this is straight ghetto, like Zoom Zoom camera. I remember from back in the day, and also like my phones,
Mm.
those Androids, and I would just edit it up and make music videos or vlogs and stuff, kicking it with the homies and stuff. Yeah, yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm
But like the art is it's a big thing. The artists, because a lot of them were artists in different. They had different mediums and stuff. Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
But so you said that it was fast paced. So Southern California.
Oh yes,
What
yeah. It was a little bit
the
more faster pace. Yeah.
now when you let's say that you compare like okay other aspects of culture, let's just say the food. What was your for the year out there in Long Beach? And I'm sure
Hmm.
you went all over from Orange County, LA County. You kind of
Hmm.
got the lay of the land. What would you say
Yeah.
about the food, the restaurants, the availability, north versus south?
Hmm. Mm. I'd say a lot more mom and pop shit that I like. Yeah, because
In the
I'm
in the south?
in the South. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot more. Whereas we have more franchises, and I mean, you have your mom and pop stuff, but a place like Tommy Dogs, I used to like, and Wasco's Chicken and Waffles, of course, and Louisiana Chicken. Like we didn't have all that shit up north. We had a lot. What we had was the mom and pop with taquerias, Mexican
Hmm.
food, a lot of different stuff. But I don't know. I think the food choices were quite interesting down there.
Did you get into any Asian foods, whether Japanese or
Oh, back
Vietnamese
then,
or
no, no, nope,
no no pho
no.
or
I was kind
Korean
of
fucking
yeah. I was kind of scary with that. It wasn't until I got my when I got back from school, like in 2000 or whatever, 2002, when I was like, when I had my Chinese girlfriend. So when I started to try sushi and all that Chinese food and stuff. And now look at me now. Look at me now.
Yep.
I'm immersed in it
Yep.
here in Taiwan. Yeah,
Yep.
I never because people seem to think that oh, you're a passport bro. You have an Asia file, as my friends used to say, Asian fetish, and if I did, I didn't know it because my thing was my fetish is like race murder. Bad bitches is what I like. Yeah, that's no matter what color they are or whatever. But the more I think about it, there's like what brought me here to Asia. I don't know. Now I'm being existential moment with you, Ike.
It was
But what is your thought? What is your thought with the difference between northern and in Southern California?
so when it comes to the food, I would agree with you first of all that there's more of an abundance.
Mm-hmm.
There is a slowness and a casualness, and I'll go back to the food as well in a second. But there's more of an abundance of mom and pop, and then there's some other things too that I find different.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the slowness and fastness of things, there's I think there's a certain kind of more casualness as in the Northern California. I had some complaints about it initially when it comes to this aspect, but let me hold on to that for a second. I think there's some more casualness in a way where it's less ostentatious, right? So if you have money in Northern California, in my view, it's not it's there's not a lot of you don't get into a lot of flashing of the money, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In Southern California, mainly because you can see it's the influence of Hollywood and all that glamour shit,
Uh
right?
huh.
There is that you can tell that you're close to Hollywood somehow, right?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, so it's
Yeah.
still in a way down to earth and mom and pop and all this shit,
Uh
whatever.
huh.
But there is that kind of glitz and flash that people
Mm-hmm.
do, and you can go to the right establishment or the right street or the right beach or the right,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of that going on as opposed to be more available here. You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot
Yeah.
of So
Yeah.
that was a big one that I noticed. I was like, oh, okay, it's a kind of difference in culture. I think as a result, the Southern California may be a little bit more cold, but Southern California was a good training ground, right? Because perhaps I think, if you want the ultimate training ground, you say, okay, well, New York, training for what, right? Just talk about training for. If you're going to be in business of any kind, you want to train with the Sharks, right?
Yes.
um,
Yeah.
and then later on, because like I moved up north, and I also kind of go to Oregon, and I work in Washington as well, Idaho, and so on. Even some Nevada stuff, but that's a different thing altogether. Now, but I feel like I have a great advantage when I'm in Portland, for example. I have an edge because I was raised with the Sharks and the Wolves in Southern California, right?
Right.
There's
Like
a
city
different
guy
hustle
comes to the
spirit.
small town.
Exactly, there's a hustle spirit which is there. I was talking to some guy about it because I noticed it a while ago. And I was like, hey, did you notice? Like, because we just had some meetings, and he's a Southern California guy, right? And got some meetings in Oregon. I was like, so did you notice that whether they're into the thing or not, or whether it's not about the success of the meeting really, but it's just an easier social. There's not a lot of friction, right? And that allows you to kind of be more relaxed, and then you can save some energy, save of your typical kind of wrestling energy, and just use it to deploy whatever your message or whatever it is you're trying to persuade this person of, or whatever the fucking task is for which you're engaging this person, right? So that's another kind of difference that I noticed. Northern California, okay, I found that the food here, I don't know, for some reason, is saltier. And it was like a consistent thing that I noticed, right?
Interesting.
And it was like, when I first moved here, I was like, so I'm like, is it just the rest? It's like, no, each place I go to, I'm like, saltier. I'm like, interesting, I guess. But I don't know if the climate has some.
Oh, you saw me this time.
That's all. They didn't even see you before, bro. Yeah.
It's okay. It was okay.
Good to have you, OG.
Yeah.
Sorry if you had to wait. Ike's telling us about the difference he's seen between the Northern Cali and Southern Cal. Now he was saying that the food. Listen to this. He's saying the food is saltier. He feels like in Northern.
Yes. I never thought of that on my own, but that sounds like a good thing. I like a little more shit.
This fucking guy.
This fucking guy. This New York guy. Obviously, it seems like you didn't like it too much, right?
Yeah.
I understand and appreciate there's going to be certain kind of levels to things, and I like to cook a lot, all kinds of dishes and stuff like that. And I appreciate the art, right? But in general, I started cutting down on my salt use because, again, you don't really, in my opinion, it doesn't need to be all. You don't need to go all the way there, especially if you're seasoning the stuff correctly in other ways, right? So salt, first of all, makes me suspicious, right? Salt and butter, right? Because I'm like, okay,
the flavor.
exactly, why did you have to do this? If you get a nice chicken breast and you fucking marinate that stuff slightly, like even brine it for like 2 hours and bring it out, boom, lemon, blah, blah. It'll be great. It'll taste great. So what is this fucking salt and the fucking butter shit? What are you hiding, right? That's the first thing. So I don't mind it as an accent, but anyway.
That's interesting, right? You're covering it up because you can't cook.
Yeah. Well, Ike, I'll tell you this, bro. Like, I live in the oldest city in Taiwan, and it's a big city. We have 1.5 million people here, even though it's a very old city.
It is big,
and
really big.
yeah, it is big. It's big for me, yeah. And people will say, because the north is where Taipei is, the capital, the big city, and people will say like the food in my city, it's very sweet.
Okay.
They say it's very sweet compared to other places, and I was like, that's interesting. And I asking around people, asking people why, and then hearing looking at the history, and supposedly it was, I guess back in the day, having salt was like a status symbol, among other things.
Yeah.
It says it was hard to find, and then excuse me, having sugar. Having sugar.
Oh, okay. They used to trade salt too back in the day. That was
yeah. We do have salt. We have salt. Not mines, but we have salt deposits here in Tainan. But the sugar was a thing of luxury, and people would so much so that people just started putting sugar in everything if they get their hands on it, and it just became a staple, I guess, with the culture down here compared to other parts of the island.
Does it show in their body size? Does it, the caloric intake? Do you guys are a little more robust than the average cat up north or something?
I'll say the booties are more voluptuous with the women out here.
Okay,
in the,
it would be
in the
slight,
south,
but yeah.
in the south, yeah,
Kind of like here in the States, the southern
yeah,
women be thicker,
be thicker, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's something about them down south girl.
Oh, speaking of that, I think the girls are like a little bit more open. Southern California more than Northern California. What do you think, Ike? And we'll ask Joe about Chicago and other places.
Sorry,
More little
I just took a bite of the sandwich, but hopefully it's
I'm
not too
sorry
bad.
about that. Does it
No,
have
no
salt
problem.
or sugar?
It's a little salty. I am in the Bay Area right now. It is a little salty,
He's
as a
throwing
matter of
salt
fact.
on my homeland.
It's not. No shade. I mean, I've lived here now for the past.
I'm just busting balls.
It's a little salty.
Yeah, a little salty. Yeah.
But
Ike, what do you think about the women compared? Like, how would you judge them?
So I would say, because you mentioned something about the openness and whatnot. I think that Southern California, there's more. You can find more different kinds of communities. We already talked about certain type of people. We talk about certain kind of guys, like South Side gangster type bad boys, people who color outside the lines, blah 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 blah. Um, if you're looking for communities of that sort that are also have those kinds of characteristics, you can call it openness, right? Yes, there's more of that that you can find amongst with the women. Whether it's like, I used to go to like a lot of like goth punk spots in Hollywood, for example. Even though I'm like a hip hop writing, dancehall, reggae writing, whatever. But which, by the way, well, it's kind of funny because musicians don't. If you make music, you tend not to listen to a lot of music. I did not know this. I thought maybe it was just something that I did, but it's actually true. Maybe it's a thing about like the a mower, a gardener doesn't mow his own lawn or some shit like that. Whatever.
Yeah,
whatever
like
the fuck
I
it is.
used to hate going to the grocery store because I worked there for 20 years.
I think it's more that you become because you know it so well. You become more refined in your taste. So what would have passed as for an amateur won't pass for the guy who actually sees everything. I think it's some of that too.
Yeah.
That aspect is definitely there. My favorite. So J.S. Bach, right, the Baroque period, and then doing what they call the Romantic era, which I believe in the 1900s, early 1900s, after Beethoven. It's superb. These two guys are kind of like they really mastered the melody and the rhythm. And I mean, Bach did what he did. It's kind of mathematical genius shit, which just the way it's like the way I heard Bach's music described once, so that whole Baroque style that made perfect sense. The sense that person said, the music just kind of keeps on rolling at you. You know what I mean? It's like it's just rolling out, but it doesn't disappoint, right? Some of it is predictable, right? But it still doesn't disappoint because there's just more and more coming. No, just relax. Don't worry. If you don't like this last little set of tunes, notes I gave you, I'm gonna hit you with this the other one, and I'm gonna give you this variation, and then you can't hate on that in terms of like, especially if you're into music and melody and all this other kinds. You got to recognize who the motherfucking top are or is. And then some people may want to, because shit always gets racial, right? And then you may want to be like, oh, well, you're just dead white men and blah, 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 blah. It's like, get the fuck. I don't care if it came out of some lizards. Someone has to be, there's something called music. There's highs and lows. Someone has to be being the one to explore the highs. Just because it was him doesn't mean I should hate him.
Or if you hear a white motherfucker doing rock, some motherfucker got to step up and say, black motherfuckers invented it. It doesn't matter for the purposes of this conversation, man.
Exactly. Music is music. They may invented it, but they can't do it like Mick Jagger and Rolling Stones or something like that. Yeah.
So for example, because you could talk about like music from, let's say, the Sahel. There's a region called the Sahel between like more of the people in West Africa. You have like the Atlantic Ocean hits there, and then typically it's kind of the coast, swampy rainforest, and then you get into more like savanna, grasslands, blah blah blah, and then you get into the Sahara Desert, right? Sahara, and we know the Sahara Desert. You can fit the whole United States inside it, and all kinds of whatever. Cool
I did not
spot.
know that. No, I did not know that.
Oh yeah, the Sahara Desert. I think is the largest desert in the entirety of North Africa. It's like it's massive, and we all know how
That's
Africa is bigger than you think.
crazy big. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got some Bach in the background.
Well, nice.
I can't hear it on here. You
Oh, you
know,
can't hear it.
I don't know why.
Joe Cole,
but
you would love it. You would love it. Bach
I
is
was
amazing.
I used to listen. It's been years since I started cop watching. I ain't listen to no classical.
Okay, so you were saying that like you were saying that the Sahara Desert is so large.
Yeah, no, I was basically there's a region between in the grasslands before the full desert and whatnot called the Sahel, right? Where there's very very beautiful music from stringed instruments, one of which is called like the kora, for example. And one could say that's where the blues really came from, right? In a certain sense, because it's some pretty cool stuff if you like stringed instruments, right? Because there's something about the desert, right? You can see it in the Iberian Peninsula, such as with Spain, Portugal, and then you come down to Northern Africa, and even with the Middle East people, even with the small hat people, because they kind of have that desert thing in them too. But one of the things you notice, there's a certain melody. They have like that wavering thing, like
yeah.
that shit. So they do that shit. And I wonder if it's like mirages or the shimmering of the waves or the fucking heat that causes your fucking
heat
brain
wave. Yeah, I think so.
You kind of vibe with the heat waves,
Think of the Kentucky, the really down south in the backwoods, motherfuckers. They developed their own sound too. Maybe your environment. Yeah, maybe your environment does play a role.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want to see the reason I bring up this choral music in this particular area of Africa, because it's almost like the classical form of just using plucked string instruments, right? They're different from the Spanish guitar style, because that's another place you can go, and you see a lot of some similarities because it's the same kind of desert shit, right? But in of a different form altogether, and more kind of rooted in a certain kind of it's more classical, let's say, right? So the more interesting, crazy arrangements going on. So the reason I said all that bullshit is to say, look, I can start talking about that shit too when it comes to oh, well, why don't you fucking talk about Africa? It's like, but I still got to understand that no, Bach did more work in terms of exploring of what's possible melodically, right? Simply mathematically, just he did more than this. There's no need to get all fucking weird with it.
I know, dude. It's just so limiting. I found that when I was studying quote unquote consciousness, the Black consciousness community. It's like, are we only supposed to read books from Black people? Because really, it's kind of hard to find a lot in those subjects. And it wasn't, and you love him or hate him. It was like the guy Bobby Hemmett. I don't know if you ever heard of Bobby Hemmett. He took from everyone. Like he'll take any European, Asian, African, as long as it has to do with like raising your consciousness or something like that.
I'm been kicked out of some of these Black consciousness, Black so and so rooms because I'll be bringing up, does that just apply to us or does it apply to everyone? And I ain't never gonna turn my back on a Black brother. I'm like, hey, slow the fuck down. That was not what I was saying. Ain't nobody gonna talk me into that.
It ain't that serious, right? Yeah. People miss out on a lot because of that. Think about all the great conversations we had on this panelverse. If we were like, "Oh, there's mostly white people here," But
that's a great point, because I benefited so much from these panels.
Yeah, I have to admit though, there's been times where I definitely, especially in the beginning, I felt kind of like the odd man out for sure. But maybe that was some personal shit too, or maybe there was some animosity. But once I found my group of people I like, it's like I've learned a lot, man.
But you're always a minority everywhere you go. If it's on some internet shit, probably the same way in America. Period. Unless you're in the hood, it's a minority, man. It's you got to go to a Black room to catch multiple Black motherfuckers on panel. And I'll tell you something else. I'm gonna be the one to go there. Go ahead, Joe. There's a difference. and the way you can relate to each other. Like a thing that I could say is so fucking weird, but a thing that I can say amongst motherfuckers here, amongst you cats, in a room full of structured white motherfuckers, not OG Orthodox guys, more regular white motherfuckers, but more structured, more savvy and shit like that. They think that you're fucking crazy. They don't relate to the shit you're saying. Let me see if I can come up with an example. Girl, I hate to say it, but you say, man, police pulled me over. I think it's because I'm black.
Yeah.
Oh, you motherfuckers at least consider it. You know,
Yes.
and you know, man, you're in a group of white motherfuckers, you're gonna get your ass tore off. That's off limits. You know, why would you think that? You're gonna get the third fucking degree. And other shit too about music. You might, cause I be around white motherfuckers, I bring up rap music. Joe, isn't that fucking up your culture? And you know, shit that I don't worry about when I'm talking to a group of black motherfuckers. Joe.
Yeah. It's like we know those things for sure, but we're trying to make the best out of it. And it's be a little bit open minded, guys. Like we're talking about how we're profiled or whatnot. Like try to listen to what we're trying to convey instead of like automatically, trying to say like, what were you doing to deserve that?
Yeah, like, I got black fatigue. You're whining, you victim. Jesus, bro.
And maybe when we talk to them, when we relay their story, we're like, hey, maybe you're right. But the way they come out at the top, they're not willing to be open-minded about it.
Yeah,
give us. But we do it a lot as black folks in general. We pull up with a lot of bullshit here in quote unquote their things they bring to us because remember because we were talking about it, Joe, before about like how I know all of us have noticed it, like in a lot of ways in America, the white male is considered one of the worst things in popular culture, right?
Yes,
it's
certainly, it's
in the
certainly
woke culture.
Oh my God!
And we see that.
Hey, I was straight up till I was probably late teens, early 20s. I wasn't even sure the white man wasn't the devil. That's how much of that shit I hear around here, bro.
Yeah. Right, you're in Chicago, the heart of the black.
Right, I'm right here on this corner is the #1 bean pie most years in the final call. Right here on the corner, I'm on. They still do the bean pie shit in the final call.
Yeah, but with that said, with our environments or like that, we can still, what you call it, empathize or be open minded about the fact that, like, yeah, we see you, white man, we see you guys. But then again, don't disregard some of the stuff we have to say about our race. Instead of saying, "Oh, we're tired of." I get it. I'm tired of ghetto stupid shit, like people fucking up. But
if I could give an example, white friend of mine, I forget whether it was a male or I think it was a chick. I think it was David. I think it was a chick, but she was with her niece, who she says she loves enormously. It could have been a dude with his niece, but they and he's got other nieces, so he take them all out at different times. And this one, it's always everywhere he goes is different and questions, and he like it's so much that even the little girl knows, and it's fucked up. And he was telling a story. It was on a panel full of white motherfuckers. All of them was, oh. Let me tell the same story. It's Joe. How do you know that they weren't following you for this reason? They can hear them. They can't hear us.
Yeah.
It was the same story, the same way we would tell it without the 100 questions afterwards. Shit, they immediately gave it the proper consideration and gave her the benefit or him the benefit of it. All right, I'll be back. Well, I'll hang in here for a second with you.
Yeah. But what he's saying is kind of like I don't know. What do you think? What do you think about that, Ike? Some of these things.
Oh well, okay. So one of the things that stood out to me was the difference from one room to the next, right? And then having to deal with in any space, right? You're gonna have your you can't get away from the 80-20 rule or like the 80-10-10 rule, as fucking OG likes to say. But in other words, the thing about the 80-20 rule is people don't understand that it scales all the way down. Meaning, if there's 100 people, 20 people are doing 80% of the work, right? But amongst that 20, right, 5 are doing 80% of all the work that 20 are doing, right? And then amongst that 5, 1 is doing 80% of all. So you're gonna find that, because it's a crazier rule than people think. because you're gonna find with because it goes all the way down. That one individual does, I think it's like 18% if you do the math of 100 of the whole freaking thing.
Right, right, the whole thing. Yeah.
So I say that to just say that basically, you don't expect to find refinement or the ability for people to pause their triggers, pause the inner tape that runs in their head, pause their group identity, and pause all kinds of shit that they want to do because of their fucking asshole and the twitching of their fucking neck and shit, all that fucking shit. Pause it and think, no, it's going to be 90% of the people, no matter what kind of group, right, are not going to be good at that. And if the group is refined, then it'll have a better refined etiquette, so you can expect a higher level of kind of behavior. But still, those motherfuckers are just kind of trained NPCs, But my point is, so now you then have to deal with the racial difference, right? So first of all, the group is the way I just described it, right? Then I have to do with the racial difference. And you walk into a room, and then somebody has to bring, like, talking about hip hop and having to bring up cultural commentary, right? No, it's not necessary. It's like it's not that's not the way it typically goes, bro. Like, so you're gonna get the majority of these low level motherfuckers hitting you, wanting you to do anthropological study for good or for ill, because you have people doing it the other way too, and maybe they want to patronize you or pat you in the head. And I'm not talking about myself. I'm just talking about what I see in general in terms of happening, right? And yes, there is a relatedness or difference in the, if you just take the vernacular and I think that Joe Cool mentioned a lot of the grace that is extended as an example. So there's the grace that is extended, there's the vernacular that is understood, there are the idioms as well, right? Which are just kind of like, I think something like "What would Jesus do" is like an idiom. In other words, it's one of those things where in this way, it's like a biblical or Christian idiom. But
we just know it.
Yeah, people understand it, right? People understand what it is, and you can throw it in there. Which, by the way, there's a little joke that I recall. It says George Bush, right? Remember George Bush?
No, George Bush, yeah.
He was walking in the White House lawn once, and he saw Moses, right? He saw Moses, and it was like, "Hey, Moses!" And Moses turned around, saw Bush, fucking ran, right? Fucking bolted. Bush is a little surprised, like, "What the fuck?" Okay. Second day, same shit happens. Okay. Third day, this time, George Bush made sure he snuck up on Moses, right? And he hit up like, "Yo, what's up with that, man? I thought we were cool. I'm a Christian, this, that, and the other. Why are you doing this?" And Moses was like, "You know what? Last time I saw a bush, sorry. Last time I talked to a bush, 40 years in the desert, right?" So if you know the whole story, Moses.
Hair went white. Jews were trapped in the desert for 40 years. Yeah.
Yeah, and because of the fucking burning bush, Moses shit.
Yeah.
But the point is,
I got one for you too. Jesus, they was like, "Jesus, we need you, man. America is suffering and all of that. Please come back." He says, "Okay, cool." Years go by, he don't come back. You die, you go see Jesus. "Hey, man, you promised you was gonna come in." He said, "I did come. I couldn't get in your country. I didn't have the proper paperwork."
Jesus, he got stopped at the border. He got stopped at the border.
Right.
But part of the reason why I told that joke is because of the idiom thing, right? So imagine if you didn't know who Moses was or the burning bush or any of that shit, right? Me saying last time I spoke to a bush, and if you didn't know about 40 years in the desert. So point is, there are these things that exist within communities that we can just use, right? So there are going to be idioms in the black room that Joe Cool can go in there, take the grace that's been offered, add the idioms on top of that, talk some of his slick shit, and it'd be easy. He can deal easier, right? It doesn't take as much energy, perhaps.
A lot easier, yeah.
So these are some of the things one notices.
But do you think though sometimes it's like people put those barriers up when they don't need to be, especially for whatever reason? Because, for example, if Joe goes to that same Sarah Raging Tomato / Andrew Wilson room, for example, and he's talking about being pulled over. Well, that's the thing that actually, like, nowadays that non-whites and whites have been victimized by the police too. That
Mhm.
but because of the stereotype of only black people are the ones that get harassed by the police, like they're putting up obstacles that don't have to be there. That don't have to be there. You know.
Sorry.
But yeah, no, but yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I couldn't hit the thingy because I was turning. I couldn't hit the
That's all
mute
good.
button.
But you know what I mean, though? It's like a lot of these things aren't even automatic. We put up these barriers. Why is it easier? Why does it seem easier, at least from black folks in general, to blend in? Like Lindsay was saying that she blends in easy with the black groups a lot of times. Why do you think in general it's easy for us black folks to?
It's a curse on white folks, and I'm speaking with the quotation marks. We know up here there's no such thing, but the white folk, there's a curse on them. I always ask people, would you rather be the slave or the slave master? It's interesting that you get some people say, and it's usually white folks. I was trying not to say that. Say, I'll be the slave master, but I'll be a good slave master.
A good one, yeah.
Yes, they have that curse and that burden where they keep up with the Joneses, just take shit for granted that they're better and all of that shit. They have a certain air that we don't even have to consider.
Okay, I get it, Lindsay.
Generally speaking, yeah, they are. They have to live up to a certain amount of thing because whether it's said or unsaid, they're supposed to be better than the other races and that shit. They hear that shit, they see it in TV, you can't get away from it. And, they'll kill themselves trying to keep up with the neighbor and all of that bullshit where because that's all of us are broke around this motherfucker. We more concerned with the relationships and shit.
Right. Yeah, I had this interpersonal communication class, and the teacher was saying, like, in a lot of cultures, like maybe like he's familiar with Mexican culture. He lived down there in South America, and then also African culture, where when you go to the market, sometimes the top priority is not always just selling it. It's like what Ike was saying about haggling. It's the social interaction. That's important.
Here,
That's important, right?
I'll go get 1 or 2 cigars at a time throughout the day because I want to give myself a reason to go back and forth to different stores and interact with motherfuckers.
Yes. Yeah. The human aspect. Yeah. I guess I made a mistake. Lindsay was saying that she doesn't blend in. She's saying when she goes in those rooms, they call her Goldie Hawn. Even though Goldie Hawn's hella old now. By the way, Lindsay, I don't know if you guys know that Joe Cool did a movie with Goldie Hawn.
Oh,
yeah.
Wildcats was what it was
Wildcats.
called.
I love that movie. Yeah.
But you see, on this thing about like why the blacks, let's say, African Americans and what I've observed, and maybe black people in general, meaning including even Africans. One thing is they're good at mimicry, right? This was noted not just by, I think Carl Jung also noted it in his book. It's not like he's some kind of, but the fact that he fucking noticed it, and then and wrote it as
shit like that. I never heard him talk about black or white, so that's a big deal if he's
exactly. If he took the time to be like, you know what, I noticed these motherfuckers. They're good at then that makes sense, right? So, and I've kind of thought about it, and I think it makes sense. That's number one. Number two, you just have peoples or cultures that have varying degrees of, shall we say, openness. I think, generally speaking, that the African Americans are accepting and open until you actually get into the bullshit with them. In other words, by the bullshit I mean.
Oh yeah, that should be.
If you then get into
people
the
are
sense,
sweet
like,
to you until they're not.
you might not be able to stand the heat in the kitchen. It might not be the kind of kitchen it's like
you're gonna have to fight like everybody else.
Exactly, like fuck this kitchen. I don't like this kitchen, but that's just the nature of that kitchen. But typically, in the porch, in the front room, they're nice, they're open, whatever, right? But then maybe you want to leave, real quick though. You don't want to hang around there too long. but I think that's just part of the culture. While some other cultures are a little bit more cold up front, right?
Yeah.
That's just a fact. And I think that
Right.
looking at
Poor,
white versus black, I think that I see that in America.
poor
Mm-hmm.
Southern whites, I would say, are just as accepting. I've spent a lot of down
Yes.
south with white motherfuckers. It's the same vibe. Everybody's welcome. They love you. All that bullshit. When you go south, I've experienced the same shit.
I mean, look at Chuck, man. Like, I mean, now me and him we've been cool lately for sure. But like I've all like Chuck can get in where he fits with anybody on the panelverse almost, right?
Almost, and that's a good thing,
For the
right?
most part, yeah.
Yeah.
But look what and they can't get any more southern than
Than
Chuck.
that dude.
Only other person is.
And his views are so different, and he still manages to
Exactly.
fit in. You know, Chuck.
Yeah, that's a skill, right? Where
It
you can
is.
be very have your strong views, but still
Yes,
can
and
be
I
a
admire
social
that
lubricant or
shit
whatever.
so much. It's just because it's brave, right? I don't admire the lukewarm motherfucker that tries to have it both ways. I don't admire that. And you got everybody like that. If a person, I don't know, I don't want to go on. I think you understand what I'm saying.
From about Chief Keith don't like that. A switch nigga, that's the shit I don't like.
That's the shit I don't like.
He's switching up ops and all that
Yes.
shit. Yeah,
Fucking
he hates that
I'm
shit.
gonna name names, which I advise other people not to do, but it's Brick, so I'm gonna name Brick. He's a cop watcher. We're in a room where it's not cop watchers. Me and him both are. And I'm arguing with whoever room it is or whatever. It could have been wrestlers or whoever it was. They square. By my considerations, they are square as fuck.
Me too.
And he said right on it. He says, and I'm talking about the cops can't do something. And he like, you can do it, they can. Like, no, Brick will tell you, cops on duty don't have the same rights as we do. Brick, tell him, yes, they do. And he sides with dude. I'm like, is he joking? You can't be a first year cop watch student and not understand that cops, don't have rights, they have duties, and it's just part of ours, so and so. But then I asked him again recently, a couple days ago, like, hey, remember that time I asked you that shit? What do you think now? In a room with more people who are wiser, and he was like, no, you're right, I know. And I think that was just a example of him going with the flow of that room. I don't even have that gene, right? I gotta say what the fuck I mean. I don't give a fuck if it's my mom. If I disagree with you, I can't act like I agree. I don't even have that gene in me.
Yeah. But with that said, that bring that what you said and what Ike said to Bridget, with like you're still able to mimic certain things, be expert at mimicking certain things. However, we still have principles that we stand on.
Yes, I'd have that
core
same
principles.
skill
We don't
Chuck has.
switch up.
Right. Even though I
go anywhere.
vehemently disagree with you, we can still have a blast. It won't change a damn thing.
But what about the people that don't though? That's ugly.
That's sad. You said
very
earlier,
messy.
why do people do something? And I'm telling you why. It's fear. That's why they come up with all these differences. They're looking for excuses to drive motherfuckers away and to bond with other motherfuckers. They're afraid of being alone. They're afraid of rejection. They're afraid of having to go through different emotions with motherfuckers. It's much easier if you find a fault in them and give yourself a reason not to fuck with them. And then also you find another broken motherfucker, you can bond with them on that shit. For instance, some Nazi shit, the blacks are horrible, blah, blah, blah. Now you don't have to deal with it. You don't have to deal with your conscience and your ideas. And you find a motherfucking yes man to go with you. And that's what that shit is. Fear. That's what everybody does that.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Did you see what he did? He's been locked up. They look for the first reason they can and they don't even fuck with you.
Do you see the same thing happening? Like we're talking about the black consciousness stuff, like with them as a response to feeling marginalized and oppressed.
It is.
That
It's
like they're like,
overreaction.
white people, they smell like dog and all that shit. Like, but we're the original people who did this and that. Like,
yes, it is an overcompensation, isn't it, man?
Yeah,
it is. It is from a place of insecurity. All that jewelry we wear and all of that bullshit, the fancy clothes, the zoot suits back in the day. That was all over the way we spend money on shoes and shit. And we ain't got it. But to make motherfuckers think with that's overcompensation because we feel less than.
Right. There's one thing if you got the money for sure, flaunt it. And all that. Like, I mean, enjoy yourself, right? But then over conversation and whatnot. Are you guys familiar with Team Fatty's panels? Have you guys ever
Yeah,
been
I
on his
love
panels?
Fatty, man. And Fatty reminds me
Yeah,
of Ike, man. When I saw Fatty, I was like, who is that nigga? That nigga cold. Yeah, he reminds
Ike
me
is
of
not
Ike.
fat.
No, Fatty, not in that sense.
I know. I was kidding. Well, Fatty is chubby, but no, he's great though.
Yeah,
Like
well,
I really love
yes.
his glow up. His glow up, man.
Yeah.
He's doing so well. It's professional what he does, and I talked to him a few times. He's cool. But
Yes.
my reason I bring him up though, what do you guys think about like how it's mostly a black panel, which is great and all, but like, what do you think about like most of the topics seem to be about like relationships and stuff like that?
You see, I'm not over there all the time. If your shit is strictly manosphere or a relationship
Yeah,
or whatever the fuck, no, I don't. No.
Well, that's what. Even though I don't think he ever said he was red pill or whatever, he definitely knows about it. And I've noticed he's not the only one, but a lot of these more popping channels, I guess we can say,
The black channels,
they're all
especially,
black.
yo.
They're always talking about that
Yeah.
type of shit, like male female
Yeah.
dynamics. What do you
Yeah.
think about that, Ike? Is that strictly a black thing,
Right. Something you
or is it just
noticed?
American thing, or human thing?
It comes in all flavors. Now,
Okay.
so the West in general has some kind of a thing going on whereby we see this. Right? I'm just going to speak empirically, right? I'm not going to say, oh well, there's a crisis of this or that, and this is the nature. I'm just saying, okay, we see white male rights activists and
They come up, modern man,
and white red pill stuff. We also see black red pill stuff. But if we want to talk about the black red pill stuff, because I think it's unique for two reasons. Number one, because the issues in the black community vis-a-vis men and women are slightly different, right?
Okay.
There's because of certain statistics on the family, and then there's a certain kind of a relationship between black men and black women. And again, this is not this is just as an observer, right? As some fucking foreign dusty fucking African just watching, right? What I fucking observe is that
nigga, you black as hell.
there is a difference. There's something interesting vis-a-vis black men and black women, right?
Yes,
and
right.
Cool knows what I'm talking about. I don't have to say anything. Right? Because you guys got your
I'm
own
already
special fucking
nodding over here.
demon
Yeah,
story going on. You know? So, overall, I do think that it is rather uncouth, right? And I'm just speaking purely aesthetically now. And when I say just, I don't mean that. I don't mean just really, because aesthetics are really about ethics. So ethics is like aesthetics to me, right? In other words,
I love aesthetics.
Because when someone is behaving like a piece of shit, you get a sense of putrescence from them. It's not some kind of a logical. You might not even be able to describe logically what they're doing, right? But it's an aesthetic sense that they give you that is off. It's off-putting.
Okay.
It's not
I
that.
hear
It's
where
not
you're
cool.
going with that. I hear you.
Yeah. So a big part of our preferences when it comes to etiquette, ethics, and general behavior, and not being a fucking bitch ass nigga, is about the way it fucking looks, right?
Right.
And I'll say this one thing, and then I'll land the plane on whatever fucking point I'm trying to make. But the one thing here is that we care about aesthetics a lot. As a matter of fact, I tend to believe, I agree with Nietzsche that religion is the highest form of aesthetics, right? So, in other words, what I'm saying is, aesthetics are not a small thing for us. Yeah, the reason why we do things like, why don't you just boil the fucking potato and eat it off the floor, right? It's like, no, you sit down with a family and this and that, and some people even hold hands, say
You gotta
words.
wash it first, and don't touch it with your hands.
Some people have special rituals. They have Shabbat, the Passover dinner, this, that, the other. All these things, these are all artistic, creative, aesthetic enhancements to the just the experience. This is what it almost is to be human, besides the monkey see, monkey do aspect, is this aesthetic thing that we put on top all the way to religion, right?
Yes, ritual, yeah.
So the reason I say all that bullshit, if I could try to recollect wherever the fuck we were, because I think we were talking about the rooms and the people who do.
Yeah, we talking about the black
the black
dynamic
rooms,
in
about
particular,
relationships,
black women.
Yeah, the relationship. Yeah,
dynamic.
The black relationship dynamic. So
It is what
Men
it
who
is.
do that kind of thing are aesthetically displeasing, meaning men who sit around talking about women
Yeah.
or bitching about this kind of the social sphere in general, right?
Yes. Yes.
In a way whereby it's not like I'm a scientist, I'm some kind of economist, and I'm going to determine the disbursement of some kind of a government program. So I'm going to need to do some kind of ethnographic studies. It's not like I'm fucking Moynihan with the Moynihan report, if you get what I'm saying, right? No, I'm not that. I'm just some fucking guy that's a fucking talk about bitches all day. That's what I call kitchen niggas, right? The
Right.
kind of
Right.
niggas that were out there in the kitchen with the aunts and the little
I hate it, bro. I hate it.
you just fucking yapping all day. That's a bitch ass
Yeah.
nigga. Okay. And
Yeah.
now, but isn't that misogynistic or what do you say? It's like, no, I already described and I can explicate, with symbolic logic and all that kind of stuff. But aesthetically, I'm telling you, it just feels like a bitch ass nigga. I don't like it, right? And I think that other men can
I get
understand,
it.
right? And as
I
a matter
got
of
a
fact,
buddy.
there's people who don't understand. I tend not to call real men. So that's how
I had a buddy,
I
he
go the
hangs
way
with
there
the
with it.
women. The men go together and the women when we get together. I got a buddy though, he's
No.
always in there with the women, man. It's so feminine, yo.
That's
Ah,
this thing. It's like
girl, and
always wants to get up in the sauce, in the conversation, in the beef,
Yeah.
in the social discussion about who did this,
yeah,
who did that, blah
who
blah. That's
people,
what they got.
yeah.
Who sits around talking about women all day, right? Like,
Mhm.
what they did, what they didn't do. Look, there is a reality of what what a man has to deal with, what he needs to do. There's a landscape of reproduction. It's never been a simple thing. In other words, this thing of like dating, mating, marriage, relatedness, blah blah blah, raising the children. This is the serious business of the whole fucking biological project, and it's never been simple, regardless of which kind of a structure. And particularly now, you would say that in postmodern times, with the removal of all these scaffoldings that we used to have, that it's even more serious to be a student of this shit. But
It's rougher
yeah,
because everybody has an opinion now with the
exactly.
internet. So that aesthetic that you were talking about is reinforced and it's more defined, and you have to align yourself more with the aesthetic because it's been
Mhm.
so defined now.
And then what's
Perfect.
interesting too, and bring up the fatty is he does have the panel where it's like mostly men, probably talking about women. But then again, a lot of his panels have a lot of baddies on there, a lot of
Yeah.
women, a
By
lot
the
of
way,
women.
because I just called people all kinds of all kinds of bitch ass, right? But
Uh-huh.
let me clarify what I mean by that. I'm not
Okay.
going after anybody specifically saying you are a bitch ass because I understand that. For example, I say maybe you're a scientist, right? Maybe you are that anthropologist, or maybe you are creating content, of which I have no beef with, right? But okay, the scene of men sitting around the kitchen nigga scene
It
is still the kitchen
won't
nigga scene, and
change.
you're not
It's
gonna get me to
still
like that
right.
shit,
It
right?
don't
And
matter,
I
right?
still think that sitting around talking about for men sitting around talking about women is still bitch ass nigga shit. Make your content or do your scientific shit if you
Either
want to.
way, huh?
Either
If I
way, it's still
walk,
bitch ass nigga
Yeah.
shit to me. That's my
if
aesthetic judgment.
if I walk past and I hear kitchen conversation, for instance, The View, I will go back in that room and turn the channel and leave the TV on, but I don't want to hear that
Let's see.
shit from all them chicks up there, bro.
Yeah. What do you think about this then? Let's see. Let's do a little survey. This is a recent 3 days ago from Fatty.
Were way more manly and masculine than we are today. The men of the past, when they got into relationships with women or started courting women or pursuing women, there was an expectation that that woman didn't have a body count. So they didn't even have to inquire about that because it was assumed that you didn't have a body count. And in this day and age, you're talking about a man today ain't gonna ask a woman that. Yeah, a man today ain't gonna ask a woman that because most of these niggas out here ain't hitting on 2 damn cent. They don't give a shit how many people you've screwed. In fact, they're hoping that you screwed a lot of people. You on the first night. Right now, what's going on with women is women don't want men asking about body count because
That
they
fucking
know
angry
it's
man.
wrong and they don't want.
Yeah.
That's him, huh?
Yeah, there's angry man on there. Tommy see oh, did he leave Ike? Holy shit. Maybe Ike has some against angry man. He's like, I gotta leave, yeah. What? I was like, holy shit, Ike has something happen with angry man.
Like fuck it, that shit on site. I have to, but
no, but no, yeah. So there's angry man's up there. Even there's some heavy hitters. Tommy Sotomayor's up here.
So okay,
Wow,
look.
you got a lot of people.
So speaking of like on that entertainment aspect, Tommy did his thing. Now I say
Yeah.
notice I said did, right? Because at some point the shtick is done, right? You can't keep
Exactly.
on
A lot of these
sticking the
guys are
same
his
shtick.
children.
Exactly. Young man's
Yeah.
out here trying to fucking relive or try to, be a low grade Tommy Soto. But Tommy was an entertaining motherfucker. He said what he needed
Very,
to
very
say,
much so.
and he highlighted some important things regarding, again, especially specifically the black man, black woman conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But so this shit that's going on still about like who said body count, who didn't say this, and then that's still bitch ass nigga shit. I don't give a fuck who you are, man. I don't give a fuck. You're a fucking bitch ass nigga talking about fucking bitch shit on fucking YouTube all day. Fuck
Tell
you.
Mike. Yeah. I mean, if that's
I'm
important,
getting
you
on
talk to
exercise now about
talk
it.
to your partner about it, or your best friend privately. But these
Because
conversations are a loop.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter if again you're running like your version of the Boy Scouts, right? And when these boys need to become men, and we take them through some kind of fucking initiation ritual. There's some things that they need to know about this dating, mating, relatedness, that whole landscape, especially vis-a-vis the landscape that you have right now, because a lot of it has to do with the value that you bring and how not to be a bitch ass nigga, and how to take your responsibility, and how to be careful not to be taken advantage. All these kinds of things. Let's say you had that as a program, which you should perhaps have in general, either for yourself or to be able to pass on to people, whatever. But I haven't said, hey, you fucking started an organization. It's a fucking Boy Scouts, right? And you're fucking doing this shit. Still talking about it like this. In other words, write your fucking pamphlet or have your fucking course or whatever, and that's that. But I don't want to fucking tell you you're a fucking dude talking about women all fucking day. Like, fuck that. What the fuck is this shit? Like, I don't understand. Like, outside of the United States, right? It is seen, it is understood. Like, for example, just think of like an Arab, for example. What do you think an Arab is going to think about these fucking bitch ass niggas talking about women all day, bro? It's like, you don't have to explain to him why that's some fucking bitch shit, you know?
But here's the thing though. But Ike, some of us, I got to keep it 100. Some of us didn't have the plant flip, didn't have the oral tradition of their elder grandpa or dad or uncle telling us to look out for these things. So maybe for some of us, this is the first time we've heard things like this, especially if you're quote unquote blue pilled. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes like it's good, but some of this shit's overkill though. With that said, I think.
Yeah, so you're correct, right? So, and I'm coming from a fucking cultural milieu where, so
You guys are OGs and shit.
Yeah, raised in Nigeria and stuff, from a particular kind of family and a particular kind of tradition, a particular kind of place where, like, what the fuck, man? Why, what the fuck? I
Yeah, you
mean,
guys should know better, but we don't though. That's the sad part about it. As being like we're literally like toddlers here in men's bodies. Some of us.
but hey, shout out to Tommy Sotomayor and some of the good stuff. In other words, that's why I had to do that clarification of like, A, if you're just an anthropologist that likes to fucking look at this shit, or B, if you're doing content and putting out some good stuff out there. But other than that, this panel shit of sitting around, here's what women want, here's what women don't want, here's female nature, here's the
There's women up there too. Kind of weird because
exactly.
there's literally 5
Fucking
women up
gonna
there.
start bickering back and forth with women and telling her what she did. It's like, shit, man. Like, don't do it.
Lindsay likes Tommy. Yeah, he's good.
Tommy Sotomayor is the best.
Sure. Lindsay's been. She knows everybody. Damn. Shit. Yeah. Yeah. Tommy's. Yeah, I remember him from 2013. He came on my friend's broadcast, and my friend was making fun of him. And he actually had the ball. He actually came on there. I'm like, oh, I'll give him credit. He came up on there. Yeah. But yeah, they've been there, done that. Like Fashion Fit are based kind of like his sons too. Like a lot of this shit. And remember Hair Hatted Hooligans? All that, like
yep, the Hair Hatted Hooligans was a great line. Coach Greg Adams by any chance?
Oh, for sure. The peace sleeve. He has that what they call it, a community college game.
Community college game, the marriage wheel, the peace sleeve, you're gonna succeed.
Dude, those are golden era, bro.
Yeah, so but the thing is, it kind of what's the problem? Because there's a problem still when it comes to, let's say, men and masculinity, which just leave the women aspect out of it. Because let's say you removed all of that, even though it's 100% related. but that's not how that's not how this works.
Push men are horn dogs.
Yeah, you the way this works is you be someone of value because you need to be someone of value. You find your reason. Maybe it's for God, mother, country, family, whatever the hell your fucking shit is. Maybe you're just a fucking narcissistic, solipsistic demon like myself or some shit, right? And you just therefore you wanna you would want to call me the fucking tutor of the dark arts or whatever that I'm supposed to do with OG, but I was just kidding. But
I like that.
Going into that whole aspect of self improvement and all that kind of shit, bringing out your best. There's a real there's an actual challenge in the sense that you were talking about like the OGs and all these other kinds of things. Because forget the woman nonsense, right? You don't have your fucking rituals and rites of passage or certain kind of guidance. This is a real thing. You look at the college enrollment rates or certain other kinds of things, which it's not a question of judgment. It may be smart that young men are not going to college anymore because they realize that, hey, this is a fucking scam, right? But I'm just saying that there are changes and there are things to be done from an individual level, and there are serious issues, as a matter of fact, right? And that's what young men should be focused on, not what some woman on TikTok. And one of the reasons why you don't focus on this is because there's always going to be some bitch that you can fucking criticize tomorrow. I can pick up my TikTok phone and find some bitch every morning doing some crazy shit, so I can start up a fucking YouTube stream and say, hey, look at these crazy bitches. These bitches are going crazy out here. It's like, if you want to find some crazy redneck every day of your life and report on him for the rest of your life in the United States of America, you can find one. If you want to find some crazy, whatever you're looking for, you're gonna find it.
Then you act like it's attributed to all women. Look at this thing that so many women are doing. It's one crazy blue-haired motherfucker acting weird, and you act like this is a new movement among women.
That's your experience, huh? Right? That's like they don't get it. Like that's
exactly. And then they will then idealize certain other things, like, oh well, if you go to this other culture, it's like that. It's like, look, there's a different thing going on there. And by the way, it's almost like what you asked about people trying to travel to go start a business. I'm like, motherfucker, you don't even know how to start. If you can't fucking start a business in the United States, the fucking place where people come to try to fucking do capitalism, right? The fucking capitalist wet dream. Okay, or you want to go to the fucking Wild West of fucking Kenya or fucking whatever, Timbuktu.
You know what it is? I think because even here in Taiwan, it's like because I mean I never really thought about starting a restaurant in Taiwan, but I did it here and it was doing pretty good for a while. And I think the only difference is the reason why people like to start businesses here rather than their home country is because there's a lot less red tape and bureaucracy. So with that said, these people that think it's going to be all golden because they can start a business easy, it's just that in another country, your business will just fail quicker, faster than it would because you can open it quicker or succeed hopefully. But you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
they don't get it. They don't have foresight, as Buddha would say. Shadow Buddha would say. They're not practicing foresight.
Yep, which is a black thing, by the way. But we're not going to get into that. But this
No,
what I brought that.
Let's nuance it. I'm sorry, I have to. That's a big thing because you're saying there were more immediate gratification, more in the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the reason why, and I'll touch on this right in a second.
Okay, go ahead.
But the reason why I brought up this whole thing about you talking about the businesses is just to tie up the whole. Joe Cool says, hey, they're going to attribute this bad behavior that they went to go look for on purpose on TikTok to all women. That's number one. And then number two, they're going to try to idealize some other kind of space. Like, oh, if you go over here or become a passport bro, even though it's a valuable or valid solution, but the way the presentation is the same as these people trying to go start a business in a place where they never started a business before. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, you're going to encounter, it's exactly the same kind of shit. And you're going to perhaps fuck things up and learn over there too, regardless. Now, this whole thing about immediate gratification, yes, it is true. And I was saying earlier today that there's certain speculations, evolutionary psychology and evolutionary kind of geology or geography speculations regarding the places where you are. So your genes and your culture come from, right? And your genes and your culture, why does it matter where you come from? Because there's selective pressures that are putting certain different things on you, such as if you live in a savanna with lots of fruit all year round, similar weather, and there's always an animal to hunt in the next valley. you don't have to think about the future as much, right?
Right.
You can do immediate gratification. You don't also have to. You can be more lax, right? This
Exactly.
goes for certain parts of Africa and southern Italy. So it's not like just specific to particular regions. You see southern Italy versus northern Italy. There's the Nordic motherfuckers. The colder it is, the more the environment is such that you have to plan. The more you're going to be planning motherfuckers. It doesn't.
Right.
I don't think it's that crazy, right? So if you know that you're great with the go with the flow and chilling and whatever because you don't have to worry about tomorrow and stuff like that, and that is where your genes come from. That's not a death sentence, but just fucking know, right?
It'll help you like maneuver like me. Let me show you this real quick. This is
Mhm.
my I did a show about this. This is my ancestry.com. This shit's wild. It's like there's an internal world war going on in me. there's like it says 36% Mali, 32% Spanish from Spain, 14% Senegal, 11% Indigenous American Mexico, 3% Basque, 2% Scottish. So that's all over the place, right? That's ridiculous, man. So, but at least I know rather than not
Mhm.
know. You know what I
Yeah, I
mean? And
mean, and
act accordingly.
it's like just knowing your tendencies and your attitudes and whatnot. And so if you know that you're built for not really having the foresight aspect
Right.
dialed in the most, then that's fine. You lean on your strengths and then you either hire or team with or learn or whatever. Either way, find a clutch or find
Mhm.
that is to kind of mitigate your shortcomings. That's the way. You
Well, I
can't
see
be
on your
everything.
right. I see on your channel you have I love how you have mastery because that's a big thing too. And would you say like your mastery and you're able to be successful in America? And like I heard you're from Nigeria. Your family's from Nigeria. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm from Nigeria. Yes.
Would you say like normally folks in Nigeria are set up in that way we're talking about to succeed in a place like America?
Um.
Or that
It,
you
it,
personally, where you had to
yeah,
build yourself up?
it'll be a big generalization, but let me make an
Yes,
even
sir.
bigger generalization to perhaps explain the point. Earlier on, I believe I mentioned the immigrant culture, right?
Mhm. Oh,
And
that's right. That's right.
and,
Yeah.
and especially the longer the journey it takes to get to a place, the more of a fucking immigrant you are. Like the more of
Mhm.
because not everybody takes that journey. And but generally speaking, the immigrant, one way to look at it is in terms of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Um, the immigrant is focused on the lower end because he's literally here to establish uh, land,
Like footage, foundation.
food, get a foundation,
Yeah.
food, clothing, shelter, security, right? Put the
Right.
fences up, and also support something possibly back home. Maybe there's family back home. Maybe there's investors back home. Maybe there's your fucking. That's the typical fucking immigrant story, right?
But what you
So
just said there, like the people that are living in America for generations aren't even doing that. That's
yeah, but here's the
crazy. I never
thing,
thought about it like
because
that.
that's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Because
Yeah.
you don't have to do that because you already have your fucking fences and your
Right.
roof,
But we
and
take it
you
for
are doing
granted
it in
then.
a place where you don't have to worry about it because it's the
Yeah.
fucking fat tit of the fucking American empire that you're suckling on. And now you go up in Maslow's hierarchy of needs and you start talking about things such as identity and community and belonging and trying to self-actualize, whether you're doing it as some crazy hippie white chick with bare feet on the beach somewhere in Long Beach, or maybe
How about Huntington Beach,
Huntington
Laguna
Beach,
Beach, Laguna Beach?
maybe Malibu, maybe Malibu. Who
Oh,
knows?
Malibu. Okay.
Well,
Damn.
Santa Monica Beach, not
Yeah,
bad.
there you go.
Either you're doing it
Welcome
that way or
Venice.
doing it as a
Welcome to
woke
Venice slopes.
warrior, or you're fucking doing it on fucking social media, talking about women all day on panels, or whatever the hell it is. There's going to be these different ways in which your people are trying to come to terms with those higher levels of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now, obviously, everyone is dealing with all these levels at the same time, but the immigrant is more just has a sharp focus on these things, which tend
Right.
to also be tied to economic success, right?
Mhm.
So it just makes sense. It's like the
Holy
immigrant is like the
shit.
fucking fox in the hen house
Right.
in that
Right. I done my
regard.
best. I keep cutting you. I just have to say
Go
that
ahead.
you're sparking all these realizations. You're like literally, I've done the best in my life was when I moved out here as an immigrant. Technically, I'm an immigrant, and I
There you
realized
go.
I have to make it happen.
You got to make it happen. There's no fucking feeling. There is no fucking. So that is super key there. So that applies to any immigrant, which also applies to myself as well. So in answering your question about that kind of being set up in a particular way, well, yes, I think that certain nationalities and whatnot, like I think generally speaking, Africans tend to value the whole kind of education stuff in a way where in a way that I have and still have or had and still have some issues with, because it's like they're focused on the wrong things. They're like looking, but it's good, but I'm like, why is this the only what they like degrees, for example,
Right.
And I'm like, what the fuck have you done, or what are you gonna do with it, or how about achievements? You know what I mean? How about some shit? Degrees are great, don't get me wrong, I got degrees too, okay, but I think that aspect of just kind of it being a foregone conclusion that you were going to be educated and you need to pursue education and a certain kind of excellence. I think that that's something that was in there. I think, and it's kind of so there's just certain countries that are kind of known for that. Nigeria is one of them, right? It doesn't mean that the literacy rate of the country is just great. It just means that, but that's a different question altogether. Or the reason why that's a completely different thing. Economic corruption, this, that, the other, right? But the degree to which you have access to that stuff, the culture encourages you to fucking go out there and hustle and be a hustler and go for it, get after it, as Jack Willink would say.
Yeah, we don't realize how good we have it. Of people that have been in there, like never lived in another country, about all the different advantages you have, even if you're quote unquote poor, as you say. Yeah.
Yep.
The fire being lit under the ass is big. It's very big.
Yeah. And fortunately or unfortunately, I'm gonna put a capstone on my presentation here, and I'm gonna then make myself a drink. But
absolutely, I appreciate you, brother. That's amazing.
Yeah, thanks for having us, and fucking Ortho bro and his Nazi ways.
Okay, the dark arts teacher.
He's one of my favorite fascists out there. As a matter of fact,
you have more than one? So, what are your favorite?
He's up there. He's high up there in the fascist pantheon. But no, I actually like shit like that because how it's actually kind of related to the thing we talked about, like people who don't color within the lines, right?
Right, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, okay, you're out here fucking throwing your own line in the sand. I like that. Tell me about it. What you got going on?
Yeah, yeah. Because I've never heard you say you are fascist or not. Yet I've learned a lot or been entertained a lot from hearing you and Ortho have conversations. So,
yeah. I'm just being like a curious person. Now, if for example, as I depart here, I wanted to add a political dimension to any aspect of the description, which I've done for myself. There will be hierarchy. And when I say it, for example, I mentioned aesthetic judgments, for example, and I got super exercised about it. I got all animated about bitch ass bigotry, but that's kind of an aspect of what I mean when I say hierarchy. But so hierarchy is kind of is something I focus on, which will put me on a more what you may call a standard conservative on the right.
On the right, yeah.
On the right. Forget conservative, liberal. A hierarchy person is going to be on the right, right? Then, but creatively, and in terms of my creative side, my entrepreneurial side, the side that doesn't like to color between the lines, what people like to call maybe social. Socially, I'm not on the right per se, right? I'm on the right because of certain. You may even call it spiritual. Spiritual is that hierarchy thing. The values, I think, are hierarchical, and also people. Yes, that bell curve I keep talking about. Vis-a-vis things that need to be done. Whatever it is that need to be done, as I was mentioning in the previous panel, whether it's to meditate or to fucking build a bridge or plan the bridge or draw the whatever the hell it is, there are going to be people who are better than and worse than at doing it. And the people who are pretty good, it's always a tiny majority or a tiny minority. 80-20 rule, if you want to say, right? So
Right.
the this this idea of arguing about that, I don't even want to fucking hear, right? And I was mentioning, in terms of like, okay, how do you raise a prince? You're going to raise them in the difficult things and in difficult ways, and such that they are polished in a particular way. But you're also going to give them an understanding of themselves, that because they need a strong core. That's a self-esteem aspect. Even though I hate that word
Yes.
for passion, but so you have to balance the self-esteem with the self awareness, if you will, right?
Mhm.
Highly self-aware, high self-esteem. By doing difficult things that kick your ass, you become more self-aware, and then by succeeding in these things, you actually get more self-esteem, right? And then
Mhm.
understanding that there's a hierarchy to this whole system, which I talked about, people being better than or worse than at doing whatever it is that society needs to do, and then there's also a hierarchy in terms of uh, of values, in terms of what exactly the path that we're actually going to take. In other words, before we decide who is even good at clearing the grass so we can walk on this path, which direction are we going to take, and the better or worse directions to take, right? So that
Right.
so in all hierarchy in all these kinds of ways, and is this objective and coming from God? It's like I don't need to fucking engage with that, even though I could, right? In other words, I understand that it is not some realm of pure goodness or God from which the path which we need to take and the judgment of the path which we need to take comes from, but it also comes from there, but it is written in us. Like if we're talking about God, right, then I don't need to refer to some book, right? Is what I'm saying, right? There is what some books call the book of nature, which is call it the scientific method, call it philosophical, call it using your brain, right? So in that sense, using my brain, I know that whatever the system is as designed and is pushing us towards a particular kind of towards certain kinds of directions. And I know that if I was a fish, it would be a different thing. If I was a tree, it would be a different thing. I know I'm a human being, and that's what guides what it is. It's not an infinite band of possibilities in terms of the paths to go. And one of the ways in which,
One
like,
thing that's pushing you, all of us as humans, overarching thing. Yeah.
yeah, an overarching thing. Yes, and I think that one can pick up your bow and your arrow and shoot for that target, and there's some who get closer and not as close, right? So the hierarchy thing is key for me. That puts me on a certain side of the right. It's not,
Right.
and again spiritually and whatnot, right? But then want to talk about creativity and all these other kinds of things. Then socially open, libertarian, if you will, on that aspect is what I would say. And then when it comes to, because of if I go back to that whole spiritual aspect, which is where the fascist versus whatever will come in, then I'm more in line with an OG than a true egalitarian democratic soul. I don't have a democratic soul in that in that area of that with the hierarchy and all that kind of stuff. No, I don't think so. Even though this has nothing to do with whether or not I think democracy works. Okay, this is about this is about almost like a spiritual belief, right? About
Right.
the nature of right versus wrong. Is there a good? Is there a north star? Are there hierarchies? Are there better and worse ways? And is it important, right? So in that regard, I'm very strong with you know what? If a philosopher king is possible, well then let it be,
Yeah.
But practically, I like democracy because I know that it is the place where one gets the most chances to do. If you're good enough to be able to harness democracy, then it's your best chance at building something for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Because
Right.
you can build a little bit of OG can build a little monarchy for himself. If he does it
Exactly.
correctly and is successful enough,
Yeah.
his ideas he puts out there will be propagated. That's one way of kind of putting yourself out there.
That's
And then
legacy. His legacy.
his legacy, then the community, and then if you have economic success as well, then you can determine things on your own terms within your freaking 50-acre little compound that you have, right? And you can
Right.
do that in a democracy, right?
You can. You
Yeah,
can.
so that's one of the advantages of democracy. I think democracy favors a certain parts of there's ways in which democracy does not favor the outlier, right?
Yeah.
Because the masses are going to vote in one way and do stupid shit. And the outlier is going to be irritated a lot, but also the outlier can do pretty well in liberal democracies if you can be successful. You can fucking map out your own little Fiefdom.
Yeah, it's the nuances. You're speaking nuances too, so that's the thing about it. Yeah, and can you before you go, could you point us to when you talk about this hierarchy idea is very attractive to me. Like, can you point us to any particular authors or thinkers that can get us started if we're new to that?
You know, I think that Beyond Good and Evil by Friedrich Nietzsche, for example,
Uh-huh.
good book of aphorisms.
Okay.
I think it's a good one to kind of look into. However, that's just one book, right?
Yeah.
And that book really is, it's intuitive and it's Nietzsche and whatever. It's a good one to have. On the other hand, there's a book called The Closing of the American Mind, okay, by Alan Bloom. And then there's The Coddling of the American Mind by, I think, Jonathan Haidt, for example, is a more recent book. But Closing of the American Mind is a philosophical book that kind of shows, how, you can get brain rot from democratic attitudes, right?
Right.
Anything can become a prejudice, and
Yeah.
when stuff like democracy and uh, live and let live and laissez-faire just simply become a prejudice, because there should be things that you have an argument for, right? Um, as opposed to, well, it's just the vibes, man. You know what I mean? Why not just democracy, bro? Right? It's like, and that particular kind of thing, when it becomes an attitude, when democracy becomes an attitude, it's not good for the soul. Is this particular what this book is really going for? And Plato's Republic also does that too. Plato's Republic is an anti-democratic thing. Now, there's a video called "Why Socrates Hated Democracy," and that is a good video. So I mentioned books. I said Friedrich Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil, The Closing of the American Mind and the Coddling of the American Mind, Plato's Republic, if you want to be fancy and go to do some weird shit. But then from Plato's Republic is a video. It's called "Why Socrates Hates Democracy." It kind of gets you into this whole kind of a hierarchical way of thinking, and here's why you don't let the mob rule. And it's something that the founding fathers knew, right? That's why they did not want a fucking direct democracy, because they know people are fucking sheep, crazy mother. Look at the fucking panel verse, bro. Fucking people are insane. Can't fucking think. They're fucking just. I don't want to fucking go down this path. But anyways,
No, but bro, this is great, bro. And then those. So that's the theory, but in practice, is everyday practice. You can just be aware of these things, huh? Just be.
Yeah, 100%. One of the best things to know in this regard is to just not be surprised by hierarchy. In other words, not be surprised by don't let people fool you or surprise you with their stupidity, because sometimes it could be jarring and off-putting, and it could upset you, and it's not worth it. Not worth getting upset, because you forgot that people are pieces of shit. You need to have that in your forefront, and which, by the way, if you're practicing the religion correctly, includes you, because you have your own standards that you fall short of, right? So you shouldn't be having time to be worried and just assume everyone else is a worse piece of shit than that, especially given their behavior and their track record and the kinds of things that they tend to do, right? The masses, that is. So, but that hierarchy, if in all these different forms, makes it such that I don't just ad hoc take, well, not ad hoc, but a priori, hook, line, and sinker, take some kind of egalitarian impulse or argument, or thing about equality of men and shit like that. No. In some document or some contract or some sharing of something, yes, we can talk about equality. We can say one man, one vote, right? We can say that. But I don't to me, I think people are equal. No.
Exactly. So that's being shameful to those of us who have done great things or continue to do great things. You know what I mean? So yeah. So the calling the American mind, the
closing of the American mind as well.
Closing of the American mind,
and then Beyond Good and Evil,
Nietzsche, as well as you want to get fancy. You said with your flex with the
Plato's Republic, which is like the original, the OG philosophy book that kind of challenges democracy and also
the video with
the video,
Socrates or Plato against democracy.
I think it's Socrates against democracy. It's all written by Plato, but either one, maybe Plato too.
I found
it. It's a good video. You might want to play it out, and you can kind of it's a good outro if you're outroing or whatever. How long
Let's
is
do
it?
it. It's only 5 minutes.
Oh
You
yeah,
want?
let's play that.
Let's do it.
I'll spark a joint in this.
All right. Spark one for me, man. I miss doing that, man.
I see.
Yeah, let's go.
We're used to thinking very highly of democracy, and by extension, of ancient Athens, the civilization that gave rise to it. The Parthenon has become almost a byword for democratic values, which is why so many leaders of democracies like to be photographed there. It's therefore very striking to discover that one of ancient Greece's greatest achievements, philosophy, was highly suspicious of its other achievement, democracy. The founding father of Greek philosophy, Socrates, is portrayed in the dialogues of Plato as hugely pessimistic about the whole business of democracy. In Book 6 of the Republic, Plato describes Socrates falling into conversation with a character called Adimantus and trying to get him to see the flaws of democracy by comparing a society to a ship. If you were heading out on a journey by sea, asks Socrates, who would you ideally want deciding who was in charge of the vessel? Just anyone, or people educated in the rules and demands of seafaring? The latter, of course, says Adimantus. So why then, responds Socrates, do we keep thinking that any old person should be fit to judge who should be the ruler of a country? Socrates' point is that voting in an election is a skill, not a random intuition. And like any skill, it needs to be taught systematically to people. Letting the citizenry vote without an education is as irresponsible as putting them in charge of a trireme sailing to Samos in a storm. Socrates was to have first-hand catastrophic experience of the foolishness of voters. In 399 BC, the philosopher was put on trial on trumped-up charges of corrupting the youth of Athens. A jury of 500 Athenians was invited to weigh up the case and decided by a narrow margin that the philosopher was guilty. He was put to death by hemlock in a process which is, for thinking people, every bit as tragic as Jesus' condemnation has been for Christians. Crucially, Socrates was not elitist in the normal sense. He didn't believe that a narrow few should only ever vote. He did, however, insist that only those who had thought about issues rationally and deeply should be let near a vote. We have forgotten this distinction between an intellectual democracy and a democracy by birthright. We have given the vote to all without connecting it to wisdom. And Socrates knew exactly where that would lead, to a system the Greeks feared above all, demagoguery. Ancient Athens had painful experience of demagogues. For example, the louche figure of Alcibiades, a rich, charismatic, smooth-talking, wealthy man who eroded basic freedoms and helped to push Athens to its disastrous military adventures in Sicily. Socrates knew how easily people seeking election could exploit our desire for easy answers. He asked us to imagine an election debate between two candidates, one who was like a doctor and the other who was like a sweet shop owner. The sweet shop owner would say of his rival, "Look, this person here has worked many evils on you. He hurts you, gives you bitter potions, and tells you not to eat and drink whatever you like. He'll never serve you feasts of many and varied pleasant, not to eat and drink whatever you like."
I just had to pause it right there. I'm listening. This is great with that picture on the top, that bloodletting of the rectum. See that?
What's up with that, huh?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's when you're demagoguery. That's why you don't want to.
That's what the demagoguery will get you. Get you in a.
But
That's
working
like a Diddy party.
A Diddy party. It does. It looks like a woman's body with the BBL. Then it has some junk on there.
Yep.
In the back.
He'll never serve you feasts of many and varied pleasant things like I will. Socrates asks us to consider the audience's response. Do you think the doctor would be able to reply effectively? The true answer, "I cause you trouble and go against your desires in order to help you," would cause an uproar among the voters, don't you think? We have forgotten all about Socrates' salient warnings against democracy. We have preferred to think of democracy as an unambiguous good rather than as something that is only ever as effective as the education system that surrounds it. As a result, we have elected many sweet shop owners and very few doctors.
Facts. Yeah. Damn. That puts it into perspective. that was good. So yeah, now I'm gonna dive into these books. Oh man, yeah.
Cool, man. Well, thanks again, and I'll see you around there, Mr.
Yeah,
Gabriel.
thank you. I appreciate you. You were like, first of all, you were very generous. That helps a lot, and also, and even more so, bro. Like the knowledge is too. That's gonna even be forever. How generous you were with your donation, the wisdom that you were sharing. This is great because this channel, the number one priority is for my son. My 7-year-old son Ben, as like a journal of like what I was, my friends and people I was speaking with. So if he chooses to when he's older, he can look back on it. So this
Gotcha.
has been a really good episode. Appreciate you, Ike, and I'll see you soon, brother.
All right, man. Have a good one. Bye.
You too. Peace, everybody. That was the legend Ike. Yeah, I got these books, man. The Closing of the American Mind, The Coddling of the American Mind, Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil, Plato's Republic. We just watched that video on why Socrates hates democracy. And this has been a great episode. 2 dope boys in the Cadillac. 3 or 4, actually. Shout out to Orthodox guy for his time and having his community come over. This has been great. We looked at how blacks and white Southerners shaped each other, and through the works of Thomas Sowell. But this has been awesome. I appreciate you all. Be good to each other, and I'm gonna catch you later. I love you, Ben. Much love, Markella and Shadow and everyone else. TVT, Lindsay, Wiccan. We'll talk to you soon. Peace.
You know what it is, man.